Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT The Witcher Card. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Master. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each ranked season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, including online qualifier tournaments. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined a best of 5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now. Hello and welcome to GWENT Open number 2. The snow has officially melted and we have spring in GWENT. I would like to welcome you all. My name is Pavel Buja. I will be your host for the next 2 days. Today we have the quarterfinals. We have a lot of new faces, some players who changed their names, and some GWENT veterans all coming here today. It's incredible, it's exciting. But what am I going to be doing today? I will be interviewing the winners, of course. I might leak a thing or two today. Don't quote me on that, but I actually might. And yeah, I will be your host for the next 2 days. I'm excited. It's going to be amazing. But before we head over to the casters, I have a bingo for you, which you can see. There we go. So with every tournament, we try to have some type of bingo game, and the community creates this. Shout out to Alice the Burb for actually creating this. She is a graphic designer for Team Aretuza. So yeah, choose your bingos, highlight those things. We never know what will happen, but something will happen for sure. But that's enough for me. Let's move on to the casters.
Dzień dobry, dzieci! Now, if anybody's wondering what happened to the 1980s, they died on Pavel Berja's jacket. That's precisely what happened. Bienvenue, bonjour tout le monde. Welcome, everybody. My name is Flake. I'm joined, as always, by my apprentice, Shinmiri. Not quite Padawan status yet, Shinmiri, but how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Loving the suit that Beers is wearing. I always get ready. I always mentally prepare myself, but he always blows away my expectations. But I'm really excited for this weekend of awesome GWENT. We are here at Gwent Open number 2 for Season 3 of the World Masters Circuit, Flake.
Yeah, and I think Pavel Berja had mentioned to us earlier today, something like this is like the 22nd official esports event for Gwent. Season 3, Open number 2, I mean, it's a big deal, and we're happy to be here again. Thanks to your community contributions, your enthusiasm, your passion for the game. You have bought some of the bundles, some of the ornaments, some of those wicked cool cosmetics, and we have boosted the prize pool up to 19,100 USD. That is a pretty penny, Shinmiri.
Yeah, it's over 19,000!
Craziness.
And thank you guys so much for that. And if you wish to continue supporting the Gwent esports scene, you can also purchase the Great Oak Bundle available in the shop right now, which will boost the prize pool of Season 3 World Masters event scheduled for December 2021.
All right, now that is a pretty card back. The ornaments look good. The avatar, the border, pick it up again. Great Oak Bundle is available. Go visit Shoop in the shop and pick that one up. But I do want to, again, remind everybody that nothing's changed. We're still doing this on location, remotely from our homes. The tournament is being beamed up into space through time directly into your eyeballs and to your earballs. So just make sure that you do kind of hover over the Twitch broadcast, because Twitch Observer is online, fully operational battle station as it is. So you guys can follow along, check out some of the cards. There are some interesting choices being made, some new cards obviously that are going to be making an appearance, Shinmiri. So you should be taking advantage of that Twitch Observer.
Yeah, exactly. And we have some special rewards for you guys for watching the event this weekend on Twitch. Every 2 hours, there will be a reward for every 2-hour milestone with Twitch drops. For the first 2 hours, you're going to get 50 meteorite powder, 4 hours, another 50 meteorite powder, plus the Germain Piquant avatar at 6 hours, an ultimate keg, and at 8 hours total, a second ultimate keg. So remember, be sure to claim your drops in the Twitch inventory every time you reach one of those 2-hour milestones so that you can start accumulating time towards the next one.
Yes, Germain Piquant, Germain Spicy for our French people, our French friends out there. Now, also noted, friends, that there's some stuff going on in Gwent right now. We're going to get to the competition. You're going to hear us flap our gums about that, but what's going on in Gwent right now in the upcoming week? Well, there's a patch coming through, friends. 9.1 is going to drop. There's going to be some tweaks, some changes, some shifts in stats. So you're going to want to make sure that you follow along, because we are going to be diving into that before the final tomorrow. There's going to be a little bit of a developer video to sort of explain and run us through a little bit of the changes that are coming around the pipe.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. You know how much I love the patch notes, Flake.
Yeah, well,
and we also...
I'm just saying, I've sat in on one of those marathon sessions where you change like a 2 to a 1, and it's just 10 hours of in-depth analysis.
All right, enough about me. We've got Triss's journey in full swing right now. And if you want to know more, we can take a quick look at the journey trailer for Triss.
She's oft appeared before me in my dreams, enveloped by love, ever ready to help and to heal. Cheating death, conquering fear, to become the courageous sorceress. Triss Marigold.
I will not let this become a second Sodom.
Play, progress, transform Triss's appearance with an array of stunning new styles, and collect even more exquisite vanities. Return each week to see a new scene from Triss's life unveiled, and follow her journey toward fame and reverence.
Now, my favorite part of that video, Shinmiri, is the placement of the full test. You've got commandos on the front row, but you're choosing instead to copy the caravan in the Range Rover. I don't know.
But
I'm not a doctor, but I'm just saying that seems a little suspect to me.
True, but I wanted you guys to know, even if you haven't purchased the Triss Journey yet, if you've just been playing Gwent this season or even past seasons, you have been progressing the Triss Journey without knowing it, and if you buy it now, you will get all those levels from the journey retroactively that you've already earned. So it's not too late, guys.
Oh, it's never too late. Go ahead and get there because, again, like you said, Shabir, a lot of these people have already been on this journey. So you can go ahead and pick up the Premium Pass and scoop up all that loot that you may have missed up to now. But there's a lot of loot that is available to 8 select players who have qualified here for Season 3 Open number 2. Why don't we take a look at who these players are and a little bit of that prize pool as well. Here we go. Quarterfinal match stake, $9.55. On the clock there, buddy. That's a lot of money just for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's a lot of money for also just walking in through the door for these 8 players. We've got Red Dream, the last hope of North America. He's been here before at this stage. Hasn't won a tournament yet, but maybe looking to claim his share today or this weekend. And then Sif Great Wolf, one of the newcomers that we talked about. Akella, another newcomer, and Cams, a veteran of the scene. Brother Jams.
Oh, Brother Jams indeed. At the bottom end there, you see Nick R. Now, I asked, there is no relation to Chris R. from Tommy Wiseau's masterpiece, The Room. So that's Nick R. facing off against Big Kukurutina. So that is going to be the bottom half of the quarterfinals. Chase is going to be taking on a very seasoned veteran himself in Wang ID. Wang ID has really been a mainstay, a feared player out of China. Fantastic player here on the competitive level of Gwent. And they're all going to be facing off for the match stake, which is $955, split based on how many wins and losses you have in that particular round. Now, a lot of new faces, Shinmiri, a lot of faces that we've seen before, and we've talked privately about what we think is going to happen. We're going to be discussing that as the matches go through, but we want to know what you out there are thinking as well, so you can go ahead and tell us on Twitter using the hashtag GWENT OPEN, and we'll be sort of perusing through that. Maybe you got some insight you want to share. I know that you might not have as big a brain as Shinmiri, but we do value, I guarantee your opinion is going to be better than mine. That is 100% locked in fact. So we want to hear what you guys have to say on Twitter. Hashtag Gwent Open.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the brackets, see how the action is going to be developing over the course of this weekend. Today, we're going to be playing all the quarterfinals. 4 quarterfinals, starting with Red Dream versus Sif Great Wolf. And a reminder to you guys, this is going to be a best-of-5 conquest format. Each player brings 4 decks. One of them will be banned, and with the 3 remaining unbanned decks, there will be a best-of-5. The player on the top half of the bracket is going to be going first in games number 1, 3, and 5, if necessary. And the player on the bottom half of the bracket is going to be going first in games 2 and 4, if necessary. So this is going to be a fixed coin flip tournament. Players will know before going into each game what coin they're going to be on so they can queue accordingly.
Yeah, and that's going to factor in, Shinmiri, in terms of not only what deck they're going to bring in on what coin that they're going to have, but also the deck building process itself. You want to function and create these decks to sort of, I don't want to use the term abuse, but capitalize on what coin you're using. It's not just a matter of queuing into ladder where you do not know whether you're going on blue or red. You want to design the decks to really capitalize on red coin or survive through blue coin and thrive on that blue coin. So that always factors in, and it's always an intriguing aspect of tournament play.
Yeah, and if you guys want to get the game yourself and try out the game for free right now, you can go to playgwent.com and get it, download it for free. Check out our social media as well at PlayGwent on both Twitter and Facebook.
And I can't stress enough how awesome you guys are out there in the community. I tell you all the time, I love you. The fact is that you guys have really supported the game and the esports scene in magnificent ways by picking up these bundles over and over and over again, seeing the cool art, the cool avatars, all the cosmetics, and you have inflated, almost doubling the initial prize pool for this to over 19,000 USD, 19,000 and change, man. That is a wonderful thing, and it's all thanks to the community.
Yes, thank you guys so much. And let's introduce the first match in the players. It's going to be Red Dream versus Sith Great Wolf. Both great players in their own right. Red Dream's been here before. Sith Great Wolf, newcomer, fresh blood. Let's hear what these two players had to say in their interviews.
Hello and welcome back, Red Dream, to yet another GWENT Open tournament. Congratulations for qualifying, first of all. Very happy to have you here, and I want to get straight into the first question. I want to gather your thoughts on this tournament, because it's a bit of a different lineup. We've got a few fresh faces coming into the tournament scene. So what are your feelings and thoughts on this lineup of players that you're going to face?
I think the lineup, first of all, thank you, but I think the lineup is kind of weird just because it feels, I would say, very polarized for an open. Like, I looked at the players that I'm going up against, and I definitely think overall I would rate them actually as pretty strong. Like, some of the good players that are actually in this open, I think, are like really some of the most consistent players out there. Like, I would say like Cam, Zwangit, and Aluha. I feel like they're not necessarily, I don't really see them like so much as fan favorites compared to like some of the other big names like Tailbot or Paja or Kolomon, or like people that are maybe a little more out there for like people to interact with. But they're like always there, and they're always strong. So like, I don't think that there's ever like any real time to slouch. But I do think that on the other hand, like probably the remaining three players, let's see, Chase, Great Wolf, and Nikar, I think are maybe like I definitely wouldn't call any of them weak, but I do think that like at the very least we haven't seen as much from them, and that definitely does give me like a little bit of a level of comfort going into this tournament. Like, probably the toughest thing for me is like this month has just been kind of rough for me. Like, it feels like I generally do best in fields where it feels like I can like take advantage of my lists, or like at least my understanding of lineup building. And it feels like right now there's just kind of not a ton of room for that.
Yeah, speaking of, do you feel comfortable in the current meta, or do you feel like it's difficult to get a grasp on what decks you want to bring to the tournament?
Okay, the way you phrase that is kind of interesting, because my answer was initially going to be no, but I don't really know if it's necessarily so much of a conceptual thing, so much as more of a lack of way to exploit the conceptual thing. Like, I think that the decks that people are bringing, that people have like sort of always been bringing, are being brought for a reason. I think that like I think I have a pretty good read of what people are going to bring just based off of like previous results. There's definitely like variations of like SY and GNR, whatnot. But it's just like, I don't know. It kind of feels like when the best that you can do is like more or less just match that, and you don't necessarily like have like it does, like, if it sort of feels like right now the best strategy is just to bring the best decks. Like, some people have been having some luck with like sort of targeting strategies, but it's tough to know whether like the odds are actually there on them. And like from what I've seen so far in testing, it doesn't feel like they are.
Well,
Like, it feels like kind of the best you could do is like maybe go for a soft target, and it's like at that point, like, a lot of the decks are also so like coin preferential right now, like they're just so strong on one coin or the other, that it doesn't necessarily feel worth it to make like your whole lineup tailored there either. It kind of feels like you're just running good decks into good decks and seeing what happens, which can be a little frustrating at times when you're looking at like Nilfgaard and like even the new inspired Zeal deck that I've seen some of the pros playing that runs like no tutors. Is like, man, that's gonna be really skillful.
yeah, it makes sense. I mean, a soft target, or even going further into a hard targeting deck lists, I think those can be very successful, obviously. But More often than not, I feel like those fall flat after the first round. If they manage to find their target in the first round, you need to find the same targets in the second round to qualify for the finals and then win the finals as well. So I feel like they surprise on day one perhaps, but after that it's a bit more difficult to find success. So maybe those consistent lists are preferential. But one softer question to round out our day one interview. Why did you choose Salamander? That is a very important question that everyone would love to know.
Oh man, I have a lot of reasons for why I chose Salamander. For one, I guess I'll start with the obvious one, which is that everyone berated me for not choosing it last time. But I don't know. I've always just felt kind of drawn to the card. Like, for one, like I've always really wanted to own like a pet lizard, and I've never really been allowed to have one. Like still living with my parents and all, we have a cat. That's like, I guess that's the starting point as to why I don't have one. But I think the other things, like, for me, is just like, when I saw that card, I was just really, really excited because it just felt like a card that like wouldn't have existed in sort of like early Homecoming. It felt like it was just a really cool idea. I like the fact that it actually like played off of the new cards really well, and like it at the time like it almost felt like it could maybe build a real deck, even though that kind of didn't pan out. But like at the same time, it was just such a cool idea for a meme card. I also spent I also bought like 1,000 kegs of that expansion looking for a premium Salamander, and I think I got down to like under 10 kegs before I finally found one.
Damn.
Yeah.
On the last meter.
But it was very exciting. I treasure my premium Salamander to this day.
I think it's worth it. It's very shiny.
Eh.
Alright, thank you so much for taking the time then for this interview. Always great to have you here, and good luck in your upcoming games.
Thank you.
Hello there, Grateful. Welcome to the official GWENT Open tournament. This is going to be your first time, actually, and we are pretty excited about it. And could you tell us a bit more about yourself? What are you doing besides GWENT? What is the team you're playing for? Tell us your story.
Hi, as many others, I played my first round of Gwent in The Witcher 3, and I liked that a lot. When I've heard that there's a standalone version of the game, I just had to give it a shot. I've been playing Gwent since the open beta, and currently I'm representing a team called Phoenix Gwent. Apart from that, I'm also playing basketball and studying at the university.
Phoenix Team. Крім цього, я займаюся баскетболом, навчаюся в університеті.
All right, awesome. Okay, well, the second question will be about your strategy in this tournament. We'd like to know more about your lineup, about your strategy, and how do you actually assess your chances of winning the game and winning the tournament, possibly?
To be honest, I don't have any special strategy. I decided not to risk it and simply brought only strong meta decks.
І просто взяв колоди, які, я думаю, будуть просто сильними в теперішній меті.
All right, that makes sense, absolutely. Okay, and last but not least, short shout-out time. Would you like to thank anyone for helping you and participate in preparation for this tournament?
I'd like to thank my whole team, as they really mean a lot to me.
Вони багато значать для мене.
All right, perfect, really awesome. Okay, thank you very much for the short interview, and good luck in today's matches.
All right, an interesting part about this that I want to really touch upon real quick, Shinmiri, is the fact that both players actually mentioned the fact that in terms of their strategies for deck building, they both discussed that they contemplated, or at least Red Room discussed that they're contemplating the whole targeting strategy, but leaning more so on just strong meta choices, that this is the path that they're going to be taking with those deck lists. I thought that was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, and I think we can see that from the past couple of qualifiers. You know, the last weekend and the weekend before, a lot of people bringing, you know, the tried and true Syndicate Northern Realms Nilfgaard was like kind of the staple for a lot of players there, and then the quest for a fourth deck is kind of still there in question.
Right, and there's a lot of decently strong decks out there, but again, it always comes down to what that weakest link is. You got to punch through with it, and both players here, Great Wolf and Red Rain, are going to be facing off shortly. Now, we've seen the deck lists, you and I, we're going to be showing you those shortly, but we want to ask you guys, before all said and done, before the cards are down, who do you think is going to win? We tossed it out on Twitter. We asked you who you thought was going to be winning, and oh my goodness gracious me, 85%, much like the amount of Red Rain's chest that we were able to see in that interview, 85% is the kind of lean that's going towards him here.
Big lean. Red Rain, a fan favorite for sure. Remember this? He's got the fan vote over Sif Great Wolf, but I wouldn't count the newcomer out. I want to see what he has to bring to the table. His first appearance, Sif Great Wolf's first appearance in the official Gwent Open tournament. So let's take a quick look at the decks that these two players are bringing and jump a little bit into them. We've got Red Rain up first with Jackpot, Imprisonment, Nature's Gift, Scoia'tael, and Inspired Zeal.
Yeah, Jackpot is obviously going to be here at the tournament. It's a very, very strong deck. It is harboring a lot of conversation about maybe it's too powerful. But as we take a look at Jackpot, a lot of the big cards are there. Cards like Horse and Siggy, Professor, Jacques, Philippa. There's a lot of big swing cards. But there is one card here, Shinmiri, that we definitely want to talk about because it has sort of wheeled into relevance after just being a sideline type player for quite a while. And that, of course, is Caesar. Now, Caesar, Shinmiri, that's got a big swing potential.
Caesar Bilzen triggers the profitability of adjacent units. And with the new passive for Jackpot, it allows you to play Caesar next to like a Siggy with 10 profit, as well as a Jacques with 4 profit. You could be getting 14 coins with Caesar, and you used to over profit with them all the time and not make him worth it. But now you get the boost in compensation for your over profit. So he can be like upwards of 18 points for his 8 provisions.
Yeah, that Jackpot really now with that kind of safety net allows you to just toss away the creative accounting you need for coin spending. So over profit is never a problem anymore with a safety net like that. Then we get Imprisonment, Shinmiri, Masquerade Ball. Despite being a whipping boy for Nilfgaard for so long, that card is still leaned on pretty heavy to win games. And I mean, frankly, there's some newcomers in this as well. Cards like Blightmaker for massive tempo thinning, as well as Dead Man's Tongue for the same reasons. But Anna Henrietta as one of your choices here is pretty unique when it comes to a tournament play.
Yeah, we saw Anna Henrietta in the World Masters tournament last month. I love the fact that she's back again. One of my favorite cards in the entire game. She is one of those loyal aristocrats that you need to activate the chapters of Masquerade Ball nowadays. And she has some really interesting interactions. She will steal or replace your current leader ability with your opponent's leader ability, and has some really high upside against stuff like Reckless Flurry or Uprising, for example. Even just in the Imprisonment Mirror to get 2 more lock charges can be very useful.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players are going to run Vincent as one of those aristocrats, but Anna Henrietta here can hit a home run. Even against something like Jackpot, if you can, clone some of your opponent's spenders with Braffins, you could get a major swing with that card. Moving on to Nature's Gift now. Here is a Scoia'tael list. Scoia'tael is probably going to be that quote-unquote 4th faction you're talking about, Shinmiri, but this is a list that has gotten a boost in terms of generating a lot of those special cards to really charge up that Harold Gourd for a big late game slam of points.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going to be happy to see Scoia'tael make an appearance at the Gwent Open, because a lot of people think that Scoia'tael is the weakest faction in the game right now, and Red Dream's out here to prove them wrong, bringing Nature's Gift to the Gwent Open tournament. He popularized this list, the non-devotion symbiosis with Heatwave, with Oniromancy, and all the tutors to give you a lot of extra ways of playing special cards to make that Gourd much beefier than you're used to expecting. Gord comes out for like 17 to 19 points quite often as the final play in this deck.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes off the fact that you're generating extra special cards off of a card like Avalok, but especially off of a card like Sorceress of Dol Blathana, one of the new cards that have come out over here. Again, basically create a bronze special card based on the power represented by this card. So you can boost this up to 5 now. You could find some decent things at 4. I mean, you know, a Dryad's Caress, a Tempering, but it's at 5 that you're finding some pretty hefty things like a Nature's Rebuke, perhaps, or a Circle of Life necessarily if you want to sort of buff something in hand. So this is a card that has really helped out this archetype of just really, I don't want to say spamming special cards, but frankly, again, pumping the tires for that Gord. So when he does hit the board, it is massive.
Yeah, it's a unit that plays a special, which is what Symbiosis decks love to see. It can generate nature cards. It also allows you to play a special card on the same turn as something else, as when you play something else. So it can be used to combine with something else to increase your damage removal reach, which is a problem that Devotion Symbiosis had for a long time.
All right, Inspired Zeal, Northern Realms have gotten a new lease on life with a lot of new cards that have come out to help it. But some of the changes to this list to support Siege. I mean, Siege is a big-time swing card. Of course, all the scenarios are, really the heartbeat of any round that you want to win. But there is certainly a card here, Shinmiri, that, again, has just gotten some resurgence based off of the little tweak to how those orders are generated.
Yeah, and that card is Reinforced Ballista, of course, getting a little bit of a makeover with this recent patch. Now it has cooldown instead of it gets cooldown naturally, so it's a natural engine, 1 damage per turn, and it gets extra pings every time you play a Warfare card.
Yeah, the formation helps as well if you want to dodge a 4-point removal spell, or otherwise. There's so many other ways that you can use this in conjunction with those Warfare cards that you're going to be using. The Bombardment that comes off of Siege, so you're going to get some big swings. Same thing with Amphibious Assault. There's a Warfare card as well. Reinforced Ballista is a card that really drives the round that Siege is in. You're going to get a lot of damage being dealt and a lot of cards that are going to get scrubbed off the board. That's Red Rain for you. Let's go check out Great Wolf and the arsenal that Great Wolf's bringing to the party. As we see here again, there's a Syndicate list, of course, but this time it's Lined Pockets, Imprisonment making an appearance again. Reckless Flurry is on the menu for Skellige, and another Inspired Zeal Deej list for you there.
Yeah, starting with Lined Pockets, we've got a more control version of Syndicate with both Tunnel Drill and Horson's Freak Show. You guys know the drill here. Set up the Crown Splitter pocket, and then slam that Tunnel Drill. It starts. And you slam the Tunnel Drill in the Crown Splitter pocket, and it goes brrrr. But we have new cards in this deck as well. The Witchfinder, a big one, a new addition to the game. What do you think about this card, Flick?
Well, the first thing I want to think about is that noise that you made is going to be my new ringtone. That was amazing. But yeah, Witchfinder has certainly found a home here. And now, the fact that you're just going to go ahead and drop a 12 provision, 7 strength card seems a little underwhelming, but the fact that it's going to place a free bounty on the top dog every single time, but also the fact that you're dropping 3 coins in the form of these artifact tokens stretches your bank capacity beyond the natural 9. You're going to get 12 swings here. Now, let's say you couple this with a drill. You're going to have a good time killing a lot of things if you can get that lined up. So Witchfinder really running double duty here, as you're going to get a lot of mileage off it. And like you mentioned, this Lined Pockets is a far cry from what earlier Lined Pockets variants were. Gone are cards like the Safecracker, and in are more of a control heavy type list, because Gord's not even in this list, which used to be a mainstay in those old school Lined Pockets lists. So a nice little shake up there. As we move on to Imprisonment, and Masquerade Ball again is going to be the big impact card here that you're going to likely see late game. And we should mention a very, very awesome, great new card that has come out.
Yeah, Dead Man's Tongue. We want to get a little bit more into detail with this card. It is a card that lets you banish 2 of your bronzes or 1 of your golds and boost by the combined provision cost. And it's really good thinning. It's decent tempo, but there is something else going on behind the scenes right now with this card play.
Yeah, well, one of the little aspects that a lot of players might not know about is the fact that when you use Dead Man's Tongue, it is going to show you your deck. Now, the cards that you see in your deck are in order as they appear from top to bottom. So the first card that you're going to see is going to be on the top of your deck. Now, this can have some implications should you want to, let's say, drop a Joaquin and you don't want to pick up let's say a usurper in round 1 or 2. You want to make sure that you're not gonna, overcompensate. You're not gonna overcommit. So being able to see what's coming up is also a major, little extra sprinkles on this Sunday when you're playing Dead Man's Tongue. The tempo's great, the thinning's awesome, but the information, Shinmiri, is so valuable.
Yeah, and this information aspect right now is actually unintended. It is going to be fixed next month, but the developers are aware of that, the players are aware of it, and they are allowed to use this information to their advantage in this tournament. So I'm sure they will be thinking about this, taking screenshots, etc.
Yeah, so get it while it's hot, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Reckless Flurry from Skellige is the next one up. We've got Portals, Heat Waves, Yalmar, but we've got Madoc as well. There's going to be a lot of control elements to this. Reckless Flurry has really wheeled in as the premier Skellige option from a competitive perspective, Shinmiri. I've played a lot of this list. I like it. Madoc, to me, we do not get a good, we're not on good terms. It always goes on the wrong row. 50-50s and Flake do not mix. But new card that comes out that's been fairly impactful specifically for Skellige. Looking, of course, at the Megascope in this case. The Megascope is a new card, a 4-provision card, of course, that it's kind of like a mini portal, Shinmiri, and there's a really juicy target for this card.
Yeah, the best target for this card is going to be Great Sword. You can play a 10 for 4 with the Megascope if you already have a Great Sword on the board, which is great.
Which is great. These are great. Sword. Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have backup targets like the 8 strength Bear Witcher. So even if the Bear Witcher is damaged, you're still going to get a base strength 8 from the Megascope, as well as a 7 strength Bear Witcher adept. So all backup targets for this Megascope. It does take 2 turns for it to spawn, so it does have some weaknesses in that it takes some time. You can't play it last in round 3, so it can be a pretty devastating top deck in a short round 3. Your opponent can even potentially deny your only Megascope targets.
Yeah, it's people realize that card's going to exist, and you know that there's really only a couple of juicy targets for it. So if you can get those out of the way, Megascope can be a non-factor, but in most cases, the Megascope is going to be a 10 for 4, so keep an eye out for that. Finally, Inspired Zeal Siege is going to be the Northern Realms representative for Great Wolf, and again, when you're looking at Siege, you're going to be looking at cards like the Reinforced Ballista. That's a wonderful one. And the standard Ballista, the less popular Ballista, is also there. Carrick Marine, and some big dueling options with Anseus and Selkirk as well.
Yeah, this is a triple duel deck, potentially, with Anseus, Selkirk, and Viraxis to reset one of the duels. Viraxis has a lot of targets. This is one of my favorite lists of this current patch. With this powerhouse of Siege, as well as a lot of flexible golds. You've also got something new like Shani, for example. We can talk about. Shani's got a rework here. She is good point slam right off the bat to resurrect a bronze human unit from your graveyard with Zeal. She often resurrects a Banard Student, the Patience card, or if you want to get the points right away, maybe like a Carrick Marine in a Devotion list. And she has cooldown 7, so if you play her at the start of a long round, she becomes potentially a threat herself again by the end of the round.
That's right, and it's one of those situations where if the Banard Student doesn't get answered in round 1, or even if it doesn't pop off, if you answer at the right spot, it will probably come back. Those Patience effects do carry over into the graveyard. They do not reset. Shani has been a wonderful card and a great additional tempo play for Northern Realms. There you have it, friends. Red Rame and Great Wolf bringing the fire here at Gwent Open number 2 for Season 3. So both players have chosen their lines here. They know what their opponents are bringing. Again, open deck lists. The players have been presented with each other's lists, so the bans are what we're really familiar with here and excited about to see what each player is kind of, you know, not necessarily afraid of, but where the respect lies, as each player has their lineup show you there. Red Rame from the United States and Great Wolf from the Ukraine. Let's see what they're afraid of. It's gonna be Syndicate both ways. Are you surprised at this, Shinmiri?
No, I'm not very surprised. I think a lot of people in the community view Syndicate as the strongest faction in the game right now. Just with so much flexibility, so much control, and so many points. Both players respecting the Syndicate. Jackpot and Line Pockets both banned. So we're going to have Imprisonment, Nature's Gift, and Inspired Zeal for Red Rame versus Imprisonment, Reckless Flurry, and Inspired Zeal from Sith Great Wolf in our first quarterfinals today of Gwent Open number 2.
Yeah, what's fascinating here is that even though both Syndicate lists are different, I mean, different leaders, the respect still remains. Syndicate is a very strong faction. I don't think there's any secrets about that. Maybe patch 9.1 is going to sort of shake things up a bit. Who knows? We'll find out a little bit later, maybe tomorrow. But nonetheless, at the moment, each player is respecting Syndicate and just not even want to deal with it. And so we're going to see some Nilfgaard, some heavy control, Reckless Flurry. We're going to see some tall Dryads and Treants and all kinds of nonsense. It's going to be a great tournament, frankly. I'm very excited about this. And, you know, Shinmiri, it's I don't want us to play favorites here, but I'm always rooting for my homeboy Red Rame. I really want to see him succeed, especially bringing that Scoia'tael list.
Yeah, I hope he proves the haters wrong, that Scoia'tael is not that weak right now, that he can win a tournament with it. This is, again, the battle of the 4th decks, right? We've got Red Rame putting his faith in the green faction, and Sith Great Wolf bringing Reckless Flurry, a deck that's recently gained a lot of popularity for its amount of control. So to different players taking different approaches, I'm excited to see how this one plays out and see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, that's going to be the difference maker at the end of it, right? I mean, when you have Nilfgaard versus Nilfgaard, Northern Realms versus Northern Realms, it's going to come down to what that third option is. And if you're kind of evaluating here, is that list. Now, it's non-devotion, right? So I think a lot of people are realizing that where control is oftentimes rewarded, tall punish for a devotion Scoia'tael list is usually difficult to come by. So you're usually going to have to rely on poison, but nobody runs poisons in devotion typically. You're usually trying to outvalue, outpoint. But in this Scoia'tael list, you've just kind of tossed that out the window and gone for a heavier control option. And yeah, we'll see what happens, frankly. But my hope is that Red Rame can kind of prove, like you said, I don't think there's too many haters necessarily. If there's a haters, they're for Scoia'tael in general. I think Red Rame can definitely pull it off. But man, Reckless Flurry right now is so good. It is so good.
It is. A lot of people have their faith in it, especially as a red coin deck. Reckless Flurry abuses that red coin. Like we talked about earlier, these players know which coin they're going to be on when they queue up a game. And Reckless Flurry has a lot of tempo. It's got the Madoc control. It's got Portal or Svalbard Totem to point slam and just get ahead and put the pressure on, forcing your opponent to maybe lose round 1 on even cards, which can be devastating for a lot of decks.
All right, friends, so we're just waiting for the players to get settled in here. You know, we've seen the decks. They're just plugging into the matrix, making sure that they're ready to go. Red Rame, Great Wolf, they're doing their final stretches, their final preps, their final meditations before we get to the action here. And, you know, just talking about Jackpot, Shinmiri, I know I've had this discussion with a few people, and a lot of the criticism, or, you know, be it constructive or otherwise, about the new change to Jackpot is the fact that it's kind of taken a little bit of the luster, a little bit of the finesse away from the faction. The fact that you have this safety net, these training wheels on the faction where you don't necessarily have to worry too intently about packing in enough spenders into these factions. So we'll see how that kind of changes, should it change down the road, if Jackpot might get a provision haircut or something. But that's all down the line, friends. Is right now, the here and now, is the fact that Red Rame's on blue coin against Great Wolf. It is Scoia'tael versus the Skellige Reckless Flurry deck. Gwent Open, number 2, Season 3 Shinmiri. I'm excited. Let's get to work.
Let's do this. Let's jump into game number 1. We've got Sif Great Wolf on Reckless Flurry on red coin, as we talked about. Wanting to have that red coin advantage. He's got the Madoc in his hand right now, but he's 1 mulligan remaining. Yep, there he goes. He sends it back into the deck because Madoc will thin himself. And luckily, he doesn't draw a Bear Witcher Adept, so his portal is also online. He's got a pretty strong hand, Sif here, and Red Dream opening up with the Dunk, getting some hand buff to start taking some of those 4 strength Sorceress of Dobothanas perhaps out of removal range from those bombs.
Now, Great Wolf is not Flake, so he did not mulligan into the Fish Flapper. So that said, Red Rain also holding on to that Squirrel. The Squirrel can be potentially, I don't want to say devastating, but if you can, like you mentioned, right, if you could pair up that Sorceress to pop it, kill the Madoc, and then drop the Squirrel to banish it, that can be a pretty significant play if Red Rim can pull that off. But part of that is going to be the fact that you're going to have to protect that Sorceress of Dol Blathanna potentially with that tactical advantage that you've got ready to go. But being able to snipe that Madoc with the Squirrel is something that Red Rain might be looking at. But there are other options, frankly. I think Red Rain can look to go ahead and banish a Greatsword if necessary.
That's true as well. I think Madoc will be the prime target, and that last turn there was Sif Great Wolf playing the Maxi. We mentioned Dead Man's Tongue showing you the deck in order. Maxi also does it, and he was taking his time memorizing and taking a look at his deck order, seeing what he's going to top deck, what potentially he's going to miss, and decide if he wants to shuffle with Maxi's optional ability or not.
There we go.
He had
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
If I remember correctly, he had his last 4 cards were all bronzes. So his deepest gold was Heat Wave, which was 5th to last, and he's got a pretty good draw order. I would have expected him to probably keep that order, and we'll see with his future top decks. Gerd currently on top if he didn't shuffle.
Now there's Morkvarg kind of not in the picture currently from a Skelligan point of view. Yalmar is one of the bigger removal targets for these boosted units, but without anything in the graveyard, it's looking pretty okay. Typically, you want one of those great swords in the graveyard. I've seen it before where if you're playing against Reckless Flurry, they'll oftentimes just kind of toss out a greatsword to the wolves, potentially to just get killed by your opponent so that they can follow up with a Yalmar to kill a boosted unit that's on blue. For instance, like a full test, let's say a full test with Crystal Skull, or in this case, the Dunka. Because the reach to kill those is not going to be easy. It's not like you can just Junod with a ping to kill, because a lot of these units are already in the green, and Junod only kills a damaged unit, and that's something that Great Wolf's going to have to keep in mind, is that the potential for Junod is going to be limited in this case.
Yeah, the green faction playing a lot of green strength, as you can see. Everything getting boosted. Even the Treants tokens only having 1 base strength, so you can never really Junod them. Grey Wolf actually choosing the option of throwing away a Bear Witcher without the adrenaline to maybe he's looking to not really contest this round after all, given his hand. But I think he still wants to have that bomb, to play that bomb this round to thin the Madoc out. I think. Well, yeah. Maybe not. He knows where the Madoc is. The Madoc is the 6th card of his deck if he didn't shuffle, so he won't actually draw into him in round 2. So maybe he doesn't care.
Wow, that Squirrel coming through with a lot of big targets. Great Wolf is going to take the pass here. I think that bomb would have been... I mean, I understand the necessity, but the advantage of also just getting that Madoc out. I think that bomb was not played because you kind of want to hang on to that to potentially lower the strength of one of those sorceresses. It's a potential answer to one of those, given the fact that Dunka's kind of gone to town on that hand and boosted a lot of those cards significantly. You might want to be able to pop a card, a bomb onto one of those sorceresses just to get it out of the range, and force Red Rain to put work back into the sorceress to be able to draw a decent card.
Yeah, true. And the other thing is maybe he didn't want to thin out the Madoc because he didn't want to give Red Dream the chance to squirrel him at the start of round 2. So that's why I think that could be a reason why he didn't play Madoc in round 1. And looking at his top decks, Sif Great Wolf actually did elect to shuffle with Maxi because I don't think he top decked into what was originally there, which was Gerd. So here we go. Round number 2 now. Red Dream can decide. Red Dream is in control. After winning round 1, he can decide if he wants to push round 2 or he just wants to go into a long round 3. And having spoken with him previously, I think he feels favored in the long round 3, but Sif hasn't committed anything yet.
No, it's been nothing. And a lot of those major tempo plays can be the portal. It can be the totem. So we see right now, there is Red Rain is going to use Eisengrim's Council to pick up the Hamadryad coming in at a bonus and dropping the charge on it as well. So it's well out of range of anything spooky and scary at 8, as the Graveyard does have a Bear Witcher in there, however. So Hjalmar can come back and clap that out of existence if necessary, but the problem here is the fact that you're not past that point where you're not in that 6-card range. Red Rain is still within that 3-card, safety zone where he could commit some cards. They could get just scrubbed out, and he can also just walk away with card advantages. Great Wolf did go ahead and, kick that out of existence because killing that card was going to be a nightmare down the road.
Yeah, for sure. And so Hjalmar gets the Sif Great Wolf respects the potential push that Red Dream could be. Oh wow, gets 1 leader charge out of him, doesn't kill the Sorceress, and that means that Red Dream could boost the Sorceress back up and get the value from it. But then he is going to be in that dangerous 6-card range, like you mentioned. Now, going down to 6 cards, Red Dream is opening himself up to potentially losing his card advantage for round 3. If Sif Great Wolf can stay ahead now with every play, but it's going to be pretty tough when the Sorceress of Dobelthon already had a hand buff being played on the board and gets an extra special from her order.
Yeah, it's called Reckless Flurry. It's not called Super Precise Awesome Flurry, though that would be pretty damn cool nonetheless. But yeah, you saw it there. That's just kind of a low roll in that case. You kind of you left it alive, and Red Rain was able to go ahead and just slam a boost on it to get it back up and relevant again. Again, this is a round that he can afford to lose. So you're kind of investing with that Circle of Life. It was the best card that you could particularly play there. You're going to spawn a Treant, obviously, but you're also going to invest in round 3 as we're going to see how deep Red Rain goes into this. I suspect that we might see the other Sorceress, and though it is a big card, I feel like the Protector, the Sorceress, Avalok, you still have so many things. You even have the first wheel of Oneromancy if you want.
Yeah, and Sif Great Wolf now responding with the Greatsword with leader combination. This is one of the reasons why this leader is so good. Just getting these Greatswords out of removal range from the Nature's Rebuke right away. And Portal, Heatwave first on the Greatsword, banishes it, doesn't allow the Megascope target, and Portal immediately responds to get ahead here with exactly 7 points, and now it doesn't give Red Dream a good pass. Normally, you see the Portal, Red Dream normally wants to pass against the Portal because that means it won't get the extra thinning. If you pass immediately, it's not going to have enough time to thin out that second Bear Witcher Adept, but if Red Dream does want to pass now, he will be giving up card advantage and giving up Last Say, which is quite worrisome for something like Herald Gord. With Herald Gord being upwards of 19-20 points, you won't really want to have that Last Say to avoid like a Heat Wave killing your Herald Gord.
That Megascope now, it kind of got a little downgrade given the fact that the Greatsword has been taken out of its existence, but Red Rain is taking the pass here, and I like what the whole, the thought process behind this, again, is like you mentioned, is that you're keeping that one Witcher in the deck, that one Fish Flapper in there. There's Gerd, there's a Dancing Star, and hey, there's one Avalok to another. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, the totem is in hand. The portal has been played. Megascope becomes a Megascope. What's tough
Megascope
here
is.
It's not great. I mean, you can use it perhaps on one of the abominations as a 6, but you want cards that are better than 6.
Mm-hmm. You also have Bear Witcher as a potential target from the location. Sif Great Wolf missing that Heat Wave is actually really important because he does have the Last Say now after his efforts of getting card advantage in round 2, but takes the last mulligan, gets a greatsword, which is not bad, but it's better than something like getting Bear Witcher Adept or the last Bear Witcher, which you want to Quen out with the shield. But missing Heatwave is going to be a little bit rough here, but he does have the card advantage still. A decently strong hand. Let's see what he can do with it.
I'm going to be very curious about how impactful this Junod is going to be. Because the first thing you think about is that it's probably going to go ahead and clip that Avalok that Red Raven is holding. But the fact is, you still have to damage it. So if those Reckless Flurry pings are as reckless as they have been in the past, as they are well known, and they skip and miss that Avalok, Great Wolf's next bastion of hope would be like a Dancing Star or potentially a Bear Witcher. But in that case, you're already doing a damage to Avalok, meaning that your Junod is not going to have the same kind of impact that you may want it to have. It's not like you're going to Junod something like a damaged Witchfinder or a Greatsword on your opponent's side necessarily. That Junod is going to find a lot of green units on Red Raim's side, and it's going to be a nightmare to find value with it. So Great Wolf's going to have to figure this out. And I think that, there are options, there are ways to do it, but that big time value that Junod could potentially pick up is kind of out the window now, purely off of just Scoia'tael doing Scoia'tael things.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say that if Great Wolf's last Reckless Flurry charge doesn't put Avalok or any other unit into the red, I think this Junod is going to be bricked. Because if he has to set it up with a slow play like Dancing Star, Red Dream can just respond by boosting that Avalok back into the white or into the green with something like Dryad's Caress or Shaping Nature. Red Dream knows that the Junod is going to be there. This is open deck list, so he's not going to allow the Junod to find a good target if he can help it.
It's a card that is so impactful. I mean, any card that just outright destroys another card can be a major swing, but Scoia'tael they just boost their units out of reach, and without cards like Morkvarg to punish that or to keep that in check, without tall punish cards like Geralt, it's going to be difficult. The Witcher package that Great Wolf is picking up here, there's no Axii in this either, right? To reset one of those tall units. So really, you're kind of running out of options here. And there's the first Avalok. And now this could be a situation where this might be the Reckless Flurry that you want, just to play your Junod where it is. And if you're unlucky, you might just triple tap the Avalok, but this might be the best situation for Great Wolf to go ahead and use that Junod. Where else are you going to have these odds?
Yeah, but the problem is Sith Great Wolf only has 1 leader charge left, and both Junod wants it, but the Greatsword also wants it, right? Because if you don't use it with the Greatsword is going to die to a Rebuke. And the Greatsword potentially is worth 10 points, maybe even more, because there's going to be 1 Megascope that gets played. So Sith is valuing that Greatsword more than the Junod. Going to take the Greatsword value with the leader charge first, take it out of removal range, keep it alive for a potential...
Oh, wow.
Megascope target, and immediate. Oh, the fog! He plays it into the fog!
It's fog, it's not frost. Now, that could have been an interesting way to do it but I'm just curious if that was just an oversight. Like, why would you play into that? I suppose maybe he just wanted, damn it, like, it was fog the whole way. He might have thought it was frost. That could have been just an oversight here by Grey Wolf, but it seems like Red Rain took major advantage off of that based on the fact that it was fog and not frost.
Yeah, Red Rain planned it the whole time, choosing fog as the weather over frost. But Sif, I think it was just a misplay by Sif because maybe he didn't notice the fog. It's a very subtle animation, as you can see on your screen right now. But he could have played the Greatsword in the melee row to avoid that possibility of the Rebuke plus the fog killing Greatsword. On the other hand, the silver lining is Sif does get the 10-point Junod. There's no chance for Red Rain to boost the Avalok if he wants to kill that Greatsword. So Junod gets some value, but the Greatsword dies, and the Megascope is a little bit sadder.
Well, that's the issue here, is the fact that could have been a great sword. Yeah, great sword. But it could have been a great play if that was not just instantly scrubbed out by Red Rain's play in conjunction with the weather, because you pick up the Megascope and it's a 10-point play with the 2-point hat that Avalok Sage offers there as the tutor. And there you go. And now the saddest Dancing Star of life here is kind of difficult. Now, you're going to get the Madoc out. It's fine. You do put the Sorceress back down to 4, limiting the options for the card, meaning that you're not going to have access to a Rebuke. You're not going to have access to another Circle of Life or a Waylay, let's say, like a little bit more impactful cards necessarily. But it's not out of the range. It's still at 4, so it's still going to have an impact here. And I think Red Rabe is just kind of evaluate, you know, do I need to worry about this? What else can he do to kill this right away? I mean, you could do it, and you have to protect that card, I feel, given the fact that, you know, Madoc's going to pop, and there's another one. We like this. We're probably going to go see that Circle of Life happen again and just scrub out that that Madoc, deposit the points on the Forest Protector, and Red Rabe is clawing back here again. I don't think that he was ever worried about this round, but the way that the points have developed, it seemed that Great Wolf sort of shot out to an early lead, and now Red Rabe is just kind of coming back as Great Wolf has some cards that are not all that fantastic. I mean, even that Dancing Star, it looks awesome with the animation of just popping off on 3 units. They're 3 1-point units. It's a 3-point Dancing Star.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-point Dancing Star so far. The Geralt Quen, though, big point slam play here, big tempo play here, 13 points with the shield interaction, preventing the Bear Witcher from damaging himself, buying that extra 3 points for Sif. And he's out to a 14-point lead. They're on the same number of cards in hand. Red Rabe does have a leader charge left, but Red Rabe's deck is pretty... his hand is pretty stacked right now. He's got a Force Protector that's at 10 strength. He's got a Herald's Gorge still remaining in the deck that will eventually play for something like around 17, I believe. Currently at 14, but there's going to be 3 more specials coming out.
Yeah, that's a big one, and why not? Hey, there's a new card for you, little Veil as well, and this is beautiful because this adds an extra 3-point of sauce on every special that you're going to play, and we're going to see 2 more specials, so each of those cards are going to come out with 3 points of extra juice, plus the Treants that are being pumped out. So Red Rabe is in a 9-point hole here, but I'm not worried in the least. Dancing Star is kind of... It's a little underwhelming.
I'm so excited about this Whisperer of Dol Blathanna actually getting to see play in this matchup. Whisperer is a really risky play by Red Rabe here because there could be a 4-damage bomb in Sif's hand. Luckily for Red Rabe, Sif doesn't have it. Red Rabe was kind of taking a chance, but there wasn't that much good stuff left in his deck. There was an Abandoned Girl and some nature cards, some Dryad's Caress with no Dryads on board, not what you like to see. So this Whisperer risk is going to pay off handily for Red Rabe because there are 2 more specials coming up.
We're going to go ahead and get that Gourd a little bit early here. Now, it's a 16-point Gourd, could have been a 17-point Gourd if but you know, why risk it, I suppose, because your Force Protector is a bigger swing play ultimately, but you know, might as well toss it out there. There's nothing really that you're afraid of at this point.
I think what Red Rabe is thinking is he's putting Sif on location on the Heron Kaduk. Then if he does play the Heron Kaduk, he would want to play it now for that Bear Witcher so that he could heal with the Heron Kaduk. So holding the Force Protector is an answer for that 5-point Bear Witcher if Sif decides to play the location early. And Sif doesn't, so Red Rabe is able to prevent him from getting that heal order, which is worth like 4 points. Actually worth a lot.
No, that was a very smart play there, holding on to that exactly. The location, if that's the last play and you want to heal that Bear Witcher, you're just scrubbing that out, and in this case, Heron Kaduk is not enough, and Red Rabe is...
Red Rabe is excited to see that!
Wow, he is just ecstatic. I think he was just thinking it was going to be a heat wave, but that never showed up, and take a look at that. Wowza, Red Rabe feeling like he just dodged a bullet there. A little bit of credit to you there, Big Lean. You played masterfully and capitalized on perhaps what might have been a misplay, Shigmiri, with that greatsword.
Yeah, that greatsword, the game was close. I think it was within like 4 points. And the small micro decisions in this meta right now, with some of these decks being really close in power level, is going to really matter. Especially, we're going to see some mirror matches coming up as well with Inspired Zeal and Imprisonment for both of these players. These small decisions that can cost you a point here or there, they are going to matter a lot, and they're going to be amplified.
Well, the weakest link has gone through. I mean, we discussed this earlier. You have to win with all your decks, obviously, and if that green faction is your weakest link, and you busted through on blue coin with it, hey man, you're feeling good here. Red Ray looks, and you saw the exhilaration on his face. The fact that he managed to get that deck through against something like Reckless Flurry was massive. But again, it's anyone's game. We've seen reverse sweeps in the past. It's just a 1-game lead, but it could feel immense if you right now are Great Wolf. You know, first big tournament for Great Wolf. It's gonna happen, you know, and if he's thinking about it right now, you can't lean on the fact that you dropped a greatsword in a dangerous situation like that. I'm, again, still curious about the choices there. Nonetheless, it's no big deal. We move on. Great Wolf is a pro.
I think we've seen this happen to a lot of different players in the past, especially during their first appearance on the big stage. There are nerves involved, right? So you're not necessarily playing at your 100% at your best because this is your first time. There's pressure, additional pressure. You're not used to it, and like you just have to move on, right? You have to move on and forget about it.
Yeah, we call it the Bart maneuver. Full respect to my boy Bart, but yeah, sometimes it just happens, and you know, you move on and you learn from it, and it's no big deal. But we'll move forward into game 2 as both players are just kind of, again, reviewing their lists, checking out what their opponent are bringing to the table. But again, Red Raim's got to feel real good about winning with Scoia'tael on blue. That is probably what was going to be the worst case scenario. If you're in that scenario in game 5, I feel like it is a major stress point for you if you're Red Raim. And in this case, Red Raim now on red, top of the screen, going to be bringing in an Inspired Zeal. Great Wolf has that imprisonment list. And I love playing Imprisonment against Northern Realms. I feel like just the massive control elements here are going to be a big deal as we take a look at both of these hands here. We've got massive amounts of thinning, and cards like Blightmaker, Dead Man's Tongue. I mean, those are good to have as Red Raim is going to go ahead and wheel that Hubert.
Yeah, and you know, historically, Nilfgaard has always oppressed Northern Realms with their locks, with their insane amount of controls. Northern Realms typically being a very engine-slow type of faction, but I think with this recent patch, things have kind of changed a little bit. Northern Realms has a lot of point slam now with cards like Gerhardt and Siege, you know, a scenario against a Devotion Nilfgaard list. There's no Heat Wave here. And with Inspired Zeal, you can give Zeal to some of your slower order cards so that the Nilfgaard Imprisonment can't have time to lock it.
I always have trouble when I'm playing against... When you're playing against Nilfgaard and they slam their first engine, the Sergeant, their follow-up with the Blightmaker, or 2, then they follow up with Dead Man's Tongue. It feels like an impossible situation to rebound from or to just rescue. Oftentimes, it's just a matter of, all right, I'm just going to get out of here, you know, as cheap as possible, which might be what Red Raim's looking to do here, given the fact that we're likely going to see one of those major thinning plays here. You're not going to... I feel like you're not giving up poison in this case. I mean, the natural progression here is likely going to be Blightmaker into either Dead Man's Tongue or the Emissary. One of those are on the docket here, but cards like Brathens, cards like oh, here, okay, so here's Dead Man's Tongue. Oh no, sorry, that's the Blightmaker.
Blightmaker and Red Raim, you know, Red Raim is playing Centurion Envoy. He's going to click the Centurion Envoy, see 3 bronzes. That's not what you like to see. Centurion Envoy shows you 3 unit cards from your deck, and you have to choose one of them to put on top of your deck. You don't have the choice right now to confirm choice and do nothing. You have to put one of those 3 cards that it shows you. So when you see 3 bronzes, you're kind of sad because you're kind of clogging the top of your deck with bronzes instead of golds. But on the other hand, it's very, very dangerous to put gold cards at the top of your deck against Nilfgaard, because they potentially have things like location into Viper, which are alchemists to swap top cards with you. They potentially have Cantarella. I'm going to check if Sif Great Wolf is playing any of those cards. He does have location Cantarella. So yeah, there is the possibility there. He's looking at his deck order right now. Once again, Sif Great Wolf, checking out his deck order, screenshotting making sure he knows what he's going to be drawing into, what he's potentially missing. Unfortunately, a lot of golds, 5 golds at the bottom of his deck right now, and Dead Man's Tongue, unlike Maxi, doesn't have the option to shuffle. It just gives you the information. You can't change the order of your deck. So Sif is going to have to adjust his game plan, knowing that so many golds are stuck at the bottom of his deck right now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to dig for them. It's not just a matter, you don't get no choice, right? It's just, all right, this is what it is, so figure it out kind of situation. And in this case, I mean, a big round, a 20-point Nausicaa Sergeant with Veil on it, and no real way to deal with it efficiently is pretty good. But I mean, unless you're looking at Gerhardt, wait a turn, and maybe Artifact Compression it, but I mean, that's way down the line for Red Rame. I think that there are going to be better options for him going forward. Now, Great Wolf winning that round in a fairly productive fashion. I mean, you committed a bronze card, sure, but you double thinned beautifully to win the round, and these are cards that you want to play anyways, so your leader ability is still intact for control. A lot of your major tempo plays like Brathens and Joaquin are still there. You've got the double poisons to complete the package and get rid of something that you want to get rid of. And, I mean, you've got Yen's Invocation. I think all systems go here if you're Great Wolf. And really, it's going to be difficult to you know, feel like the match can sort of slip away. Now, Inspired Zeal is a great way to just dodge these locks, obviously, because all your major cards that you might think about locking, like that, for instance, that Selkirk is never going to have to wait. He just goes straight to the front of the line of the buffet and slams it down. So Great Wolf now opting to just pass with 9 cards. He's pretty happy with his hand, apparently.
Yeah, he's going to go into the long round 3 where he hopefully will get access to his Masquerade Ball. He does have that Roderick to dig for gold cards. There are a lot of gold cards to dig for.
Red Rame now leaning forward instead of back. That you know he means business when he's leaning into the camera versus just kind of leaning away from it.
I really like this play from Red Rame, though. Like, with Sif Great Wolf passing so early, Red Rame gets to play 2 cards for free. He does play the Banner Student to get some patience on him, but
I see what you mean there.
He could have played another card to get another patience proc on the Banner Student. I'm wondering why he didn't.
I'm curious too, because you could have got ahead and got an extra wheel of patience on there, right? And you got to go ahead and pick up Shawnee, obviously. But the situation here is that you could have played, for instance, that Carrick Marine and made that work, and get an extra tick on the patience if you want to go ahead and try to pick it up again. But perhaps you're looking to hold on to that Carrick Marine because you want to boost the Selkirk for a second swing, or for a swing with the Selkirk, perhaps. That might be something you're looking to do if you think it's going to survive. But I mean, I get what you're saying there. It was an interesting way to just kind of, I don't want to say it's an opportunity lost, that Red Rame knows what he's doing, but I see your point of view there. And there is a Vraxis, right? So that could have been a situation where, you play the Selkirk, you Inspired Zeal, you kill something, and then you Vraxis to give it the charge, and with the Carrick Marine target, you can go ahead and kill one of those big Joaquin, one of those big Joaquin plays.
Yeah, but it's really dangerous to leave a dueler out there, because the dueler can get locked, the dueler can get invocation, and then Joaquin'd back out for Sif Great Wolf's side. All right, the action is happening. We've got Siege on the board. Sif Great Wolf locking the Reinforced Ballista, really respecting it as an engine here.
Siege is the scenario of choice, the only option, frankly, for Northern Realms, and Masquerade Ball has been at the show for God knows how long. Ever since it's kind of come into existence, Masquerade Ball has been a mainstay of competitive play for Nilfgaard. And, now it is worth noting that Great Wolf really only has the one aristocrat in hand with the Vincent, but you do have options here. You do have your Roderick to go ahead and hunt for your usurper should you want it. Also, you could go ahead and maybe pick one up with your... there's no coup de grace either. I don't think... he didn't pick up coup de grace. I mean, it could be a situation where you Roderick into coup de grace to go find one if you know that what's coming. If Great Wolf had paid attention to where the the ordering of the deck. But what I'm looking at here is the fact that Great Wolf did not get coup de grace. Because one of the big plays, Shinmiri, that I love to see is picking up an Anseus or a Selkirk with Yen's Invocation, and then coup de gracing your Joaquin to have a massive dueling card to just crush one of your opponent's big cards. That is something that I love to see happen. Unfortunately, Great Wolf it's not as clear cut. It could
still happen. There's the Roderick, right? So Roderick can get coup de grace, but the problem is there's also the Usurper still in the deck. So which one is Sith going to prioritize?
What's more valuable? What's more valuable? Is it more valuable to double trigger the Masquerade Ball? Is it more valuable to try to get that dueling card? I don't think Red Rain goes tall enough, frankly, to get the kind of value. I think Great Wolf will always be looking for that Usurper. I think that is where you need to go to get the second poison
and look at this
Masquerade Ball.
This cheeky Gerhardt teleport play. I love it from Red Rain. Teleporting the 1 strength locked reinforced ballista to get rid of the lock, heal it back up to 4, and then also get the ping, and now the engine is online once again. I love that play by Red Rain here.
That's an excellent play. Fantastic. Again, teleportation puts it back in your hand, slams it back down if it's a bronze. And the locks just get sort of lost in the ether here. And sure, why not? We're going to go ahead. Boiling oil. Now, what's the target that you're oiling here? I feel like
probably
it's
the Thirsty Dame.
I think Thirsty Dame's the best option here, given the fact that there's no boosts, right, to protect that ballista. So that ballista might get some work done. But its time is limited here as... it's already being shaved down pretty low. That is a less than spectacular play. I feel like Greatsword just wishes that card right there was coup de grace.
Yeah, for sure. Wishing that bronze was coup de grace. And these players are zacking really fast here. It's hard to keep up with the fast-paced action that they're slamming down. Red Rain, it's on Red Rain's side. He can play the ballista. He still has 3 leader charges as well, so he could even consider using a leader charge for the ballista, or maybe just saving a leader charge for one of these duelers, an extra leader charge for just boosting them from 7 to 9 to just get even more duel value should Sith Great Wolf, we keep calling him Greatsword, by the way, should Sith Great Wolf put a taller unit on his side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's too much threat in you losing that ballista charge. I mean, it's 2 points fine, but I feel like there's going to be greater value in perhaps double tapping one of your duelers, in this case Anseus, for example, to get rid of one of those taller cards coming around the pipe. Now this is the tough question here for Grey Wolf. I feel like you always get Usurper in this case. But no, he's opting in this case to, all right, we're going to double. All right, that makes sense.
He is going to go for the Usurper. He's just getting that extra Assimilate charge and the deploy from the Nausicaa Sergeants and the Cupbearer. Look at that. That is a lot of point swing right there. That triple boosting, I think, the Sergeant in 1 turn, or maybe even quadruple boosting the Sergeant in 1 turn. He played Roderick into another Roderick into... Usurper into a Fangs of the Empire. So yeah, 4 deploy units in 1 turn. That Sergeant is looking very good now, despite being just a bronze. And Red Rain respects it so much he's going to duel it.
Extra charge here from that reinforced ballista on the front row. The battering ram got a second wheel as well. That's always extra. That's nice to see when the battering ram gets a second go around. An extra 3 points of damage. We were talking about this earlier, and you had mentioned, it's a nice little addition from an engine perspective. As odd as that sounds, seeing a battering ram as an engine, it's not quite a reinforced ballista, right? But it does get a chance to be useful twice.
It's it's one of the recent changes to NR this patch, and battering ram now being an engine or a threat makes Siege a lot better, and it's so lore friendly. The battering ram goes back and forth, just like a real battering ram does. And Mentor being played out of the location now for Sif Great Wolf, 12 points. That's really good.
Yeah, that is some information. The fact that, there's a 12-point card in your deck, Red Rame. So what is it? Well, it's going to be Vraxis, right? So Great Wolf now knows that there's going to be no Vraxis. And the points are so damn close here. But we're going to see what that Cantarella scoops up, because that can potentially change the game. But you have the location, friends. The location is basically going to guarantee what comes out and make sure.
Yeah, the location can get something like Roderick. Yep, location puts Roderick into the deck and then gets replayed by the Cantarella to get the Gerhardt for 13 points of tempo, as well as a double assimilate if there's any left. I don't think there's any left. All of them have been killed, but it's going to be more than enough for Sif Great Wolf as he ties up the series here 1-1. Nilfgaard maintaining its traditional dominance over Northern Realms. What do you think, Blake, of game number 2?
Well, it's little plays like the one we saw where you're faced with the option of, all right, you got Roderick, and Roderick pulls up your coup de grace, and it pulls up your usurper. Now, obviously, the first thing you do is you just knee-jerk reaction. You're probably already looking for that usurper. You decided even before Roderick is played, I'm getting usurper. But it's that little thing that you mentioned over there, the fact that you pick up the coup de grace, you hit the Roderick to go ahead and re-get your usurper, that adds an extra deploy effect on that on the sergeant that was already on the board, and that's an extra bonus point just for free, just for showing up, just for thinking and using your noggin, right? So little things like that are what make these players as good as they are. Now, obviously, it didn't turn out to be just a 1-point play, but how many times, Shinmiri, have we watched competitive games where 1 point matters so much? So very masterfully played there by Great Wolf. A great rebound game against a tough opponent.
Yeah, for sure. And in addition, I just want to say with that little play with the Roderick coup, in addition to getting the extra points on the deploy and the assimilate, he also put the Roderick in the graveyard with the coup so that he could set up the Gorther Gavade Cantarella combo later. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get the Gerhardt at the end of the game that he stole with Invocation.
Absolutely. That's a lemonade out of lemon situation, given the fact that a lot of your big cards and a lot of your very useful cards like Coup de Grace and Usurper were hidden in the deck. He really was able to navigate his way through a sticky situation to get access to all the tools he needed to create, create a better and more ideal situation for him. So Great Wolf ties it up 1-1 here in the quarterfinals of Season 3. Open number 2. It's been good so far, and, it's all tied up here. Game number 3, Red Rame is going to be on blue coin, going with Nilfgaard. In this case, Reckless Flurry is going to get a second turn here at the table. And once again, we're going to go ahead and toss away the Madoc, but there's the Heat Wave. That was a clutch card that Great Wolf did not have access to in the previous game. The one that Red Rame felt like he just dodged a freight train when that last card came out, and it was the location rather than Heat Wave. But this time, Red Rame is not going to have that safety net, as it's going to look like that that Heat Wave is just going to be hunting and dead set on just crushing that Masquerade Ball and wrecking the party.
Yeah, typically that's what you see Heat Wave used for, but there could be a situation where Sif pushes the ball out and uses Heat Wave on like a Joachim tall target instead. We'll see how this gets played out. Red Rame now piloting the Imprisonment Ball Devotion list. He's got a Blightmaker. He's got a Dead Man's Tongue in hand as well. Let's see if Sif wants to give him a chance to breathe at all. And no, Sif is going to take the momentum that he got from winning game 2 and go right in game number 3. Slams the portal as his first play, really threatening the big tempo, threatening to get ahead and put some pressure on Red Rame in the first round here.
Yeah, no free ride for Red Rame here, right? Like, it's just, all right, you have this 9-point play, but I'm going to follow up with a 14-point thinning play that gives me some armor if necessary. I'm going to heal up that damage. Cool Blightmaker, bro, but I'm going to get those points back right away. But what's interesting here to note is the fact that Red Rame has got a lot of those key clutch plays. You open with the Sergeant, you follow with the Blightmaker, the Dead Man's Tongue, but Dead Man's Tongue is typically hunting for those spies that you can get rid of. If not, you're usually maybe looking for some other fodder, like a Nausicaa Sergeant, but 2 spies in hand and 1 Nausicaa Sergeant on the board means you're gonna have to make a decision to get rid of another one of those cards. So is he gonna ditch a Fangs of the Empire along with a along with the other Sergeant, you think? Or maybe he's hanging on to Dead Man's Tongue? I feel like you're always playing it here in round 1.
Yeah, you're definitely trying to play it in round 1, I think. Looking at Red Dream's deck, there is a second Sergeant and a second Emissary potentially for him to banish without like losing any loyal aristocrats, for example. So I think that's probably what he'll end up going for. Let's take a look. Sif Great Wolf just responding with the Quartermaster and saves 1 leader or 1 of its order charges.
I'm curious about saving the order charge here, because the next turn is when the other. I mean, you want to typically pop it into armor.
Yeah, but it will get
heal up anyways.
The heal, yeah. All right, so here we're looking at Red Dream's deck in order right now from the Dead Man's Tongue. It's hard to see there, but the last card is that second Mage Assassin, which is great. You don't want to draw into that Mage Assassin. All bronzes in the bottom row.
This is looking
Red
really
Dream
good,
is
actually.
pretty happy. Yeah, pretty happy with the order of his deck.
It goes draw, 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 mulligan, mulligan, draw, 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 mulligan, mulligan. You're getting everything you need. Because I believe the last 2 mulligans in round 3 become Masquerade Ball and your Yennefer's Invocation. And your first cards that you're picking up in round 2 are Brathens and Usurper. And you're looking really good if you're Red Raim here in terms of being comfortable just picking up what you need. Not to mention, I mean, Dead Man's Tongue, you play it, you see your deck, and you take a mental snapshot there. As you can see, Red Raim looks like he might have just done that. He might have just said, all right, let's take a quick screening of this, and got that, around the pipe. We know what's coming, and that's a very big, very big help. Is as cool as Dead Man's Tongue is in terms of thinning and tempo. Information is awesome as well. To quote Newman from Seinfeld, when you control the mail, you control information, and that is so powerful.
Yeah, and I think Red Dream, instead of banishing the cards that we predicted with the second Sergeant and the second Emissary, I think he banished a Fangs of the Empire and a Van Moorlem Hunter. Van Moorlem Hunter are going to be kind of useless against a Reckless Flurry. Maybe could lock like a Greatsword or a Maddock, but he's decided to get rid of the loyal units instead, so maybe that his Joachim can pull some of his deeper loyal units like Golds.
So yeah, Red Dream only has the 1 Emissary and the 1 Duchess Informant, so those are both in hand. So he had to make a choice of some other bronzes to get rid of, right? Red Raim is holding on to Double Thirsty Name in this list, which is nice. Again, part of the change to Masquerade Ball is that you've got to make some space for loyal aristocrats, and you don't necessarily have too many. Usurper is one that you're always going to want to play in this list. There's that sort of flavor pick between Vincent or Anna that typically makes it. Fergus is oftentimes in there as well on occasion, but you're looking to kind of hang on to either the Van Moorlem Hunter, the Thirsty Dame to get that final wheel on Masquerade Ball, and in this case, big props to Great Wolf here. He's been contesting this round and just a very timely and valuable gird there, get some value, and all right, we're gonna just go ahead and put the Quartermaster here and not not pop it off, because popping off the Quartermaster here doesn't exactly put you ahead either.
Yeah, tight round number 1. Sif now playing the Greatsword, and is he going to use a leader charge? No, just plays the Greatsword as a 4.
Now, what's tough here is that if Red Raim does use his Quartermaster, it's going to go ahead and feed that Greatsword, right? So this might be a situation where Red Raim might want to lock the Greatsword before he uses those pings.
I think so too. I think this Red Dream has to make a decision here. Like, how much is he going to fight for round 1? Does he have a chance to at least not lose on even if he commits something like the imprisonment charge on the Greatsword here? And he might also think about wanting to kill it because, like, it's threatening a Megascope next turn by Sif. Sif also has access to potentially both Megascopes because one in hand and then Oblock Sage for the other one.
Well, there's the lock on the greatsword, and at least one of the good parts about that as well is that locking it puts it down to 1, so you're not killing it, meaning that you're not giving Yalmar a target, but now you're giving Megascope a target, and that can be a very cheap way for Great Wolf to just get right ahead of Red Rain. A 4 provision, get on top of you card, uneven, is a little bit of a gut punch for Red Rain. Given the fact that a lot of the cards that he has left, I don't know how many of these that he wants to push forward with. You might want to play the location, but you don't want to play it yet. You might want to use it for that mentor, but you're a turn away from the adrenaline too. So what do you commit here? This is a tough nut to crack.
Maybe the cupbearer, because I don't think there's like a poison pair for the cupbearer to go with at this point.
I think you can do that, but the problem is that you're not. You probably want to pop it off on that 10, but again, there's nothing that you can't pair it up with anything, obviously. So what you might need to do here is you might need to drop poison on the Gird just to show me, like, all right, well, I might have a card that gets on top of you here. So the problem there is that you're not ahead, right? Actually, hold on a second. With the Quartermaster, you'll get ahead, and you have the deploy effect as well.
Red Rain really roping till the very last second here. Doesn't even poison an enemy unit. Poisons his own unit instead. Not that it's really gonna matter, but also doesn't get a chance to use the Quartermaster. I think he's really he's struggling with something here.
Yeah, that's a little bit concerning here, given the fact that why would you poison your own unit? Why wouldn't you try to at least feign that you're holding on to a follow-up poison? At least put it in Great Wolf's mind. Give him some false information, right? Say like, okay, he's got 3 cards left. One of them is a follow-up poison. Poisoning your own unit basically just sort of takes that off the table. It just says, all right, well, I don't have another poison, and I probably don't have 2, so what am I really worried about here? I'm really struggling to see why. Maybe it was just a rope issue.
I think it was just a rope issue. Red Rain seems to be under some time pressure here. Earlier, the turn before, he actually missed using his charge on the Quartermaster. On the right Quartermaster could have hit the left Quartermaster's armor off, but instead he hit Flesh on like a Mage Assassin instead. So I don't know. I think Red Rain's a little bit distracted, or just maybe taking a little bit too much time on the rope before making his plays.
Yeah, I think that could be it. Because you're right. There was no reason for him not to use that Quartermaster ping on the armor of the other Quartermaster, right? Because that puts him ahead. Even he gave him an opportunity to potentially pass out of a round if Great Wolf decided to pass. But there's the Heat Wave, and that is that was the next thing I was going to say. Is this potentially an option to use the Heat Wave to just really pressure this round? Heat Wave, like you mentioned, Shinmiri, I mean, there's 2 ways to get rid of ball. You either Heat Wave it, or you bleed it out in round 2 where you don't necessarily care about losing. And in this case, that Heat Wave is
it's going to get reused. It didn't get reused against him. Red Rain getting the Heat Wave on the Greatsword now, so pretty good 10-point play by Cantarella.
That was definitely significant there. I like that play. That was excellent. And the problem is you still have a Greatsword that's going to be going into the graveyard. Usually, Heat Waving a Greatsword is an excellent use of that card. But given the fact that Megascope already got the work done, it's going to be tough here. But another Megascope on a 10-point play. 12 points is naughty, to say the least, as we see here. You are running out of real estate on this board, unfortunately. But let's be fair. A 4 provision card that spits out just 10 points is pretty damn good in certain circumstances. I mean, no one's gonna, you could slam a Megascope perhaps, and I don't know, like, where else are you gonna play that? But the top dog for that card is gonna be the Greatsword every time.
Yeah, and now in this situation, it's tied up. Red Dream could take a pass here, right?
Well, no, the Megascope.
No. The Megascope is still there. I missed that. Sorry. The
Yeah.
Megascope is still there, so it's not actually tied. He's down 10 points. So, gets the invocation on the Gird, I guess. It's
Oh, no,
not
no,
gonna
no.
be-
No. You take the back row because that Megascope is now bricked because there's no space in the front row.
Oh, there's no space in the front row.
That was a very
The
massive play. I
Roderick
love
blocking the
that.
melee row. Holy crap, what a play by Red Dream. And now Quen is going to have to be used to take the round. Quen is a very expensive card to use here. Sif Greywolf is going to be ahead and does win this round on even, but damn, that was a nice Roderick play there.
Well, again, like we said, man, real estate is going to factor in here. It is a 4 provision 10-point play if you got room. I mean, that's the problem in a lot of the times now. Welcome to Gwent, ladies and gentlemen. You got nine rooms, you know, in the inn on any one of these particular rows, and in that case, it just got booted out there as the good move by Red Rain. Red Rain basically saying, all right, I'm gonna put you have to have a really good card here, otherwise I'm taking this round. And Red Rain kind of went all in, but Red Rain does have the benefit here of being able to find some decent cards around the corner here. Like we said, Braffins and Usurper. And then on the second wheel in round 3, he's going to find I believe he's going to find his, what was it? Sorry. I believe he's going to find his Masquerade Ball on one of his mulligans moving forward. Nope,
Red Dream
like
forfeits here. Doesn't like it.
And I get it. I mean, you're kind of in a bad spot there. You really, I mean, you sold the farm there just to try to get a chance at winning round 1. But, you know, major respect to Great Wolf there, who basically, you know, did not, he was in that position in the earlier game, right? He was on Nilfgaard on blue earlier and saw as Red Rim just kind of very passively walked away from that round. In this case, he said, no, I'm going to fight this round. I'm on red. I'm defending this. I don't care how much tempo you get in the first 3 or 4 cards that you're going to play. We're going to defend this. Drops the portal, gets, you know, the fish, I almost said the bad word, out. And, and the, you know, gets them all through. And, you know, despite a very nifty play by Red Rain to block that row, Great Wolf did manage to squeak by. The thing is, Shinberry, did Red Rain potentially miss an opportunity by, you know, that stress move or whatever you want to call it, the fact that the clock just kind of ate him up there at the end?
Yeah, perhaps like the poison bluff could have done something, maybe encourage Sif to pass, but I think Sif was probably not passing in that situation. He knew what he was doing. He had Reckless Flurry on red coin to abuse that tempo and get ahead and just win the round on even at pretty much all costs, but he didn't even have to use his leader charges. It was just Red Dream ended up using both leader charges and Sif was still took the round comfortably.
Yeah, there was plenty of outs in that case, and you saw that as soon as Great Wolf started dropping big cards in round 2, despite having a Usurper and a Braffins and a Coup de Grace, like, what the hell can you possibly do? There's no recourse there, given the fact that you're staring down, you know, 9 points of damage just on your opponent's side, where you have already used both of your leader abilities. There's nothing you can do. Even if Red Rain had, I mean, maybe there was a situation where Red Rain could have picked up an Anna Henrietta, but even at that point, you're facing down a Totem. Using Reckless Flurry against Totem is such a dangerous and risky endeavor.
Yeah, and I think, like, after round 1, losing on even, I think Red Dream was just feeling like this game was out of reach for him and just forfeited, maybe to reset himself, you know, collect himself. He's down 1-2 now, so his back is against the wall, but maybe with a little bit of refreshment, a little bit of meditation, he can collect himself and come back to try to win those last 2 games, to try to win this series. He's got to win with both Nilfgaard and Inspired Zeal, Northern Realms, and I think Sif Great Wolf only has 1 deck left. I think it's the Nilfgaard list that he has to win with.
Well, when your back's against the wall, when you're cornered, that's when you're the most dangerous, right? When things get a little bit frantic, when the situation looks dire. But I mean, let's be honest, if there's anybody who feels comfortable with his back against flat surfaces, it's going to be Red Rain. So I am honestly giving him all the credit in the world to at least push this to 5 games. Again, got some decent weapons at his disposal here. Red Rain does have options, but Great Wolf has rebounded magnificently from that game 1 loss, as Red Rain now on red coin. Great Wolf on the bottom of your screen is going to be bringing in his Inspired Zeal, and Inspired Zeal versus Imprisonment. We saw how this went earlier for Red Rain, where he brought in the Inspired Zeal. In this case, Red Rain is going to be on the dishing out end.
I guess I made a mistake. Sif Great Wolf still has to win with his Northern Realms list, not his Nilfgaard list. His Nilfgaard did get through in game number 2. So yeah, Northern Realms is the last one for Sif, which is, I think, one of his stronger lists as well. To win twice versus this list could be difficult, but Red Rain has the Nilfgaard. Sif was able to win in the reverse situation here, so let's see if Red Rain can pull that off as well.
Very sweet hand here for Great Wolf, and immediately drafting that Banner student with the protection of Crystal Skull is a very good play. I mean, it's not going to get locked, and it's not going to be dealt with easily, as we see that card just immediately
eat a bombardment
right away. Just, you're having a bad day when an entire array of siege engines just decide to rain terror on you, and you just showed up. Like, you just knocked on the door, and like a trebuchet and a ballista.
I think Red Rain,
rain terror.
I don't think Red Rain even clicked the pass button yet, and Sif already unleashed the bombardment.
That is comfort if you're a Great Sword, if you're a Great Wolf, right? I keep calling. Now you got me calling him Great Sword as well.
All right, Red Rain gets the second Blight Maker. He's 11 tempo for 5 provisions. Snipes. Red Rain just showed a little bit of celebration. He must have sniped the Banner student. There it is.
Baby. That's a 1 in 3. I mean, it might as well be 1 in a million for some, but you gotta feel good if you're Red Rain here. You saw him with the little fist pump celebration. That always feels good, man. I mean, double Blightmaker. You want to talk about nerfing a card? Well, you know what? Blightmaker ×2 is how much tempo, especially when it crushes a Banard student. Poor student, man. The other student right next to him, tall, protected, got seniority. Exactly. The new guy shows up and just gets absolutely gooned.
He's getting hazed by those mage assassins. Oh man.
Poor guy.
All right, so Red Dream up to a really big lead here. 11-point lead on even cards right now. So the difference between game number 2 and game number 4, even though it's the same matchup, the coins have been flipped. Red Dream played NR from red coin, and now Sif is playing NR from blue coin. This might be a difference maker if Red Dream can keep this pressure up.
All right, a wild card here to keep note of is Kutkudak, man. I think that is going to be a massive factor in this, especially, in conjunction. If you line them up properly, what are you locking? You can lock Gerhardt and lock, potentially the Seltkirk, the Shawnee, the Banard student that comes off of the Shawnee. You're going to have a lot of cards out there, obviously the Ballistas as well, but Kutkudak is going to get a 2-for-1 exchange in terms of fixing the problem.
Yeah, but Red Dream knows the Kutkudak is there, so he might try his best to... Oh, there we go. Never mind. There it is. Kutkudak just going to take the 1 Purify Poison, which is fine, and because Red Dream doesn't actually have the second poison in his hand. It was a bit of a bluff, and happy to see the Kutkudak get baited out here in round number 1.
Yeah, Red Rain has learned the benefit of poisoning your opponent's side of the board, apparently. In this case, that's a big buy, though. I mean, in terms of, trying to buy cards out of your opponent's hand, bluffing that poison was an immediate response with the Kutkudak. That is going to come back in droves. And everyone's favorite card, the Alchemist, trades a Van Morlem Hunter for, Johnny Nads.
Gets in the Natalis. So that's a great decision by Sif. Great decision by Sif earlier. It's bad, I think. I mean, it's good as it's bad. Sure, you're right. But Sif, I think, made a really good decision when he Centurion Envoyed the Natalis on top, because it's a good card for him, but if Red Dream steals it, it's not that devastating because Red Dream can't use it. It's not like stealing an Onseus or a Gerhardt or even like a Varaxis or yeah. So Sif might still draw into the Amphibious Assault.
The mind games.
Oh no, never mind. Sif already played Amphibious Assault, so it's actually just good for Sif because he doesn't need the Natalis. He already played the Amphibious Assault in round 1. He's gonna draw it again in round 2. The Natalis was just pure bait for Red Dream to swap or play with Cantarella.
You could see just the sheer explosion of emotion on Great Wolf's face right now. That's not a statue. That's not a static image. That is the video feed of one hell of a focused player. And again, like you said, that was a brilliant play. You use the Envoy to drop the Natalis on top, and you're kind of baiting Red Dream into going ahead and scoop it with the Alchemist, which he did, and now that's a dead card on top of his deck. It's just 2 points. There's nothing you're picking up with it, right? And And I mean, it's just one mind game after another where Red Dream drops the poison without a follow-up, buys the Kutkudak, which opens up the potential locks down the road. And then Sif Grateful says, all right, let's see what's behind curtain number 1 here. What's up my sleeve? Oh, it's in Johnny Nads, and now it's yours, and I don't need it.
You know, I missed it earlier. I don't know if you saw it. Do you know what other choices Sif had when he put the Natalis on top of his deck? Because if he had like an actual good gold, like for Raxus or Onseus, for example, that would have been a really like difficult but 5-head decision for him to put the Natalis instead of one of those big golds.
I did not get a peek at it, but
okay, that's fine. Red Dream still staying ahead with the use of his first leader charge, trying to get more huge bombs out of Sif here. You know, Shawnee does have that one Banard student in the graveyard to resurrect. So here comes the Shawnee. It's not very threatening right now. It's doing 3 damage next turn, so it's not bad.
But
so maybe it will get locked.
The thing about it is that 3 damage comes at the cost of playing your Gerhardt, right? And then it's kind of like, all right, we're really using a lot of these cards that we might have wanted to pair up with Firaxis. Yeah. I would have, if I was Great Wolf, I may have used my Inspired Zeal charge here on that Banard student to just put myself as far out of reach of Red Dream as possible.
Ooh, invocation. Anything good to invoke here?
Yeah,
there
you can
are
invocation
for sure.
The Shawnee because you've got
or
some
the Selkirk
Marines.
Yeah.
The Selkirk as well. The Shawnee will bring back a.
But neither of those gets him ahead, though. He would have to use another leader charge to get ahead, or he could go for the tie for invocating Selkirk if he wants. The problem is,
if you use Selkirk, if you scoop Selkirk here, your follow-up play is going to be Joaquin.
Oh. What was that? He scooped the 8. He scooped the tall Banard student, right?
And that's not bad. That puts you ahead, and that
it puts you ahead, yeah.
And it keeps the patience charges. So that's
it has 6 damage. That Banard student has 6 damage on it, so it's gonna be a threat that Sif needs to answer later. And if Sif doesn't draw something like Onseus or Boiling Oil, he might not be able to answer it that cleanly. It could also come out with the Joachim, but there's not going to be a Zeal for it on this turn. But I think Red Dream puts Sif on a really good card as his last card in hand. So Red Dream valued getting ahead with the invocation. And rather than take a gold like Selkirk or Shawnee, ended up taking just something that gets him the tempo, forces out the Gerhardt. I think Red Dream's got to be happy to see that.
Now, this is where not
and the Hubert
as well.
That's big carryover that's being used in round 1 on blue coin for Sif. So Red Dream may not win this round, but he did get a lot of value out of Sif's NR deck.
And if Great Wolf is feeling bad about that move there, this might go back to the turn prior where you didn't use the Inspired Zeal on that Banard student, right? That could have, because the invocation that Red Dream played only put him ahead by 1. If you Inspired Zeal, you're ahead by 1 already if you're Great Wolf, plus whatever damage that the student is going to do. So that could be a situation where Great Wolf may have missed the mark a little bit and maybe just sort of jumped the gun because it did cost him a Gerhardt just to get ahead here. So we're going to see how this shakes out. Red Dream did lose that. So, you know, Great Wolf does have the opportunity here to just pass and go to another round. But Red Dream's hand is stacked.
Yeah, it's really good. And Red Dream, he could have potentially kept a Natalis or that student as a dry pass card if Sif decides to dry pass. Natalis would have been the best dry pass card, but it's also a huge risk. If Sif decides to push, then he's going to be in a dire situation with a 2-point brick in hand. So Red Dream decides to take the less risky route.
All right, so he did get that Envoy, which Red Rain put on top of the deck, and that's a tough thing there, especially when you're Red Rain, because you had to use the location in round 1, which means that the Cantarella that you just picked up doesn't have anything to really pair with awesomely, but Great Wolf does not have that siege, and you could see he just pulls the trigger on it, and a lot of these early game forfeits. I mean, when you're talking about the identity of these decks, Shinmiri, the fact that you just missed your key piece, your centerpiece of siege, you're kind of it's not going to happen, and Red Rain fighting that round. So dare I say valiantly, it was kind of costly because there was a potential there where maybe if you hung on to that Varaxis, you may have been able to.
The Gerhardt, you mean?
Sorry, yeah. The Gerhardt. Maybe that's good enough to maybe bleed in round 2, and you can do some other stuff. But it seemed to me like, it kind of missed there.
Yeah, I think you might have hit it on the mark there with Sif missing an opportunity to use that leader charge to Zeal that student. And this deck, this NR deck, has 3 leader charges, right? And you've got Selkirk that demands one, certainly. And then on Seius, maybe, if you want the extra damage, if 4 is not enough with the Zeal, then maybe you want to use one for on Seius. And then you've got, the third charge is really flexible. You can use it on a battering ram from the siege. You can use it on a ballista to protect its 2 damage order. You could use it on a student that's resurrected by Shawnee. It's a pretty big decision point for the deck where to use that third inspired Zeal charge. And here, I think Sif may have missed an opportunity like you.
But you know what? That's what happens. And again, this came back from game 1 where you misplay a card on the wrong row and you learn from it. And in this case, to just add on to what you're talking about, is that usually you have one of those charges is reserved for Selkirk, another one might be reserved for Anseus, let's say, but you usually have 1, maybe 2 floating charges of your inspired Zeal to use liberally when you need it. And that was certainly a case where I feel you kind of need it, because it's 2 points plus the damage from that Banard student.
There's worth 5 points there, basically. 5 points of tempo.
Yes.
That potentially allows you to save one of your best golds. And, with not much power left in his deck and not any way to tutor it, like Siege, Anseus, Varaxis, I think were the 3 golds that he was missing in round 1. You can't tutor any of those. You still have a second Amphibious Assault, but that doesn't get you anything bigger than 9 provisions. So NR is especially Devotion Northern Realms, is a faction that kind of, as people say it, relies on drawing their golds. So you gotta be aware. There are gonna be some games where you do miss those goals.
And this might be where the debate of Inspired Zeal over Pincer Maneuver becomes relevant, because in these cases, when you're playing Pincer Maneuver, cards like John Natalis are not necessarily as vital because you're scooping the cards you need based with your leader ability. So if that was Pincer Maneuver, and you're going into round 3. You wheel away that Radovid's Royal Guard, let's say. You wheel away another, some garbage, some rags that you don't need. You pick up your Vraxis. You pick up your Siege, and it's all systems go. And everything's different. But it comes down to your choices here. And ultimately, a lot of players have leaned on Inspired Zeal as their, kind of their frame of choice for this mosaic that has been a siege list that seems to shift and change and try to find its identity. There's been so many variations of the list, different ones here and there, and it goes all the way down to your initial selection of what that leader ability is.
Yeah, and it's gonna be for game number 5 between Red Dream and Sif. It's gonna be an Inspired Zeal mirror, I think. So both players still need to get their Northern Realms win. An Inspired Zeal mirror, we're going to have Red Dream on blue coin versus Sif on red coin. How do you think this one will play out?
This one's going to be, I mean, obviously, you got to find your siege. That is going to be absolutely vital. It's going to come down to, if it comes down to siege versus siege, it's whoever can, nullify those ballistas most effectively. Whoever can get their Banard students to kind of click and wheel long enough. Whoever can protect their engine pieces better. Reinforced Ballista was the card that we featured in terms of that list and just how vital it is. Whereas, Siege might be the framework of that list. It might be the body of what that deck wants to do. Reinforced Ballista is the heartbeat of that list. It is what keeps it pumping. It is what keeps it dangerous. As with the change of that particular card, we've seen just how devastating it can be in conjunction with all your warfare cards like Boiling Oil, like Bombardment.
Hold on. This is in our mirror, and I think Red Dream has a post-it note on his forehead. I don't know exactly what it says, but I think it says golds. Golds, please, is
Golds,
what it says.
Well, you gotta communicate some way. I mean, your frustration, we've seen, Red Raim with his, his fist pumps of joy. We've seen Red Raim with his exclamations of happiness and success, but we haven't seen him really communicate a little bit of his frustrations, as in this case, we see Red Raim is just gonna go ahead and not put the writing on the wall, put the writing on his forehead. Why not? I love it, man.
Praying to the RNG gods, asking for some love today in Gwent Open number 2. Golds, please. Both players do have their siege. I think Sith Great Wolf currently has a slightly better hand, but round 1 hand. Okay, this is an interesting line. Sith Great Wolf is going to take the duel immediately on that boosted student and just put the pressure on from red coin.
Yeah, and I think that's okay here in this case. I mean, Great Wolf wants to... It's a mirror match. You know exactly what that Banard student can be down the line, so why not just get that out of the picture right away? Why not, if there's no other efficient way to deal with that card, if it's just going to be left to its devices to come back and perhaps, kick Great Wolf right in the teeth later on, there's a good argument to be made of, I'm going to get rid of a card that can haunt me later and take major control, take a stranglehold of this round.
Yeah, exactly like you said. The student is very valuable in this matchup because Banard student is carryover for this deck, for both of these decks. The Patience sticks with you in the graveyard, and Shawnee can resurrect, and then you can give a leader charge to actually even zeal the Banard student. If it can get to like 4 or 5 damage, it can kill something like a Reinforced Ballista later on. And Red Dream using Boiling Oils here to clean up the other students. So neither player right now has a student on the board. Sith Great Wolf is going to put, I think, Natalis on top of his deck, maybe. That went pretty fast, but Natalis was the only gold there. He already has Amphibious Assault in his hand. Unfortunately for Red Dream can't say the same. Red Dream does not have Amphibious Assault in his hand, so Sith is maybe going to be able to continue putting on some extra pressure here. The Carrack City Guard coming down is just enough tempo because it will activate again, boost herself again at the end of Sif's next turn if he should choose to pass. So Sif is actually still ahead by 1 point here. What's really interesting about this mirror match is that with Siege, in a Siege mirror match, whoever goes first actually has a bit of an advantage in the deciding round. In like a round 3 situation, if both players still have Siege, the one who opens with Siege is able to set up its engines, its damaging engines like Reinforced Ballista first, activate its bombardment first, and clean up and wipe out your opponent's siege engines as they're just trying to develop them.
There's 2 ways to do that, right? Like the first way is you win round 1 and then you open up with Siege in round 2 to get that going. The other way is that if you happen to lose round 1, well, you know what? You're going to have to hold on to that Siege and you will have first go in round 3 should you survive round 2. So I like that, that thought process of, yeah, it's got to be that way. You have to kind of open up with Siege. In that mirror, you want to be on the play, as it were.
So Sif clicks this Envoy a second time, sees Natalis again, and Kukudak, they are golds technically, but Kukudak is kind of useless in this matchup. Natalis he already has on top, and then the other card was Reinforced Ballista, so maybe he even put the Reinforced Ballista on top just to have an activator for his siege.
All right, well, ahead by 7 points here. You can go ahead and perhaps just wheel that.
Yeah, Red Dream
amphibious
immediately
assault.
passes. I think it's a good pass by him because round 2 is now a little bit shorter, so it's going to be a little bit harder for Sif to actually get ahead, to push with Siege. The longer the round is, the better it is to push with Siege, I think. And with a shorter round 2, it might be Sif might not want to push, and which would give Red Dream then the first say in round 3.
I like that. Picking up the Banard student. It's going to get double tick of patience as well, so you have a Shawnee option. Now the other Banard student, how high did that one go up? Because you've got
Which one
that you just picked
for-
up. The first
So
one
for
that
Great Wolf,
Yes.
they're both at 2. In Great Wolf's Graveyard, he has 2 students both at 2 damage, and then Red Dream has a student at 1 damage only, but also a Carrack Marine potentially as an option for Shawnee.
All right, so here's what we're talking about. Yep,
Yep.
it's a first play. I mean, there's 2 ways to do it if you want to open up it. If you win round 1, the best way to proactively do it is to just go ahead and make this a shorter game, and Red Dream's going to immediately respond with his own.
Yeah, and here we go. Sif is trying to get the first day advantage here by pushing round 2 with Siege. Activates it with a Zeal Reinforced Ballista, deals some damage to that Reinforced Trebuchet, and now Red Dream has to be careful here. If Red Dream responds with this Siege engine of his own, but he is going to Zeal the Battering Ram, misses the Reinforced Ballista, but gets the other Battering Ram. That's not bad either. So takes out one of his Siege engines, but this bombardment is going to be devastating. Amphibious Assault to pull the second Siege engine, and here we go. What is this bombardment going to clean up, and how much of this board is it going to clean up?
Red Dream is just realizing just how devastating it is to go second in this mirror. As we see right now, this other Reinforced Ballista is going to hit the front row, get the
7 damage bomb. Oh, and it cleans up both engines. And just the Battering Ram left now. And look at this. Both
everything
Reinforced
survives.
Ballistas survive. Oh, yeah, all 3 engines survive for Sif. And Red Dream loses both his Reinforced Ballista and his Trebuchet. So, I mean, the score is kind of close. But the engine differential here is the big story.
Oh, absolutely. And looking at Great Wolf's hand right now, look what you're just staring down. 3 big cards. Gerhardt.
He could Gerhardt teleport the Reinforced Ballista, play it for Zeal again in the front row, and then ping that Ballista and get rid of the order on the Ballista as well. Oh no, he doesn't. He just...
Oh, I don't think there's any reason to. I mean, you're just kind of hanging on here.
But I mean, the teleport, you would get rid of the extra 2 points of damage, and you would get rid of a Siege engine for any follow-up bombardments, which Red Dream actually did have. I think I would have liked that a little bit more, I think, instead of the pack.
Yeah, I see that as well. Absolutely. Now there's only 2 Siege engines existing for Great Wolf. In his list, we've already seen the Amphibious Assault hit the board. In terms of other warfare cards, I think Boiling Oil still stands. There's no bombardments in his list. There's also 2 bombardments in his list that he can go ahead and pick up. But we're just going to go ahead and Boiling Oil for value here. Take the 5.
Everything
the
is
extra
dead. There's
shots
no
and
board.
poor
Down
Red Dream.
20 points. Needing 20 points to catch up right now. You know, I mean, Red Dream has good cards. He can do it. He probably will. I don't know. It's close. I think he probably can potentially survive this round. He's up 2 cards, but down 20 points. Like, you
Okay,
can do
so
20
let's say
points.
you can Shawnee here.
Oh my god, that is so risky.
It's risky, but it's a line I feel that you might have to take.
Why not Shawnee? Why not just play that later? Oh, maybe he wants to keep the Shawnee so that he can Varaxis the Shawnee? Now there's... Okay, I could see... Does he have enough to catch up here?
I think that might be what it is, because you can Shawnee into 1 Banard.
Or, yeah,
And
or
then
a
on the
Marine.
next turn, or a Marine. The next turn, you Varaxis the Shawnee. and then you use your inspired zeal for whatever else.
Okay,
coming through,
I
but
don't hate it. I don't hate that line with the floating the Marine anymore. I think this makes sense because if he plays Shawnee, he's gonna boost the Shawnee, and then the Shawnee's gonna die to the Anseus, give it a really good dueling target. And as he actually needs the Zeal here. He needs the Zeal charge here to get ahead. So 0 Zeal charges left for Red Dream, 1 Zeal charge left for Sif, but if Sif had used the final Zeal charge, he actually would have 2-0'd Red Dream. And Red Dream now, look at that. He is getting excited. Golds, please. There's the Natalis. I think that means he will have access to AA, but look at
that is
Sif's top
painful.
decks. Sif's top decks, Shawnee and Varaxis. Kudu deck is not what you want to see. Red Dream needs Gerhardt here. Red Dream needs Gerhardt. That's like the last good gold left in his deck. You could get Amphibious Assault, but if he gets Amphibious Assault, that means he's playing a Bombardment off of Natalis.
I mean, Shawnee on with Varaxis follow-up is real dangerous. I mean, the way that this is basically going to go forward is you're going to open with Radovid's Royal Guard. That's a big card for Red Dream.
It's not really. He had it already with the Natalis. Now, it's the same as drawing a Bombardment for Red Dream.
You are absolutely correct.
Now he has to play the Bombardment off of Natalis. He really wanted the Gerhardt, but okay. I mean, it's 3 golds versus 2 golds, but the Natalis isn't really a gold, so...
Does Rain have a reinforced ballista left?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so in which case bombardment becomes a 6-point card with the warfare, like the crew or the resupply and the extra. So it's not. I mean, I get it. There are definitely better cards that you want to pick up, but that's the best option there in this case.
Here's the other problem. The other problem is Anseus has no Zeal charge. So it's only going to be a 4 damage if you take the Zeal, or you can risk it and play it greedily on the range row for formation and get 5 damage or a 5 damage duel, but that's opening yourself up to getting hit by something like a Banard student with Zeal, for example, or even like a bombardment from Sif's side.
Would that have been perhaps a situation? Do you have to? I guess Red Dream is gonna.
Here's the risk. Here's the greed.
The problem is that you bring out a Banard student and give it Zeal,
but the Banard students, like we mentioned, Sif only has 2 damage Banard students in his graveyard. So
but
it's not.
Still, you're taking away that dueling range, right?
Mm-hmm. He's doing 4 damage instead of 5 then. Because if he's damaged anywhere below 4, Anseus still deals 4 damage. He no longer duels. So you're only taking away you're still taking away a good amount, because if you don't hit this Anseus, this is so tough. Because Sif doesn't know what's necessarily in Red Dream's hand. He has to decide, does he take a Marine here? Okay, he takes the Marine, and he's gonna buff the Marine. Not saving the Shawnee. So now Anseus can duel the Shawnee.
I think Red Ray may have just been given a little bit of a gift here, given the fact that he's just left that. Like, why would you?
Because if Sif boosts the Shawnee, then if Red Dream has a booster in his hand, like if he has a Gerhardt, for example, then he can boost the Anseus even more and still get even better duel value. So this is like a bit of a hedge by Sif to play around a follow-up boost. But here, Red Dream doesn't have a boost. Instead, he has Bombardment. He's not going to be able to kill either of these Varaxis targets. So Varaxis is going to be enough here, playing back. Oh, Red Dream is rage quitting. Look at that, slamming the door. Sif pulls it out in this nail biter of a mirror. Varaxis for the reset, and look at that emotion, Blake. Look at all that emotion.
Explosions and just full-on joy. No, the Ukrainians are known for their exasperated, full-on animation of joy through their faces. Apparently, we'll do it for them. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to at least sort of make sense of what's going on, as we saw an opposite outburst of emotion from Red Rame there, and poor guy in certain cases did not quite get the cards you need as, it looked to me like, I mean, Great Wolf there just living his life at 2 frames a second there, man. That guy is just ice cold.
And Red Rame, even in defeat, is entertaining the crowd. I'm sure he planned that. He's just an entertaining personality by far, for sure. And we hope to see Red Rame back again. But Sith is our victor here in the first quarterfinal of the day. He will be moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. And Paul Berja and Hester, I believe, standing by to interview Sith. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Sif Great Wolf. I'm also here with Hesser, who will be translating. Sif, what an incredible win. People were not betting, for you, but they were betting against you. What do you have to say to all the people who did not vote for you?
Чесно, не знаю, що сказати. Тому що я не дуже задоволений тим, як я надіюся, що завтра я дійсно зможу показати на те, що я здатен.
Well, I really don't know what to say actually, but hopefully I'm going to show a better performance tomorrow because I'm not really satisfied with what was happening today. We'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Okay, nice. Speaking of tomorrow, who would you like to go against?
Я хотів би зіграти проти Акели. Просто тому, що мені цікаво подивитися, як його лайнап в ділі.
Well, I would like to play against Akela because I would like to see, it's going to be interesting for me, how does his lineup work against mine, actually.
All right, awesome. Thank you both for the interview. That's it. Before I go away, one thing that I wanted to say, that no leak just yet. Hold on, folks. But something that I forgot to mention in the beginning, this is actually our 21st esports event, so 21st tournament, 14th Open. And this analysis has been brought to you by Mr. Repek, who informed me about this in the morning. Guess some people, when they go in the morning to the shower, have interesting things to think about. But enough about that. Let's go back to the casters.
All right, when it comes to interesting things to think about in the shower, Repek is always #1 on my mind. Interesting fact about Repek's record when it comes to predicting ties in tournaments is ridiculous. It is unheard of. He has been, I think he's made a total of maybe 8 or 9 predictions in terms of how many ties there are going to be in a tournament. And I think he's been right on the nose in how many ties there are, about 7 of those times. And Repek has predicted 2 ties in this tournament. So hashtag Repek counter. And we'll see how that, or Repek watch, and we'll see what happens. But also hashtag GWENT Open. So we want to talk about what's going on. But we'll walk us through the bracket here. We just begun, Shinmiri, but it seems like it's been, fireworks already.
Yeah, indeed. A nail biter series to start us off. Went to the distance to Game 5. Sith advancing into the semifinals, and he will be facing off against the winner of Akela and Cams coming up next. But first, we're going to review the prize pool, see how all the money falls with the 3-2 victory for Sif. We've got $955 at stake here for each of the quarterfinals, and Sif is up to a $1,530 and more coming up tomorrow should he win more games. Red Dream walks home with $1,340, not too shabby himself.
Yeah, it's not a bad consolation prize. I mean, you could use a lot of that money to repair the door that you ripped off the hinges just not 2 seconds ago. But yeah, man, $1,500, that's a lot of punch key, baby. That's a lot of dough, and it's only getting started, my friends. Again, we're so happy to have you here at GWENT Open number 2. And Shinmiri, as always, it's great to be casting with you. We got more action around the corner, and 2 new casters. Well, 1 new caster and 1 familiar face are waiting in the wings with Jaggeris and Spessy. But before that, we've got some players that we got to meet, Akela and Cams. Let's go see what they have to say ahead of our next quarterfinals match.
Hello there, Akela. Welcome to the official GWENT Open tournament. We've seen you on the ladder before, obviously, but this is your first time participating in the tournament, going through the qualifiers. And could you tell us a bit more about yourself and what do you, besides GWENT, for example, what team do you play for?
Hi, my name is Oleg. I'm 26 years old, and at this tournament, I'm representing Team Gwendetta. Besides Gwent, I'm currently studying and programming. That's it.
All right, awesome. And the next question would be about your strategy for this tournament. What is your strategy and how do you assess your chances of winning with the lineup that you have?
My strategy is in fact as simple as it could be. I'll try to counter Northern Realms and Nilfgaard meta decks. But for this strategy to work, other players must bring those decks to the tournament. Speaking of my chances of winning the tournament, I actually have been thinking about that. I believe that reaching the semifinals would be a great result for me, at least for my first time here.
Well, yeah, for the first time, semifinal is definitely going to be a nice achievement. But we'll see, maybe you're going to win the whole thing. Alright, and last but not least, shoutout time. Would you like to thank anyone for helping you with preparation to this tournament?
I would like to thank my whole team and separately mention Nikita, who's also participating in this tournament, as well as give a shout out to Magpie, Sinchin Lion, Ryazanov, and Syndicat.
Alright, it's awesome. It's always great to see teammates supporting each other during the tournament. Well, unfortunately, you have one of your teammates participating as well, right? But, well, hopefully you're not going to play against each other. Let's see. Okay, thanks a lot for this short interview, Akela, and good luck in your matches.
Alright guys, I am here with Kams, once again making it to the big stage. Good to see you again, my friend. I have a couple of questions for you. I will start with the first one. So, let's start off with a very, very simple question. Why is Casting Contest your favorite card? Tell us.
Hej, dzięki, ciebie też miło widzieć.
Hey, it's good to see you too. First of all, I really like bronze cards, which can be as strong as some of the golds, and this card is a great example of that, because it has 5 provision and resets in order ability, which works well with Banner's student, if I remember the name correctly.
Robi 5 punktów, plus dodatkowo odnawia umiejętność rozkazu, co między innymi na
The card has 4 provision and does damage on order, so with 2 casting contests in deck, you can deal 5 to 6 damage, which makes it very powerful.
Za 5 prowizji, których możemy dać 2 do talii i która może być removalem nawet za 6-7 punktów, co jest potężne.
Nice. That's a very good and solid answer, I have to say. Okay, question number 2. Why should you win this tournament?
Dlaczego powinienem? Nie wiem, ale chciałbym.
I don't know why I should win, but I know that I want to win, and I also feel that I'm very well prepared for it. I've already been to a lot of GWENT tournaments, and either I had bad luck or I wasn't fully prepared, so I hope that this time my experience and preparation will result in a great result. Okay, and last question, who would you like to thank? I would like to thank everyone at TLG, especially Payable, Kuner, and Gravish.
Payabolowi, Kunerowi i Graviszowi.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you, Kams.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to GWENT Open number 2, semi-final number 2. My name is Jagras, and I'm joined by GWENT's number 1 top geezer, Specimen. How you doing, Speci? He's doing so well, he's absolutely speechless.
What a start.
Speechless.
Fantastic start there. What a great start. Hi guys, Speci here with Jag, lovely to see you. Had such a great series there with Red Rain versus Civ. It was a real nail biter and hoping for more of the same, Jagras, that's for sure.
Yep, we do have some exciting games coming up. But before we jump into that, just a quick reminder for you guys at home, if you're watching on Twitch, make sure you've linked your GOG account with your Twitch account, because we do have drops you earn. You need to claim them to unlock the next one, but every 2 hours there's various drops you can get. Meteorite powder, there's the Germain icon, and it builds up until you get some ultimate kegs. And who doesn't love kegs? The answer is nobody.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Jag mentioned, make sure you are claiming those rewards where you see Twitch chat. Just above, there's normally a drop-down menu where you can claim those rewards. So it's a little bit different to how it's worked in previous years, where it will do it automatically. I know I almost lost out on the Masters card back for that. So make sure you are claiming those rewards as you go.
Yeah, don't be like Specimen. But we do have the quarterfinal number 2. It will be Akela from Team Gwendetta versus Cams from Team Leviathan Gaming coming up. And let's have a little look what you guys think at home. If you're getting involved on Twitter, you can vote for your favorite player. So we'll have to wait and find out what it is you guys think.
My prediction, Cam's likely to be the favorite with the community, just because he's been in so many Gwent tournaments before Jaggerus. Akela, this is his first appearance, but he's currently sat at rank 6 on the ladder. He's no stranger to playing against some of the top players, so I feel like Cam's might edge it on the poll, but certainly shouldn't be writing Akela off. He's a top player.
Yeah, more often than not, you'll see newcomers do worse in the polls just because people are familiar with certain names, like Cams, for example. He is a well-known name. Red Dream as well, we saw, I think, do better in the poll, and we just seen him get knocked out by Sif. So don't, write off the underdog. And bear in mind, when players do vote on these Twitter polls, they don't know the deck list. So you're making a prediction with zero information. And we can see here that as Speci predicted Cams with 79% preference, and he will be the red player in this tournament, versus Akela, he got 21% of the vote, which I think is decent still, and he will be the blue player.
Yeah, Cam's a real veteran of these tournaments. He's already appeared at the first Open this season. Of course, he was at Gwent World Masters in December most recently as well. And in Gwent Open number 1, he did get knocked out in the first round, but it was against the infamous Tobliat. He lost 3-2 in the first round against Tobliat at Open number 1, who of course went on to win the whole thing. So Cam's certainly going to be looking to improve on that score. And we just heard Akela in his interview. He's looking to get to the semi-finals in his first Gwent Open.
Yeah, I think really humble from Akela to say that. He's not necessarily thinking I can win it all, which by any stretch he could. It's anyone's game. But just thinking, this is my first performance. I want to at least, win my first game and then see where I end up. So a very humble player in and of himself, which you got to respect. But let's have a look, in the deck list, speaking of humble players, and see what it is Akela has opted to bring to this tournament. And no one will be surprised to see Syndicate and Nilfgaard, as they are kind of widely regarded as strong decks. Then once again, we have a Reckless Flurry list, and then a Inspired Zeal Commandos list.
Yeah, absolutely. Akela, very well known in the community for being a player that likes to bring his own spicy decks. And this tournament is no different. We're going to start off with the Jackpot deck, which is more of a standard list, one that you would expect to see, of course, arguably the most powerful deck in the game. Lots of people expecting this to get banned throughout the tournament today. And Akela here, his build, slightly different to the one we're going to see from Cams, and he's gone a mid-rangey approach with the Valheim Brothers, the Poison package with the Salamandra Hideout. Very similar to what we saw in the Pirates Cove decks from last season. On paper, this is just probably the deck with the most points in the game.
And that's up for contention, though. Blenheim Brothers versus Passiflora. Speaking to some competitive pro ladder players, there's a little bit of contention about which one does better for the mirror. Whether the Blenheim Brothers are better with their kind of poison synergy, or whether Passiflora is the way to go. But in Akela's video, he did say he's kind of looking to target Nilfgaard and Northern Realm. So he's obviously chosen these cards as his preferred cards against those factions.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait to get onto this Nilfgaard deck, Jaggerus. Many people, when you see Imprisonment, you might just brush past it, but take a second look, because there is a very different looking Nilfgaard deck to what you might expect. No Masquerade Ball, it's a non-devotion Nilfgaard deck. And why on earth would anybody play not play Masquerade Ball, you might be asking? Well, Jaggerus, any thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lassie there at 10 provisions, 3 strength, and that is Angelem. Angelem. I'm probably going to say this wrong, so we'll just pick one. And Angelem, what she does is she spawns and plays a random artifact from your opponent's deck. So this is like a cheap way of playing Masquerade Ball if you're against Nilfgaard, for example. If they're running Masquerade Ball, you just play this, you spawn one and play it, and you get the benefit. If you're against Syndicate, they're running Passiflora, same thing. If you're against Northern Realms, they're running Siege, same thing. So it's a very flexible card in a scenario mirror.
Absolutely, and the reason you play it in Nilfgaard in particular is because Nilfgaard has access to playing your opponent's cards. Things like Informants, you can see 2 remedies in the deck as well. They're going to be able to trigger the chapters on scenarios, and certainly as we look at Cam's list, we will be able to see that this Angelem should be quite successful throughout this matchup.
Yep, and there's also viable targets for it in other decks. I mean, we'll not talk about Portal because that's a bit of a risk, but things like the Svalbard Totem, not a bad pull. Often your opponents are running locations, but that can dilute your possibilities, right? If you go into a matchup where they're running the Nilfgaard location plus the scenario, then it's a 50-50, and one of those cards is definitely better than the others. Moving on, though, through to Skellige, we see Reckless Flurry once again. And I want to make a formal apology and a public apology to Specimen. Now, if you've watched us cast top 64, top 16, he mentions Portal fish flappers any opportunity he gets, and I have scorned him, I have judged him, I have mocked him for the competitive viability of Portal into Bear Witcher Adept. But what do we see here, Specimen?
Yeah, it's the time for the Bear Witcher Adepts. With the Megascope being printed, you use this in combination with the Greatsword. It just gives you another 4 provision card that's not a unit, which doesn't interfere with your Portal Fish Flappers. These Fish Flappers are fantastic because they're thinning your deck. It's 14 points, but also if they get damaged, they're going to heal themselves up. If they're at 7 strength, they're going to gain armor. So they're very, very difficult to actually inflict damage upon. And with the Cataclysm from Madoc, you might aim to put a Greatsword down, click the Madoc. These Greatswords are then going to come in at 7 strength, meaning that they should be quite safe to Megascope. So certainly seems to be the preferred build for Reckless Flurry. A couple of weeks ago, even, we were seeing people lean towards the Discard package. You can't play both the Discard package and Portal because, of course, Skirmishes are not something you're going to pull off Portal. So you have to pick one or the other, and it seems as though, I think mainly due to the Megascope and also this buff to Avalak Sage, which can tutor Portal, it is finally the time for Portal Fish Flappers. I've been waiting for this moment, Jagras. I revealed the Fish Flapper, the Bear Witch Adept, back in December, and it's finally time. It's great to see it on the big stage.
I can't believe Fish Flappers has stuck as a term in competitive Gwent. Like, imagine being described as a flapper. I mean, that is not a compliment by any stretch of the imagination, but there we go. Moving on, though, we can also see that Akela, he is going commando, and he is going all in, full commando with this list. No siege, so no kind of backup plan that we've seen other players bring to tournaments. He's going all in on spawning multiple commandos, cycling them back into his list with Pavetta, pulling them out in round 3.
Yeah, it's a non-devotion take. So we've seen Life Coach, for example, have a lot of success with an Inspired Zeal deck that uses commandos as well as siege, and it plays devotion cards like the Marines. However, Akela taking a different route and is, as you say, just going completely all in on these commandos. He's going to be looking to develop a ton of carryover with Foltest, as well as the Megascopes also included to make more copies of the commandos. Foltest, if left unanswered, Jagras, can just completely win you the game on the spot. So Cams is going to make sure he has an answer to Foltest at all times.
And this is where round 1 kind of matters a lot, because sometimes what you'll see a player do with this kind of strategy is opt to go down a few cards in round 1. If you have Foltest on the board, it's spawning you extra points every turn that it exists at the bottom of your deck, so you can afford to go down some cards to get that extra carryover. And so round 1 really vital, because if Akela can secure round 1, it means that he can't get bled and he can play this powerhouse of a strategy in round 3. Moving on, though, let's have a little look at what Cam's decided to bring, and I feel like no one is going to be surprised by these factions, as we see once again Syndicate, Nilfgaard, Skellige, and Northern Realms.
Yeah, absolutely. Cam's very well known for being a player that likes to bring what he sees as the best decks. Akela, we've seen him maybe taking a more off-meta approach. However, instantly, though, I do notice that there are artifacts in every single one of Cam's deck. He's playing Passiflora in Jackpot. Does that maybe open up an opportunity for Akela to do the unthinkable and not ban Jackpot? We will have to wait and see. Passiflora, though, Jagras, we touched on it. You get to use cards like Kalkstein, which can be very good against Masquerade Ball decks with an abundance of Purifies. And it can be a great card, but often in the mirror, if that ever happens, losing round 1 can be a real problem because your Passiflora gets bled out. And it's certainly an interesting approach for Cams to take the Passiflora over the brothers.
Yeah, you've got to make a choice there. Do you go bros or do you go ladies in your syndicate deck building? It's up to you. And you can see Cams, he prefers the Passiflora. We'll have to see if that does pay off, especially against the Angoulême Nilfgaard threat. Then we have a much, much more standard looking imprisonment list. This is the list we kind of expected with the Masquerade Ball, with the Usurper. I guess Cam's going for the Cantarella and the Gothug Vade build, so being able to recycle potentially Joachim. But what that Gothug Vade does is it does potentially block the Angoulême.
Absolutely. We've seen Akela's interview. He said he's targeting both Northern Realms and Nilfgaard. And this Nilfgaard deck with Angoulême is really trying to capitalize in the Nilfgaard mirror. However, it's going to be a complete 50-50, a coin flip over what Angoulême hits. Is it going to hit Masquerade Ball or is it going to hit the Gothug Evade? And that is going to make a massive difference to the outcome of the match. So I'm really hoping to see that Nilfgaard mirror come into action in this series.
Yep, the Cantarella, it can also sometimes just be a risk card because you play the top card in your opponent's deck. Typically, you would use the location to manipulate what that card is. But imagine if Cam's, he plays the Cantarella and he hits Pavetta against the Inspired Zeal list. That's going to be disastrous in that matchup. So there are occasions where players, if they feel they can't win using the main strategy, can opt to try and high roll a little bit with these cards. Then once again, we have a Reckless Flurry list. The Maddock, the Bombs, the Portal, the Fish Flappers. I can't say that with a serious face. How do you feel about this version?
Yeah, I think what you'll find from the Reckless Flurry decks, very similar to Akela's, it's really just this 5 provision slot that people are playing around with, and it's the Moondust, the Northern Wind. Some players might play 2 Northern Winds, 2 Moondusts. Some players might just pick one of the bombs and play a Bear Witcher Quartermaster, which gives you a little bit of proactivity. Certainly on ladder, normally it's 1 bomb and then a Quartermaster. But in a tournament setting, you can choose which coin you're going to go on, and therefore going for a second bomb, in this case a Northern Wind, could be incredibly impressive and valuable in a mirror matchup. Imagine you're playing against an opponent who doesn't have a Northern Wind, and you Northern Wind your opponent's Maddock, and they have to Heatwave your Maddock. That is a massive trade up on provisions, and it's going to give you a big advantage in mirror matchups. Small edges win the game. So Northern Wind on Maddock in the mirror matchup, if that ever happens, is going to be crucial.
Interestingly, though, Cam's opting for that 1 Moondust as well as the 1 Northern Wind. I think having seen the decks, you would make an argument that probably going for 2 Northern Winds would be better because you're more consistently going to be able to remove that Maddock. However, sometimes having split provision cards that do similar things like this, it counters cards like Triss Telekinesis, for example, where you're diluting the pool of available bronze special cards, and they both do similar amounts of damage, so it depends on how much you care about their additional bomb effect. That's just one of those things worth considering.
Having that Moondust as well just gives you the offensive Purify if there's any surprise Keltullus players. Also, it is possible to play a Defender in Foltest decks, and you really don't want to be sinking a Heatwave into a Defender. So to have an offensive Purify bomb, I think makes a lot of sense for this deck. Finally, Cam's last list, Inspired Zeal. It's not Commandos at all though, Jaguars. We've seen an all-in Commandos, no Siege, and this one is Siege, no Commandos. This deck was popularized last weekend by Wang ID, who was very successful with a similar looking list in the top 64 qualifiers. He already booked his place at Gwent Open number 3, and Cams has seen this deck that Wang ID played and is clearly very impressed because he has got this Inspired Zeal Siege deck with the dual cards. It's just got that little bit more control. However, it's very high rolly. There's no way of tutoring cards like Siege, and you're just going to have to hope that you draw those cards at the right time.
Yeah, Cams, he is not going commando. He has put on his try-hard pants with this deck, and this is what he thinks is the strategy for Northern Realms. And we have seen, in previous matchups, players playing similar sorts of strategies with Inspired Zeal, with Varaxis, with Gerhardt, with Shani, and it is a powerful list. But we also saw in the mirror how draw dependent that is. If you're going up with this list versus a very similar list, partly you want to win round 1 so you can potentially go into round 2 and just 2-0 because you can set up your engines first. But partly you also just need to draw your cards, and you need to have the synergies at the right time. You want to have Varaxis along with Shani, for example, because then you can double resurrect, and that can be incredibly powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw as well the Banard student, Merlin, as I like to call him. take note, because in the Nilfgaard deck for Akela, there are a couple of novices which can steal those Bannard students from the graveyard of Cams. That could be quite a scary situation for Cams to find himself in this matchup, if it happens.
So let's find out. Have the players opted to ban Syndicate? What do you reckon, Spessy?
You would imagine so, but maybe not. Like, you would predict it. Let's have a gander.
Let's wait and see. And oh, look, nobody is surprised as Syndicate is off the table once again. Novigrad is closed. It's under lockdown. Unfortunately, we're not allowing people in or out of the city. And that goes for Gwent Open 2 as well. And yeah, no one's surprised, really.
No surprise. So I was wondering if there was any argument for Akela to consider banning Jackpot, not banning Jackpot. I imagine it would have crossed his mind, but realistically, it would have been banning Reckless Flurry. Reckless Flurry, most people would consider the 4th best deck in the game, with those other 3 factions sort of being the top faction. So I think just banning the best faction is definitely the most logical. So no surprises. I was hoping, Jag, that we might get surprised, but yeah, no surprises at all to see Jackpot being banned by both players.
It's okay. There's still more games today. Someone will not let us down, or maybe they'll all let us down. We'll be like disappointed parents. But with Akela on blue coin and Cams on red coin, the players now need to decide how they want to sequence these decks going into the match. And I think with the decks that players have brought, there's a lot of red coin potential decks. Decks like Skellige, where you have reactive cards, it likes a red coin. Decks like Nilfgaard, where again, it's quite a reactive deck, likes a red coin. So Cams, he's going to be feeling pretty happy going into this set on red, because it gives him the flexibility with those lists, especially with Syndicate banned. It means he can play his NR on blue. And speaking of NR on blue, there we see Akela with Commandos on blue versus Cams on red with Skellige.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. The Curse Scroll for Akela, this is just a way of tutoring any card you need. Often it's going to be Foltest. Of course, we've got that in Neuromancy. Remember, it's an all-in Commandos deck. Now, Cams does already have the answer to Foltest as well. There's no defender for Akela, so the Moondust isn't needed, but it's always nice to have just in case there was a defender. But the Heat Wave is going to be able to answer this Foltest and shut it down. And this Commandos deck, quite a slow deck, Jag, so if it loses round 1, can have a tough time.
It is quite a slow deck, but what is missing from Cams's hands? I'll give you 5 points if you can tell me, Specimen.
I do not see a portal.
I do not see an Avalak. So,
No.
yeah, that's quite powerful in round 1, especially when you're talking about Akela having slower tempo with the strategy. Cams, it's nice to have that ability to thin the deck, to improve your draws, to flap the fish and get a little bit of tempo. And Akela opening with a Roche and a click, but then that's a vulnerable commando, so you have to go 2 clicks. That's expensive.
Yeah, double leader charge. What this is doing is it's putting double commando out on the board. So if one commando is removed by, for example, a Northern Wind, which is going to find more value here, banishing a commando, there's still going to be one stuck on the board. Also, it stops Cam slamming his leader charges to guarantee a kill on the second commando, and meaning that Akela can continue to copy commandos while also still getting points from them. And here comes Foltest, the main man.
Yep, Maddock is a bro, though, going to the correct row. And we see Foltest. This we like, but Cams, he does not like. And Foltest quickly banished to the Shadow Realm. And yeah, I think Akela, unsurprised to see that. You know, he took a risk in round 1. You play it, you hope that it survives. It doesn't survive, but, you know, you've copied a commando at that point.
Yeah, the Maddox spawning in the right row is always nice for Cams. Of course, if he clicks this Maddox and then plays another bomb, he's going to get that Cataclysm value. But now 2 more commandos out on the board again for Akela. Akela almost forking Cams there by saying, you want to heat wave my Foltest, so I'm not really worried about you killing my commando. I'm not going to click just yet. And what that means is he's now able to click the commando and again have 2 commandos down on the board, which just makes it very difficult for Cams to answer. And Akela wants to copy these commandos in round 1. He wants to carry over, but he doesn't want to sacrifice tempo and not be able to spawn the commando from his deck as well, or summon it from his deck.
And we talked about this deck being slow, but not when you open with a Roche into a commando, into double commando thinning. That gives you some tempo to, you know, be able to play a little bit slower with some of these cards. And Cams, all he really has at this point in time is bombs. You know, at the moment he's just throwing out bombs, playing Maddox, replaying Maddox, and that point gap is not insignificant.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see exactly why Akela's chosen the Curse Scrolls as his stratagem in this one. He doesn't need the point, so being able to tutor the Amphibious Assault means he might just be able to use his Aneromancy for something a little bit different later on, and keeps the Squirrel in hand as well, which is going to be able to potentially banish the Maddock in future rounds as well.
Yeah, Maddock's gonna get it, I think. So get as much Maddock value in round 1 as you can, Cams. And he knows that, like, he's aware of that. His problem at the moment is at some point he wants to play Maxi to kind of work out what's coming up, right? That's there to help you see what's happening with your portal. Are you going to find your portal? Are you going to find your fish flappers? Are you going to find your core cards? And you want to play that, but it's such a slow card. 6 provisions is quite slow in Gwent, so finding a time to play that in round 1 whilst also cycling your Maddock is just impossible.
And here is the first Megascope we see from Akela. Not the typical Megascopes. Obviously, we see Megascopes in SK a lot on things like Greatsword, Bear Witches. This is just going to be 4 tempo for 4 provisions, but access to another commando is just meaning that Akela's short round 3 is going to be so dangerous. He could arguably win a short round 3 even down a couple of cards if the round is short enough. With all the carryover, of course, Pavetta is going to be putting these commandos back into his deck, and he's going to be able to replay them at a later point.
And that can be absolutely devastating. So Cams, he really needs to win this round, but with the hand that he currently has, it's going to be hard. And I don't even know how many commandos Akela has at this point. You know, we've got the 3 on the board. I feel like 1 has died. There's 3 sets of blue stripes, and he's happy just leaving them in the deck at this point. Like, he doesn't feel the need to click.
Yeah, he's also going to spawn this other commando from the Megascope when he ends his turn, but does decide to click. I suppose he was maybe worried about some leader charges as well as the Cataclysm from Maddock cleaning up this commando in the back row. A bomb could have killed the one in the front, and he doesn't want to sacrifice the tempo. He really wants to win the round. 28 points to the good. However, on Cam's side, already the commitment of Totem, of course, but passes before even clicking his Totem. Akela's got to be happy with this round 1, Jagras.
Yeah, there's nothing he can really do in this round 1, just with the hand that he had. And I think that partly is just losing out on the portal, losing out on the Avalak, those kind of strategies just made this so difficult. And there's another fish flapper in hand. Difficult for Cams. But maybe if you save the click, you know, it's a resilient card, so you can click again in the future round. I'm not sure exactly what scenario clicking would be good to damage your own units, but occasionally there's situations where holding on to that totem charge can be beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. And still no sign of the portal for Cams. He has the Avalak Sage way of tutoring it. Of course, he could have played Maxi in round 1, but often Maxi round 2 is a little bit better because you can just guarantee, try and draw some of your gold cards that are near the top of your deck. And just Akela, in fact, surprising to me, I haven't seen him play this deck, takes the pass. I was more expecting him to do some sort of bleed and then just have Pavetta commandos for round 3, but fancies his chances in the long round. I'm quite surprised, I must admit, but excited to see how this long round 3 plays out.
Did you just draw Avalak, Portal, and Fish Flapper in round 3? There's the ultimate, like, salt in the wounds there. One thing to note with Akela not playing into round 2, it gives Cams a chance to potentially, well, I guess you need a target. I was going to say summon Maddock before it gets eaten by a squirrel, but you kind of need something to target with those bombs, so perhaps not the bomb.com strategy.
A big problem as well, Jag, of not finding that portal in round 1 is, of course, it's a lot of tempo, but it's also going to thin your deck from 4 provision cards and increase the odds on you drawing all your golds. But if I just tell you what's left in Cam's deck, he has a Junod left in his deck. He has a Kadooch as well. So 2 pretty big gold cards. He can tutor the Junod from Quen, but ideally he's going to be using the Quen onto the Bear Witcher that is left in the deck when the Quen hits its adrenaline, as it's going to give the Bear Witcher a shield, and the Bear Witcher is unable to damage itself because of the shield. And that means that Cams is missing out on a couple of cards, and that is the difference between finding Portal round 1 and not finding it until round 3.
Yeah, and it's a shame because you see this kind of thing happen a lot with the discard package where it doesn't draw in the right order, for example, or they get stuck with cards in the bottom. And part of the reason people run this Portal Fish Flapper strategy is because it's seen as a little bit more consistent. You have the Avalak to find the Portal, you have the Portal to find the Fish Flappers. You know, you don't need every single part in your hand, they can remain in your deck. But if you don't find the Avalak or the Portal until this late, again, it can be disastrous. And Squirrel, I'd imagine, has been munching on Maddock, and Maddock is no more.
Yeah, it's great to see the inclusion of the squirrel. I know, Jag, it's something that you mentioned to me in these non-devotion decks. Playing the squirrel just makes a lot of sense. Of course, on ladder, you can deal with the Flying Redanian. In the tournament setting, you're going to ban that, but Amphibious Assault and Neuromancy, also the popularity of the Reckless Flurries, meaning that Squirrel on Madoc is also a very, very powerful tool, certainly for 4 provisions anyway, and it's, of course, a nice benefit of not playing a devotion deck.
Yep. And we saw Cams there using a leader charge to try and protect his greatsword a little bit. It's a really nice mega scope target, so that was the strategy there. But there is a backup plan with the fish flappers, with the Bear Witch adept. So it's not the ideal target. It's nice to have those greatswords because you're dealing damage, because you can heal them up, and it's just slightly more value. But there was a consolation prize in the fish flappers.
Yeah, and you can Megascope Greatswords for 10 points, but if you want to be a real legend, you're going to Megascope the Fish Flapper. Just to boast, of course, Cam's in this situation, forced into this line, but the Megascope, nice backup target. And there's so many Fish Flappers, I don't quite know what to do with myself, Jaggerus. I think I need to, I'm glad I'm sit down because I'm getting a little bit lightheaded.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. You're that excited by Flappy Fish. Maybe you should see a professional. And Akela is just playing so reactive. There's nothing on the board for Cams to actually interact with. He's playing a Gerd here onto a row with 1 unit. 1 unit, and he's been forced into that position because Akela had so many bombs and so much removal in this deck that he's kind of just, and he can continue to zap, right? He's got 2 zaps in hand as well. So he can continue to just play nothing. And then at the end, play like 8 million commandos. And what does Cams even do in that situation?
And I think it's starting to make sense why Akela felt confident in this long round 3. He's built his deck, Jaggerus, in a very non-interactive way. Double Thunder, he's got Heat Wave, Curse of Corruption. And this Skellige deck is just all out point Sam control. Lots of cards that are dealing damage. Avalak tutoring, the Totem, the Kadooch there, of course, as well. So just the Janod missed for Cams. But yeah, Akela's deck building showing exactly why he's... It looks a bit dodgy when you look at it first, but you can see the thinking behind it with all these damage cards not putting points on the board, and Quartermaster taken for Cams off the Kadooch.
Yeah, and it's 34 points to 1. But card up on Akela's side. And when we say card up, there's about 80 cards in the deck that are about to come jumping out. Well, I think they're in the graveyard at the moment, but they will be in the deck, is the point. And Cams is just... He's starting to get the point where, like, Kalmar, it wants a target. You've got a bomb, you want a target. If you're going to go for the Geralt into the Bear Witcher, you want a target. And there are just no targets.
Yeah, Akela's options off an Neuromancy, he has 2 key options. There is an Erland, which he could try and play at the Adrenaline and make it immune and uninteractive. Or alternatively, there's also a Curse of Corruption, and that just might prove to be the best option because looking at Cam's hand, it's a hand full of reactive cards, damaging cards, so the value of uninteractivity off of a Curse of Corruption could be an option here. Alternatively, Akela could still take the Pavetta and just accept that he wants to take the Erland from his Neuromancy. And there we do see the Pavetta as the option chosen by Akela, which does mean the cards like the Moondust, the Hjalmar, the Bear Witcher are going to find some value from Cam's.
That was so many commandos. Like, I feel like that's more than a row's worth of commandos. And here's the thing, if you have more than a row's worth of commandos, then you can just, if you can get 1 on each row, then you can spit in all of them. That's insane.
There's 7 commandos. I've looked at the deck, Jag. 7 in there. So not quite a full row, but not far off at all. That's for sure. Of course, can tutor those with Amphibious Assault or the Aneromancy. Erland, though, can only be tutored off of the Anero, so you would certainly expect the commandos to be played from the Amphibious Assault here.
And you can really see the potential of this all-in strategy. Akela could afford to use those 2 leader charges in round 1 on the Roche, 1 on the Roche, 1 on the Commando to get that train going. And he only has the 1 remaining, but that's all he needs to thin Commandos 1 more time. And the word Commando has lost all meaning to me at this point.
And it looks disastrous for Akela if you just didn't know what was left in his deck. It is 36 points. He's 36 points behind. It's a lot of points, Jag, but here comes the Erland, I would certainly imagine, using the Adrenaline condition to maximum effect, yet more uninteractivity. However, there's a problem, Jag, because Cams' leader charges do not care 1 bit about this immunity that Erland has, and there they come, cleaning up the Erland just like that, meaning that Akela, despite having an immune card, is not going to be able to click for the extra points.
No, but it has put points into his deck, right? The Erland boosting cards in his deck. So what is likely to come out of the deck? You know, you got to think about it a little bit like that. And once again, we're seeing a Bear Witcher play for sub-optimal value, as there is no targets on Akela's side of the board. We've seen a Bear Witcher hit a 1. We just saw a Bear Witcher hit a nothing. It's not good.
But what is going to win, Jag? Is it going to be an army of Skellige Witchers, or is it going to be 7 commandos from Amphibious Assault with a leader? Because Akela has no points. Cams has 51 points. Surely the commandos will not be enough. Let's find out.
I mean, they're all boosted, right? 7 times 5 doesn't seem like enough points. He should have bled. He should have bled. Akela making the wrong decision going into this long round, even denying Cam some points. I thought it was all over. You know the potential of a big stack of commandos, but when your opponent gets to play that many cards in round 3, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see no bleed from Akela. The round 1 went so well for him. Everything went to plan. He developed the commandos, and then if he did some sort of bleed in round 2, a short round 3, okay, he's going to lose a card. He's going to go into round 3 down a card, but you can see the value of just 1 point of 1 card is playing for 45 points or so. So being down a card probably wouldn't have mattered, and I do feel as though Akela maybe just took the wrong line. I was very surprised to see the pass, and it did seem like it wasn't the right decision. However, Cams takes it 1-0 up in the series. Portal Fish Flappers undefeated so far in our cast, so that's good.
Better late than never. You know why it was undefeated? Because he had 4 of the bloody things. They're multiplying like commandos. I mean, if they have 7 commandos, but you have 4 fish flappers, I mean, who's really winning here? And, you know, we were talking about the portal being bad. Well, not bad, but you kind of want it in round 1 so that you can push tempo. But actually, coming up in round 3 like that, it allowed Cams to put a lot of points on the board in that longer round and gave him decent value. I think he was lucky not to brick it, right? You know, that's the risk when it stays in the deck that long, that you have the risk of bricking the fish flappers. And yeah, well played by Cams.
Yeah, it was a really interesting first game. Certainly more Akela decks to see. I was really impressed with his Commandos deck, though. It didn't quite go to plan, but you can certainly see the logic and the thinking behind his deck. I have to respect anyone that brings exciting decks. We saw Red Drain with Scoia'tael as well, which I wasn't expecting to see this weekend. So really great to see some interesting decks, and I'm certainly looking forward still to seeing this Angoulême deck. And now for Cams, he's won with his Skellige deck, but let's remember, Akela's interview, he said he was targeting Northern Realms and Nilfgaard, and those are the 2 decks remaining for Cam. So he's going to be very relieved, I think, to have secured victory at the first time of asking with his Skellige deck. The more chances winning with this SK deck means he has more opportunities to win with his Nilfgaard deck and also the Northern Realms deck. So it's certainly a big deal. And again, let's not forget the Nilfgaard soft target from Akela. He's playing the Angoulême to try and play Masquerade Ball on the cheap, but Cams is playing the location, so it could completely backfire and it might not work.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. I just inhaled some dust there. I was just like having a wee coughing fit. So this is the question: what does Cams queue? Akela on red coin now. Cams on blue. Cams likely to play Northern Realms. What does Akela think his best deck is in that situation?
Yeah, so if he's expecting the Northern Realms, remember it's this siege orientated with the jewels. So it's a very control heavy take on Northern Realms. Not quite as, like, it's not playing commandos or anything like that. It's a really good question. Honestly, I would be tempted if I was Akela to try the Inspired Zeal deck. Try the Mirror, and then just hope that your commandos are going to win you a short round if you can win that round 1. But again, these Akela decks are just not something that I've got much experience seeing on the ladder. Cams, I'm sure the players would have got the deck lists yesterday, so they would have been able to scrim against a friend, a teammate maybe, that's using their opponent's deck list. So I'm sure these guys have practiced the matchups to a high level and will be feeling confident. And as you say, definitely seems likely for Cams to bring Inspired Zeal, but the decision really is for Akela. What will he decide to do?
It's a tough one, because if Akela goes for NR on red, he has lots of reactive options. Like, we've seen that deck. There's so many, you know, there's zaps, there's bombs. It's very reactive in terms of the way that it's built. But if you do that, it limits. You've only got 2 red coins, right? If you're the blue player, so then it means he's going to have to play either Nilfgaard, although it's a very differently built Nilfgaard on blue, or Skellige on blue. And typically those are also decks that like red, so it's a little bit of a awkward situation if you go off piece. And that's assuming that Cams kind of follows the playbook, right? He goes for the decks on the coins that we expect. So far, we've seen both players do that. You know, we've seen Cams with his SK on red. We've seen Akela with his NR on blue. But are they going to continue that way through the tournament? Who knows?
Yeah, and Reckless Flurry as well. Definitely, if you draw that portal in round 1, can be a deck that can really threaten to win on even in round 1. We saw, of course, Cams wasn't able to win on even. He didn't draw the portal, but Commando's definitely a deck that puts out a lot of points in that round 1, hence the Cursed Scroll. So one of the players just keeping us waiting here, trying to decide which deck to kill. I would imagine it's probably Akela. When looking at Akela's lineup, Jag, this blue coin seemed like a real issue. His decks do seem to perform better on red. Of course, in this matchup, he started on blue, so might not have been too happy with that. But yeah, Cam's 1-0 up and probably feeling pretty confident. He's been here before. For Akela, it's his first time at an Open, so to start off with a loss cannot be feeling too good.
Yeah, just making sure every player has, you know, sorted their decks, accepted and all that as we wait to get into this tournament. But I just want to see Angoulême. I want to see how it works, right? This is something that's a little bit of a curveball for the tournament, for the players, this non-devotion Nilfgaard strategy. And when you're going for that, you got to see how it plays out, right? Akela, in his Nilfgaard, he's also got Royal Decree, he's got War Council, so he's trying to gone for some consistency in the way that the deck is played, such that he can find the tools he needs. He's got the Blight Makers, right, the Mage Assassin, so he's got the thinning. He's likely to find Angoulême, you know, and potentially be successful with it. But you need to play it before you've played all your Duchesses as well, right? You need to save your copy cards so that if you do steal a scenario, that you have ways of triggering it. And that's
there's not an abundance of ways of triggering the scenario, but that is why these experimental remedies are in Akela's deck. I was very surprised when I first saw them, and it took me a little bit of a while to realize they are there to have extra ways of triggering the chapter. So one line that you might take to try and deny that is, let's say you're playing Siege Northern Realms. If you're Cams, in round 1, he could decide to try and not play his siege engines in round 1, meaning that these remedies aren't going to be an option to trigger the Angoulême, the scenario from that side of things. So the Angoulême really is a bit of a wild card. I know Freddie Babes was a big fan of this card a little while ago, and it's really great to see it. Nilfgaard, certainly its home, but I really would love to see, Jag, Angoulême onto Portal if it's against Flurry, because in theory it could go Portal into double Emissary, and that would be quite something.
Yeah, the 4 provision slot in Nilfgaard, if you get Portal, is really awkward, right? Because you've got your Nausicaa Sergeants, which are fine. Those are fine. But you've also got your Mage Assassins in 4 provisions. Mm-hmm. Don't want to be thinning them, right? Because that makes your Blight Maker a little bit more awkward. Admittedly, you can still put like Brathens on the top and he's a mage and, you know, get the value that way. But looking at the Akela's Nilfgaard list, you know, the 4 provisions, like you said, there's Emissary and then Mage Assassin and Nausicaa Sergeant. So if you're hitting those Emissaries, that's sad times.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the risk of Angoulême. Of course, if you were to play it on ladder, you have no idea if your opponent is going to be playing an artifact. So you can play an Angoulême and it's going to be 3 points. But if your opponent doesn't have an artifact in their deck, at least you know that as it is open deck list, you can mulligan the Angoulême. And it does seem like the perfect time to play it. I mean, just looking at Cam's deck lists says it all. He's got Passiflora. Other players might have the Salamander Hideout as well in Syndicate. Masquerade Ball, of course, so popular in Nilfgaard. There's this Reckless Flurry deck that plays Megascopes. It has Kadooch, it has Totem, and also Inspired Zeal decks and Pincer Maneuver decks are very much enjoying playing the Siege with the new Reinforced Ballista. So it does seem like the perfect time for Angoulême. However, I do think it is a massive, massive downside of the Angoulême that it's random. It's not guaranteed to hit Masquerade Ball. And I really think if this deck isn't beating Nilfgaard 100% of the time in the mirror, it's just worse than a normal Masquerade Ball deck.
Just you wait, though. Just you wait.
It's
I bet
be exciting.
tonight. But I bet you, not even, maybe at the end of the weekend, but I think tonight there's going to be a bunch of people who are like, oh, tournament decks. And bear in mind, tournament decks aren't necessarily ladder decks. Tournament decks, I'm going to play this on the ladder. So pro ladder, the Nilfgaard decks are going to be full of Anglems. They're going to get Anglem mirrors where neither of them have any artifacts. It's going to play for nothing, but because you're playing a mirror match, it's anyone's game. Like, I guarantee Anglem's going to be all over the ladder in the next couple of days.
Yeah, we're just taking another quick look at the deck list, just a reminder. So we've already seen Cam's win with his Reckless Flurry deck. So just Imprisonment and Inspired Zeal left. And as we mentioned, Akela certainly targeting these two factions, but the location in Nilfgaard does definitely throw a spanner in the works. And also, I think this Siege deck, is it really that easily targetable? It's not the Pincer deck that plays Siege and Foltest that we've seen in previous weeks. This is a more updated version. Was Akela aware of this version when he was building his lineup? Because these dual cards just offer a lot of control. There's also a Kudak in there, Jaggerus, as well as a Crack City Guard. So Northern Realms doesn't have an offensive purifier, but it does have the Kud, which can purify 2 cards at once against Nilfgaard. And the Karak City Guard can move a defender, for example, as kind of a way of having a purifier in Northern Realms. It's not quite the same, but it gets there a little bit. It gets the job done. And with some of the best voice lines in the game, it's great to see the City Guard in Cam's list.
I gotta say, I am impressed at your pronunciation of Kudak. I always want to call him like Kukaduk. Like, that's not his name, but that's where I go with that. And I'm like, his name's like Kukaduk or something. Kudak. I've got to say, I am impressed. But speaking of the Northern Realms list, there is a Hubert in there. And before the broadcast, we did, as a team, agree that Specimen is in charge of paying attention to when Hubert decides to show up, okay? So when he inevitably gets it wrong, it's up to you guys at home to boo Specimen, because he has Spectator. He can go and check these things, right? I'm just here, talking. Whereas he has access to the Spectator, so if it goes inevitably wrong, you will have to boo him, but it's like a pantomime. When it goes well, we all got to cheer. We're going to have a big cheer for Spessy.
Yeah, honestly, I forget about Hubert all the time when I've been playing. Hubert changed very recently. Whenever he's in the deck, his counter goes down whenever you use an order, which includes leader abilities as well, things like Pincer, things like Inspired Zeal. And if you can time it perfectly, it can add a lot of tempo in a short space of time. But I'm quite confused as to why we've left the Hubert responsibility on the man that had his microphone muted at the start of his first broadcast at an Open. Probably doesn't seem like the best idea, to be honest.
We agreed this before you had your mic muted. Like, all through rehearsals, you're just like up here. And then when it came time to shine, Spessy had a wee moment, shall we say. But, we're here now. This is like your redemption arc, right? If you can correctly predict when Hubert's coming out, then you will have redeemed your mic muting incident. So I think that's what the deal is here.
Yeah, and not too far away, hopefully. Apologies for the delay, everybody. We will be getting started quite soon, I am sure. Both players, I do believe, are aware of what decks they are going to queue, so I'm hopeful we're just around the corner from getting this one underway. And reminder, Cam's 1-0 up. If you missed the first series and you're just joining us, then Red Rain was taken out 3-2 by Sif Great Wolf. A little bit of a surprise, especially when Red Rain started off the day winning with his Squirtle deck. I thought that was going to be him through, but didn't quite pan out that way. Cam's 1-0 up. And let's not forget, Jag, there's Twitch drops available, but you have to claim them. So make sure you're claiming them as you go. Every 2 hours, you'll get a little message which claims. And once you've claimed that reward, you can then move on to the next stage.
Well, I need to claim my Twitch rewards. You've reminded me. What's your prediction for the matchup here, right? So Cam's on blue, Akela on red. I'm thinking Cam's Northern Realms versus Akela SK. Oh, we're about to find out. There's an SK, but we're just going off piste at this point.
Yeah, I think Akela with SK is certainly the deck that makes the most sense. To try and apply that a little bit of pressure from Red Coin. We saw he seems to believe in the Northern Realms deck as a blue coin deck, and getting this Flurry deck through with Portal in his opening hand would be pretty huge. We have just got the camera's the wrong way around here. That will be fixed. We have got Akela on the bottom with Skellige, and we have got Cams on the top with
I think coin is wrong.
So,
Right, Akela's on blue here. Yep, there we go.
Roll
There
me.
we go. That's what I was sorry to burst everyone's bubble, but I do believe we'll still see Nilfgaard, we'll still see Skellige, but we will fix the coin, right? So Akela will be on Skellige on red coin, Cam's on Nilfgaard on blue coin. That's what we've got coming up. I started predicting it and then I was wrong, but you know, who cares?
Yeah, and this matchup is quite an interesting one. Normally, you would expect Nilfgaard to just be able to deal with these kinds of decks that are just more like control heavy, but I mean, realistically, Nilfgaard does have a lot of engines. There's a Heat Wave in this Reckless Flurry deck as well, which can answer Masquerade Ball. You can also time the Heat Wave in combination with Leader Charge to answer the Thirsty Dame. A big downside of Heat Waving Masquerade Ball a lot of the time is that Dame grows so tall so quickly. But with Leader Charges, it could be possible to answer it. Again, you're going to be looking, if you're Akela, to find that portal in round 1. It's going to thin your deck as well as give you that extra tempo you need. And let's not forget about the Blight Makers of Nilfgaard, Jag. Certainly a very, very powerful tool. Sorry, I should have called you Flake for a second there. We've got it fixed. You were appearing as Flake. Shinmiri, I'll take that. I would love to be Shinmiri.
Oh, I could be Flake. I mean, he's so good at filling time, so you know, I can understand why that would happen. One thing though to be aware of with this Reckless Flurry list is it has so many targets you don't want to damage, right? You've got the Great Swords, you don't really want to put damage on those. You've got the Totem into the Fanatics, you're not wanting to put damage on there. You've got Madoc, you definitely don't want to be putting damage on there. So sometimes this list can actually be a bit of a pain in the butt if you're a list like, you know, Nilfgaard, or one that deals damage, because there's so many places you don't want that to go. You know, you don't want to be poisoning, for example, a Madoc or that sort of thing when it's going to come straight back. It can make life a little bit awkward.
Yeah, absolutely. As well with the Megascopes as well. The Megascopes we saw in the Northern Realms matchup sort of have that delayed turn. Very similar to Portal, where you can play the Megascope, and then if your other card's removed, you're not actually going to summon the Greatsword or the Bear Witcher, whatever it might be, on the board for another turn. So there's definitely some value of uninteractivity, as well as you say, lots of cards which just you don't want to sink random damage into. And there is quite a lot of random damage in the meta. Of course, Reckless Flurry can pierce armor as well. But those Fish Flappers are going to be healing back up. Those Great Swords, if you do damage, they're also just going to go back to that 10 strength. And Totem, of course, always been fantastic in the Skellige mirrors for that exact reasoning.
Oh, I bloody hate it when they play Totem and then you're like, all of my cards deal damage. Well, that's great. It's just one of those things that's annoying. It's annoying to play against, right? And this Reckless Flurry list, it has so many of those cards you don't want to hit, so it's like extra annoying. On the other hand, you know, when you're playing Nilfgaard, I know Nilfgaard is a contentious faction, so are you really allowed to complain if you opt to play Nilfgaard?
Yeah, Nilfgaard's certainly not a favourite deck of mine. I've got my Northern Realms tie onto it. It's actually my dad's tie, to be honest. I would like to say that it is an official Northern Realms tie. It's not. I do still need to get myself a nice little NR faction pin to complete the outfit, though, I must admit. But yeah, Nilfgaard always been a faction I've not enjoyed playing against, with the locks, with the seizes, as somebody that I just only used to play Northern Realms for a very long time. And Syndicate also kind of fits that bill. And Nilfgaard, we've seen it go under a lot of changes recently, Jaguars. We've seen the Masquerade Ball get nerfed quite heavily with the fact that cards like Roderick, Joachim, these disloyal aristocrats, are not going to be triggering the Masquerade Ball. But we're still seeing people decide to play the Joachim, decide to play the Roderick, because they're just fantastic cards when combined with Coup de Grace as well, which got buffed not that long ago in Imprisonment. It's what I like to call the Payable special, Jag. The Leader Charge of Imprisonment onto the Coup de Grace. Often in a mirror, it's going to be on Brathans, but you can do it on things like Harold the Cripple. It shuts down your opponent's engine. You get your own. It's also going to, of course, trigger your Assimilate. But the Blight Makers, they are just quite something else. And Dead Man's Tongue, they just got so many banger cards at the moment.
Yeah, there is a lot going on in Nilfgaard, but I would also say, having spoken to some pro ladder players, that Nilfgaard is seen as one of the harder lists to pilot, because
Definitely.
Every matchup is different. You're playing your opponent's cards, you're utilizing them for your strategy, so you have to think about how I can best utilize cards like Duchess's Informant, for example. How can I get the most value out of my opponent's card? And then in the mirror, you know, when clogging becomes a thing and it becomes a bit of a madhouse, shall we say. That matchup especially, I think a lot of players really struggle with. You know, a lot of players, they'll say they don't always play that matchup at their best ability because there's just so much going on that you have to think about, and the way that the cards interact is just insane.
No, absolutely. It's the deck I think I struggle with the most out of all of the decks. Such a high ceiling, skill ceiling on Nilfgaard, and we know Cams is going to be playing that. We're going to be looking for him to play that to perfection because Akela's lineup is looking to deal with Nilfgaard. So Cams, we're going to be looking for perfect plays if he wants to make it through this first round of the Gwent Open number 2. And Akela does have the portal, Jag, so that's always a nice start.
He's got the fish flapper. Can he pass the mulligan test? I mean, he can pass the mulligan test. I don't know why that's a question. So one fish flapper gone, and he's got the Avalac. So, you know, he's just hedging all of his bets here. Do you mulligan the portal in this situation?
I think you're going to keep hold of it because there's one flapper left in and also the Maddock. So for Akela, he's going to be quite content with this. He's also got... Oh, he takes a risky mulligan. Doesn't get punished. Wow. Very, very... Oh, I have to say, I hate that mulligan. I've got to be honest. It gave me a lot of anxiety seeing that go through because there was so many bricks. It didn't improve the hand. He got rid of a Dancing Star for a D-Bomb, which, I mean, it is an improvement in fairness, but a very risky mulligan. I am someone, Jag, that loves a mulligan. I find it very difficult to resist. But, yeah, that was a risky one for sure. And Cams has that double Blightmaker in hand. You might have just seen him take a picture as well of the order of his deck, and that is within the rules, that is allowed.
Yep, that's been permitted. Players asked the admins, and that's fine for them. It's the same as, you know, if they sat and wrote it all down. Admittedly, they maybe have to write a little bit quicker, but Dead Man's Tongue at the moment shows you the order of your deck, right? So what Cams has done here is he's playing the Lamp Djinn, he's playing the Genie, which allows him to play Dead Man's Tongue as a proactive play. He's looking at the order of his list, he's deciding which bronze cards it is that he wants to banish. He's got a body on the board there that he can buff, and it's given him an out on this blue coin, because this is something that Nilfgaard finds a little bit awkward. Sometimes, you know, you'll play your Nausicaa Sergeant, your opponent will kill your Nausicaa Sergeant, there's nothing on their side of the board, and then you're playing Blightmakers at -2 because there's nothing for those mages to target.
Yeah, absolutely. And with things like Joachim, just guaranteed value. And I have to say, Jagras, I've been caught sleeping. I've had an idea that I should be taking a screenshot myself. My memory is terrible. I know Shin Miri is very much on that sort of thing, knowing what card's going to be pulled. I haven't done that, but I'm sure somebody in Twitch chat will be saying what's going to be pulled. We're not going to know. We can't see Twitch chat, but I'm sure Twitch chat can get involved and help people find out what's going to be on top of Cam's deck at all times. And that double Blightmaker in the opening hand, fantastic to see for Cams. But we already spoke about the Fish Flappers. They've got armor, they've got the healing ability, and these Blightmakers, the Mage Assassins, random damage is not going to be ideal onto the Fish Flappers.
Yep, the armor just a little bit annoying if you're playing the Blightmakers. But if you have double poison in hand, and actually I would say Cam's round one hand for Nilfgaard is pretty solid here, right? Like, he's got double Blightmaker. He had Dead Man's Tongue to look at the order of his deck and do some thinning. He has double poison, which means he can afford to poison a big target that Akela's given him with the portal. He's got a lock that you can always spend. It's not a bad round one hand as things go.
Yeah, and yet more Fish Flappers being taken off of the Megascope. Of course, you would prefer it on a Greatsword, but just working in a very similar way to Portal, it's going to take a whole turn. So personally, if I would like to have seen Akela play this Megascope to the left of Portal, so we could have imagined that we were seeing Portal of old, where it summons Fish Flappers at once. Of course, Portal being changed. I think actually at the same time, Fish Flappers were introduced to do it a little bit slower. And I have to say, I love this change to Portal. And it's just one of my favorite cards in the game. Just the way it comes in, the way it's summoned. It's just so cool. And the Megascope's also very, very similar in that sense as well. And there we go. 2 Flappers enter the board at once.
And just for those who don't know, Cam, sometimes referred to as Brother Jams, and this is the reason why. Blink and you miss the play. He is known for playing incredibly quickly and putting pressure on his opponent in that way, and playing quickly at a high skill level, right? Cam's, this is maybe why he can do so well on the ladder, because in the time it's taken you to play like 2 games, he's played about 80. That's how quick he plays.
Absolutely. And the Mage Assassin here being summoned from Cam's deck when it is on top of the deck, and it's dealing 2 random damage. It does hit the Gird, which is definitely a high roll for Cams. The Fish Flappers would have been healing. I actually had an experience playing against Cams myself quite recently, Jagaris, at the Aretusa Gwent World Cup, and he was playing so fast, I just didn't know what to do. And before I knew it, I lost 2-0. I just blinked and it was over.
Were you playing Fish Flappers at that point?
Probably, to be honest. Most likely.
Is that foreshadowing for this matchup? We'll have to wait and see. But Akela there using the Avalak for a different artifact with the Holy Church, the Kadok, opting for the Quartermaster here, and that's nice because you can put damage on these units that heal, right? So there we see the healing happen, and it plays out, puts more units on your board as well, so not a bad play from Akela.
Quartermaster, another card that got buffed quite recently. It never used to have the Zeal. I think about a month or so ago, it did get a Zeal, and definitely a nice proactive option off of the Kadooch. And let's see. Oh, the Gird is just an absolute mage assassin magnet, swerving the Fish Flappers, swerving the armor. And of course, it is next to the healing Kadooch, but the Kadooch only healing by 2. So that 2 points of the mage assassin is just 2 points for Cams, and it's a 10-point game as it stands.
Yeah, I don't think he's really that good when you're considering he's taken all of these hits from the Blightmaker. There are so many nicer targets on Akela's side for him, but good is not the word as he eats both hits there. Speaking of Mage Assassins, we have premium Mage Assassins on the board, and I actually just saw it! The duck. I know! I'm a wizard. I'm actually a wizard. I was going to say, if you see the little duck that appears in the bathtub.
There it was again.
You get 50 points. You get 50 points. I don't know what those points are for, but you get 50 points. So keep an eye out on the bathtub. Don't pay attention to the rest of the game because there could be a rubber duck.
It is the perfect time because there's... Oh, it's not. We've been denied by Akela. I was going to say there's 2 Mage Assassins on the board looking pretty next to each other, but Akela's a leader charge. 3 random damage from Reckless Flurry. Snipes one of the Mage Assassins, and the rubber duck is no more, but we might still spot it on the other one. I love the Easter eggs in the Gwent card arts. I really, really do.
But we can see Akela trying to push for that win on even, using that leader charge there, combined with the Splow Blood Totem. Combining those together puts him ahead of Cams on even cards. And this is something that Skellige list likes to do on Red Coin, right? Like, it likes to try and push for a win on even because you can afford to spend cards in that way. Totem, though, is a little bit expensive for this round.
Yeah, it is a bit of a... It's not its favourite matchup, the Totem. It doesn't find its most value against Nilfgaard because of all the spies. However, looking at Cam's hand, do you really want to play any of these spies? You would wedge a spy in between the Fanatic and the Totem.
You can't. There's no room.
Commitment. Is it full? It is full.
It's full.
Oh my goodness.
Tactical play there. Look at that.
Yeah, very nice.
Akela playing 4D chess. But Brathens, yeah, he can't wedge in that gap, but he can flap a fish of his own. But as it's an unsummoned fish, it does damage itself. It will heal though. And a leader charge there used as well, trying to create enough space for Camps to get out of this round.
Yeah, and this Fish Flapper coming in at 4 points. It doesn't have the luxury of being summoned, so its deployability is going to damage itself by 4. It's going to heal by 1 point per turn. What that means is it's perfectly within the range to be cleaned up by one of Akela's bombs. He has 2 D-bombs or a Northern Wind should he wish to banish it. Takes the D-bomb, and yeah, out comes the Maddock. Back he is, but Cams, 2 points to the good. So Akela elects to use a leader charge to just stay 1 point ahead and mean that Cams doesn't have the luxury of a pass.
Yeah, he just really wants that win on even, it seems, does Akela. That Maddock obviously forced to the melee row. There was no RNG here because the back row is full. Cams, though, he could opt to try and roll the Roderick. It depends. He could play the Cantarella, but that is a YOLO, right? You haven't set up the top of the list, so you have absolutely no idea what you're going to get. It will put him ahead. Let's be real here. There is a 1 point difference. Whatever he plays will put him ahead. But actually opting just for the Hunter and thinking, you know, Akela maybe doesn't want to spend any more in this round. But Akela has plenty of bombs to go.
Yeah, I like this play from Cams. He has quite a slow play in the Hunter in hand, and we can see looking at Akela's hand that this lock is going to play for a lot of points because no Cataclysm available. So these bombs are just now playing for 4 points as opposed to the 7 they otherwise would. So definitely a nice lock, and Cams can use this lock while still staying ahead. There's a good chance that he would have lost that opportunity later on. And here comes Maxi. Akela, seeing the order of his deck, does have the option of keeping this as it is, or alternatively can choose to put one of the cards at the bottom of his deck and shuffle the remaining cards. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens. Often putting a Bear Witcher to the bottom of your deck can be a nice play because you're going to want to Quen into that, and it means you don't run the risk of bricking your Quen.
Yeah, you see where Quen is, but actually, when you think about it, Akela spent quite a lot of gold cards this round. You know, he spent Totem, he spent Avalak, Portal's unsurprising. He spent Gerd. There's quite a lot committed at this stage. Whereas Cams, I said he had a really good round one hand, and I stand by that because he really hasn't spent too much. And the point gap again, 46 to 41. He can close this gap. There's nothing good to Vincent, so it's going to be either Cantarella, which is a risk, or Roderick. And if you play Roderick, you don't guarantee what you get. So there might be things you really don't want to get. Masquerade Ball, for example, right now, don't want to get that. But he's opted for the Vincent on the 6.
Yeah, could be better in this matchup for sure. But I mean, the fact that the status is just ready and waiting, Cams just decides to go for it, and these bombs are not getting ahead without a leader charge because of the lock on the Madoc. So if Akela wants to use a bomb, wants to stay ahead, is going to have to use his third and final leader charge. Now, Hjalmar is activated. There is 2 cards in the graveyard for Akela. There is a Fanatic, and there is the legendary Fish Flapper. So 7 damage available on the Hjalmar. Here it comes. Can either kill the Brothans or something different.
No.
What are you thinking, Jag?
Yeah, I was going to say clicking the totem was a mistake, right? Kayla clicked the totem for +1 point there. He killed the 1 and he turned the 4 into a 6, but he gave it a status. So by doing that, he gave Cams room to play this Vincent. And now he's committed Hjalmar as well. Akela's 1 on even, but spent 2 leader charges and a heck of a lot of gold cards to do it. Was it too much?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. This is what this SK deck does so well in tournament settings. Being able to bring it on that red coin, having almost, well, much more likely to find the portal than you were before with the Avalak Sage. And yeah, the deck for Akela is super thin, so all the things he needs to find, he is likely to find. There is the Quen, there is the Junod. Remember, Madoc is in the graveyard as well. And for Cams, he's in a little bit of a sticky situation as Masquerade Ball losing on even is never ideal because players can choose to try and bleed out your Masquerade Ball, for example, and it could be a bit of a sticky one. However, there isn't exactly an abundance of proactivity in the hand for Akela here.
I don't think Cams is happy finding Masquerade Ball. Masquerade Ball you often see mulliganed in round 2, so you know they can't bleed it if you don't have it, right? That is the issue. But like you said, Akela's deck not particularly proactive at the moment, opening up with the Greatsword. Cams, he's got the Cantarella but no location. He's got 1/2 of a poison. He's got Roderick, so he's got a coup target. But where do you go from here with this hand?
Yeah, I think it's a really big moment in this game because the Megascope in the hand for Akela is going to be ideally on the Greatsword. But if Cams over-invests and tries to kill this Greatsword, hoping that it's the only Megascope target, of course, there's a Bear Witcher available off the Quen. So Cams wants to resist the bleed. He wants to keep the card. He doesn't want to overcommit, though. But if he doesn't kill this Greatsword, the Megascope is going to play for even more points.
He's considering, I think, the lock coup is the thought, right? You lock it, you coup it, you get one of your own. Admittedly, it plays at 4, but you deny the target. So that's the consideration here. It does it quite cleanly. And I believe coup de grace hasn't been played yet, so you would still have it for Hunter. But just goes with the Masquerade Ball, says, you're going to bleed me, here's the Masquerade Ball. But that's a bluff.
What an interesting play. Doesn't even use the leader charge here, Cams. Deciding he wants to hold on to the leader charge and says maybe he just feels as though Akela has to still push this. Cams does still have a lot of juice left in his deck with a Usurper. He has Joachim, Invo left as well. And Akela not interested in taking this pass. And there's a severe lack of aristocrats, as you say. Usurper, it's not round 3. He's not gonna trigger it. But here comes the option. Is it Usurper? Is it Invo?
Oh, that's hard, right? You want to find Joachim. You wanted to find Joachim so that you can coup Joachim, you can replay it, and hopefully high roll onto a bronze aristocrat. But as it is, no aristocrats. Usurper does get him ahead, so he has that value. But that greatsword, well, I was going to say it's going to grow, but actually has been locked right down, so not seeing the value there. But still a Megascope target available. And Akela, this is a bleed that you're not risking anything for, right? Because you won on even, because you push for that win on even. You don't have to be ahead with each play. You can just play kind of bad cards and see what happens.
Yeah, and here it is, the first Omega Scope of the series. 10 points for 4 provisions from Michaela, and not interactive straight away either, so it's not that easy for Cams to deal with. He can't poison it already, he's going to have to wait. There comes the coup on the Rodders. Could take the location or the invo, both carryover plays to some degree. Goes for the location, the Mentor is active at Adrenaline 2. Also could try and go for like a high roll Mentor, but instead, an Alchemist, but decides to take the points of the Mentor here. 15 points ahead, but of course the Megascope is going to be spawning a 10-point Greatsword at the end of Akela's turn.
I'm not sure exactly what Cam's had, but I don't think you're unhappy with the location. I suppose you maybe wanted a Joachim again to find an aristocrat, but with that many points ahead, do you really need it? I think location is brilliant here because, for one, it played on curve for the Adrenaline. For 2, it sets up your Cantarella, right? So because you've got the Cantarella, you can actually target draw something from Michaela's list with that. You know, for example, I'm not actually sure what's in the graveyard. You know, there's a Gerd, for example. I think is there a Janod? I believe there's some options. So you don't necessarily have to play it for a spy. You can also play it for something that they've played. And 19 points to 17 here. Do you go all in if you're Akela?
It's a really big commitment. I mean, you've got this idea from Cams that the only aristocrat left in his deck is a single Thirsty Dame. So a Thirsty Dame plus a Fangs would trigger the Assimilate as well off of the Cupbearer. So if the last card's a Thirsty Dame, I'm not sure if it would, if Quen would beat it or not. Math's certainly not a strong point of mine, Jag. I'd rather just find out. It's a big decision for Akela here, what he decides to go for. Cantarella, of course, doesn't have the best options. Gerd's Adrenaline is not active. Decides to go for it. Are we going to see the leader charge from Akela as well? Big moment in this one.
Surely you spend the leader charge. I feel like if you're going for a 2-0, right? And if you're spending Quen here on the Bear Witcher, you're going for a 2-0 because that is points. Then you would take the leader charge and does take the leader charge. 27 points to 13. Is Cantarella enough?
It is going to trigger the Assimilate from the Cupbearer, but there aren't the best options. There's a Hjalmar, Gerd's Adrenaline not active, goes for the Roderick. But I just don't think this is enough. A Joachim. Oh, Joachim! Will it find the Thirsty Dame? Could that do it for Cams? It's a big moment.
It's a huge moment, and it finds a Nausicaa Sergeant. Not enough. I don't think necessarily the Thirsty Dame would have cut it, actually, with the point gap that we saw, getting those additional 4 points. And that means that we have a series, ladies and gentlemen, as Akela winning. Skellige, just 2 good fish flappers, man. Apparently, it's like top tier at this point.
Yeah, and you can see just how difficult these Nilfgaard decks are to play. So many decisions for Cams. I'm just guessing as I'm watching, and all sorts of surprises happening with his decision making. Of course, without Joachim and Roderick triggering the Masquerade Ball, it becomes even more difficult to pilot. He just ran out of aristocrats. The Usurper isn't one in round 3. The Thirsty Dame was the only one left. So yeah, very, very well played from Akela. Despite the double Blightmaker for Cams in his opening hand, he still lost on even, and that is the power of the Portal Fish Flappers right there.
Yeah, spending the Vincent in round 1 proving disastrous, and that final mulligan into the Masquerade Ball, I just don't think that's what he wanted in the round in terms of the hand. And, you know, well played by Akela, sensing the opportunity to 2-0, because a lot of players, especially in tournaments, tend to play on the safer side. You know, they'll kind of get ahead a bit, they'll find the pass if they can, and they'll see what round 3 brings. But occasionally people, they feel like they've got it. He had, to be fair, a powerful card in Quen, in the Bear Witcher, in the leader charge, and said, you know what, I don't think you can do this, given what I've seen. And he couldn't. So absolutely well played to Akela. So that's 1 game apiece now. Cam's going on to red coin, Akela back on blue.
Yeah, and Akela, his decks doing what they were designed to do, which is beating Nilfgaard. He also said he wants to beat Northern Realm. So that's a great start from Akela. Cam's, of course, winning with Reckless Flurry, and Prism and Inspired Zeal left. And on the other side, Akela is the exact same. However, while they have the same leader abilities remaining in this series, the decks are very different indeed. Remember, we've got the more traditional decks from Cams with the Masquerade Ball deck we just saw and a Siege Duel Inspired Zeal, whereas Akela has got this non-devotion Nilfgaard deck remaining and the Commandos deck that we saw in the first match. So 1-1 in the series as it stands.
Yep, Nilfgaard and NR for both players. So previously we did see Akela bring Northern Realms on blue. He's brought his commandos list on blue, and Cams then needs to have an answer for the full test, right? If NR has full test in round 1, you need to be able to answer it because it just creates so many commandos on the bottom of the list. Do you think Cams has an answer in his NR and SK, not SK, NR and Nilfgaard, NR and NG decks?
Yeah, well, this is the beautiful thing. Nilfgaard always has the answers. Cards like Vincent can deal with Defender, which Akela hasn't brought, but you've got Cupbearer as well, and then you've got Lox and Invo. Nilfgaard loves dealing with your opponent's cards. Northern Realms, though, does sometimes struggle. However, if you're playing a Prince Einsace and a Selkirk and Inspired Zeal, there should be lots of ways to answer it. And that's why I'm a little bit worried for Akela, saying he's targeting Northern Realms. Not sure he was necessarily expecting this kind of a deck from Cams. Again, was popularized by Wang ID at the top 64 qualifiers last weekend, so it is certainly fresh off the press. We've seen lots of different Northern Realms decks this season as the metas progress. We've seen Life Coach with his Commando Siege. We've got this all-in Commandos deck from Akela. We've got Pincer Siege as well, and now this is sort of the latest deck that people are singing and saying is the way to go for Northern Realms, and it is the Inspired Zeal dual deck. Of course, Gerhardt in there as well, Jagras. What a fantastic card he is. Little Easter egg in that one, Jag, as well, in Gerhardt's card art. You can actually spot Merlin, the Bannard student, in the card art of Gerhardt. So I love those sorts of things.
Stop trying to make Merlin happen, Svesius. It's not gonna happen. It probably will happen, to be honest. I'll call him Merlin just for you. Here's the thing. We didn't play Gwent. We casted Gwent, the top 16, 2 weeks ago? And looking at that tournament meta compared to this tournament meta, things have shifted around quite a lot. And that's the beauty of tournaments so close to a balance patch. You know, we saw the patch at the start of the season and also the new cards coming in. And that has shaken things up. And when you have tournaments like this, you can actually watch live as the tournament meta evolves. And we've seen things settle into this strategy. You know, monsters are actually quite prevalent previously. I think Keltolis, for example, was a list we saw. But so far, no Keltolis at this tournament.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I was working with Freddy Babes for his prep for Masters just a few weeks ago, really, and we had our eyes on the top 64, the top 16 qualifiers, which happened in the month, and the balance patch leading up to Masters. These qualifiers that are on community members' channels and casted really do have such an impact, and it is just fascinating to see how it develops. Certainly these guys that are playing will have had their eyes, many of them of course would have been playing in them as well, but it's great to see how it develops, and it's just going to be so exciting from now on, Jag, as well, because we're not just getting new cards every 6 months, but every couple of months we're going to be getting new Gwent cards added into the game, and I am so excited to see the next set just barely a month away.
And speaking of new cards, oh, never mind, you guys, I'm just baiting you here. As we now move into Game 3, we've got Akela on blue, on Northern Realms, which was kind of predicted, but Cam's going for Northern Realms on red.
Yeah, the Northern Realms mirror. And this is what we touched on with the deck from Cams. While Akela says he's trying to be good into Northern Realms, is he really expecting dual cards such as Einsace and Selkirk? Now, it might look like Cams doesn't have an answer to Foltest in his hand because he doesn't have either of those cards. However, Amphibious Assault can tutor the Selkirk. It's far from ideal, but you need to stop that Foltest as soon as possible. Also, a lock isn't going to cut it because there is a Purify in Akela's deck. I do believe it is the MV Pella, in fact, for Akela. So a lock's not going to cut it. Cams is going to need to remove the Foltest as soon as possible.
Yeah, and can we just appreciate one of the, I always look at the cosmetics of the player. We've got White Wolf versus Young Wolf, so Battle of the Wolves in this situation. And in terms of the leader tier list, I gotta respect a guy who runs Foltest and uses the Foltest leader skin. I feel like that is a tactical play right there.
Okay, but I'm also going to have to say, look at Cams. He is got it all. He's got the Northern Realms, the Temerian card from the Triss journey. He's got Triss dressed up as a Temerian. I think I'm on Team Cams for this one, certainly on the cosmetic side of things.
No, it's Triss. Like, you can dress her up in Northern Realms and it's still Triss. You know, it's slightly better, but it's Triss. I'm sorry. Speaking of Foltest, though, he's out for the count. He's out to play, and Cam's just not respecting the full test in this situation, opting to slowly try and whittle down his health, leaving him for at least one more turn on the board.
Yeah, I feel as though if Cam's had that option of Selkirk, he would have taken it, but just decided it's going to be too expensive for him to tutor one of his gold cards from his assault, and instead is just going to let this Foltest get that extra 4 points of carryover. Well, it could be 5 points of tempo as well, because it's not a devotion deck actually. So this Foltest is not going to be boosting the commandos in the deck, but it is certainly 4 points of carryover. But Cam's deciding wants to keep hold of that assault, and of course that's because of the threat of Squirrel as well. So not drawing the dual card for Cam's, doesn't want to go assault because of Squirrel, does mean that he has to give up that extra 4 points of carryover in favor of Akela.
5 points though because of Erland, right? So although Foltest isn't going to boost it, I would imagine later on we'll see Erland do his thing. Like Erland, he doesn't have to suck all the points out of the deck in this matchup, right? Because you're going to pull a lot of points out of the deck when you summon all of those commandos. And speaking of summoning commandos, Akela just getting on with things here as he has, 3 on the board currently. And there's not really a whole lot Cams can do to stop the spawning of commandos. With that said, does Akela have the hand you want in round 1?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of awkward cards. You've got the Squirrel in case Assault ever does come down, but if Assault never comes, you never really want to play this. It's very slow. We've touched on before, Kayla's going to want that short round 3, so if he can win round 1, that would be a lot better. Otherwise, what's going to happen is Cams, if he wins this round, is going to be bleeding round 2 with Siege, and there's very, very few decks that are more scary than in a round 2 bleed than Siege Northern Realms. Here comes Merlin. That's going to be a nice little bit of carryover for Cams as well, if left unanswered, because the patience is going to increase each turn, and that's going to be a fantastic option to summon from the graveyard with Shani later down the line.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Akela, although this deck is built with a lot of removal options for that 4-point range, none of them in hand, right? So you would love to Alzur's Thunder, you would love to Dimmeritian Bomb, you would love to just remove the Merlin, deny the engine potential in this round. But as things stand, Akela, he doesn't have that option. And actually, this hand doesn't have a lot of great options, really, that you would want to continue playing into the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cams has the engines developed. He's got the Ballista that's been down for a while. The City Guard is now working as a 1 point per turn engine. Merlin as well is slowly increasing his patience, which he could click Cams or decide to just leave that for more carryover. And yeah, Akela, definitely a slow deck, but there comes the Erland for some more carryover and does not decide to click this commando just yet.
Yep, so it looks like that commando that we saw created may in fact be a 4 or a 5. I mean, this is the other thing. Akela's not thinning the commandos, right? So if he can leave that buff in the deck, he can potentially access it in future rounds if he feels like this is enough points. And now we see Cams playing the Natalis. Is he going to try and high roll the Bombardment, or is he going to go for the Amphibious Assault?
I think he's got to go for the Assault. It's so risky not tutoring the Assault with John because he just might never find it again. And while the Squirrel can come in, it's going to be quite slow. Hubert, who I'd completely forgotten about, Jagras, if I'm honest, is almost ready though. And the Banard Student is clicked as well. So Cams is trying to get ahead of a Squirrel player here, which would mean he's got a pass. However, there's a problem. Cams maybe has forgotten about the Commandos coming out. The Commandos enter the board. The Squirrel is going to be able to banish this Amphibious Assault, and Cams has no Assault left. He's got a little bit of a dodgy hand with Gerhardt, with the Siege as well, and he's also clicked his Banard Student. Merlin is not increasing patience, but here comes Hubert.
I was about to say, Hubert's about to come out. You didn't predict him, though. You're like, he's going out this round. I knew he needed 1 click.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was lost.
It showed us him there. He was on 3. We had a round go and a couple orders. Come on, use your noggin. Use your noggin, my friend. So, it's a no from me, I am afraid. I'm pressing the buzzer. Bugger off, please. Yeah, this is a lot of points, though, right? 45 to 40. But Cams, because he's on red coin, he can play it like this. He's got space to go down. Playing the Centurion Envoy shows you units from your deck, and he can decide what he wants to do with that.
Yeah, something to touch on with the Centurion Envoy is it cannot, in fact, find Siege. It is a bug that CDPR are aware of and will most likely be solved for future patches. But just so you know, if you've got Siege in your deck, this Envoy cannot actually find it. So Cam's, the fact that he's got the Siege already is going to be huge for him. The Envoy, what a fantastic... It's honestly, Jag, got to be one of my favorite reworks for Northern Realms. Looking at 3 cards and putting one on top, it's so cool for these Devotion Northern Realms cards to have that little bit of consistency. But there is a problem, because if it just shows you 3 bronzes, it is going to make your top decks worse. And Cam's snaps that pass. I said the Siege round 2 bleed is so good, but with Assault being banished, he doesn't have that access to the second Siege engine, and he fancies his chances in a long round against the Commandos of Akela.
You did say, right, this is a deck where you have to draw your cards. And I feel like at the moment, we'll have to wait and see what happens here, but Cam's is just drawing his cards, right? You've got your Siege, you've got Gerhardt, you've got Shani, you've got Varaxis, you've got Selkirk. I feel like in a deck which is kind of risky, that's not too bad. Whereas, didn't Akela Pavetta?
Yep, Pavetta was played by Akela. Manages to dodge all the Commandos. I think there was one which was mulliganed, and Amphibious Assault can find the Commandos. But yeah, almost the perfect hand for Cams. He has 2 Siege engines for his Siege. He's got all the golds he could possibly wish for, and he even finds a Marine just for good measure. There's very few decks better than a Devotion Northern Realms deck that draws this well.
I'm not sure he wanted to find the Marine. I mean, he mulliganed a Marine into the Marine, so I'm not sure if that was good measure or bad measure, but, you know, we'll let it slide it on this occasion.
There was an Einsace Cams was searching for, but you can't be too sad about finding a 7-point card. It's pretty decent, but yeah, you're right. The Einsace could have improved it even further. That would have been the perfect hand, but I'm sure Cams won't be too upset about the state of his hand. That is for certain.
Yeah, no one will be demanding satisfaction this time around, though, so I'm a little bit disappointed, all things considered. Karak Marine, like, if I could choose between Prince Ansays and Karak Marine, I'm going for the Prince. You know, everyone wants to find their Prince, right? So, you know, it's a fairy tale ending. Nothing on the board, right? Players just sacking cards, removing cards. And Cams, though, does have proactivity, right? He's got the Siege, so slamming that down now. It gives you the Trebuchet, which is kind of awkward because, let's be real, Akela's not going to play much on the back row.
Yeah, and Cam's having last say. Well, it's more really that he has second say in this matchup. Akela's deck, we saw it in the previous matchup, so reactive, so many damage-orientated cards. So Cam's actually saying to Akela, okay, you need to go first, has just made this a little bit easier for Cams. He's able to develop his board. And Akela's going to have to eventually play cards like Pavetta, where he might have just wanted to stay uninteractive. Of course, that duel came in. Heatwave, of course, dealing with the Siege, but it does still trade down 4 points on the Siege because this Trebuchet is left over. For Cams, he's going to be pretty happy in this situation. He's got a Marine, I would say, not an Einsace. I think it's come full circle here because he just needs some cards that play for points and that don't do damage. So not actually too bad as it turns out. Maybe a bit of silver lining there. And the Varaxis in the back row knows there's no threat. Can greed this Varaxis. It's going to give an extra point to any soldiers that are played, which is this Marine in hand as well.
Yeah, when you see the Curse of Corruption played, you can then afford to be a little bit more greedy. You've seen the Heatwave, you've seen the Curse, and you know that the remaining damage options are things like the Thunder and things like the D-Bomb. But what about the Lock? Have we seen the Lock?
No
Lock.
Lock.
You got Lock Veil. I'm being a numpty.
Yeah.
Jaggers, sort your life out.
It happens to the best of us. I actually tried to... in fact, I played against Cams one time on ladder, and I moon dusted one of his locked cards, which purified it, and he beat me as a result. He messaged me afterwards with many laughing, crying emojis, because he found it quite hilarious, but it happens to the very best of us. And I'm certainly not that, so it does happen.
That's why he beat you, right? Because of the pure reason. If you hadn't done that, you definitely would have beat him. But I can see it now. So I think Akela just waiting as late as possible to play these Marines. We do see Margarita, so he did still have that coming out. And locking the Ballista engine, 18 points to 24. But Varaxis not used. So we've got potentially, double Shani. We've still got Gerhardt. There's the leader charge as well versus a D-Bomb and I don't think quite as many commandos. How many commandos are there? Over to you, Spessy.
Yeah, this is my time to shine. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 commanders, the exact same amount as there were the last time we saw, and we know that is going to be a lot of points. However, they are going to have to play into the back row, which does mean Akela's going to want to kill this trebuchet. So I wonder if there's any argument here for Cams to buff up his trebuchet out of the range of the Mauler, but if you only boost it by 2, it just plays straight into the D-bomb anyway. Shani is going to be pulling a Bannard student, most likely, and the Bannard student with the most patience is at 3 patience. Gerhardt could be used to try and find casting contests as well, but decides instead to take a pact onto his trebuchet and try and keep that alive for a little bit longer, because that is going to play. Oh, he doesn't go for it. In fact, boosts the Gerhardt and is going to greed the Gerhardt instead. Interesting stuff here.
I mean, if Akela removes the trebuchet, it's not, you know, how much are you really gaining? Because he's not going to play units in the back row till the final turn, so it's what,
it'll
1
be
or
1
2
point.
points. So it's not massive in terms of the number of points.
I love this play though, Jag, from Cams. He uses his Gerhardt on a pact to boost his own Gerhardt, and then he uses Varaxus to reset the order ability of the Gerhardt, let the patience continue to grow, and he's going to get more value out of that. Also, Cams knows that there's just 1 card left for Akela. He knows he's going to have to play Commandos, so this Bannard student, he in fact goes for the Marine, and then the casting contest, he does find it. That's a lot more points than it otherwise would have been. There's some really bad options to find. The casting contest on the Marine, and he can then save this last leader charge for the Ballista.
Does he need it at this point? Oh, there is Roche, so that is going to spawn another commando. So the tempo is there, so I do think he needs it. And while Shani is a medic, Gerhardt, he does indeed have a lot of patience. As we finally see the commandos come out onto the board. Full row, 59 points.
What a finisher from Akela. You just think that he's got no chance, but you underestimate the value of the Roach. The perfectly full row of commandos and the leader from Temeria, the leader charge from Cams, but it's not enough by just a single point. That 1 point we touched on, Jag, with the trebuchet could have made all the difference. Having said that, Cams finding the casting contest, I do think that was the most points off of Gerhardt, so it wasn't, it wasn't guaranteed by any chance. What a match that was. I loved it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Cams opting not to bleed. Again, just highlighting that he opted to go into that longer round, but it came down to 1 point. And there's so many different ways you could have seen 1 point. And I think maybe, when he got the Marine instead of the Amsays, that might have been the point that could have swung it either way. But Akela now 2-1 up with his lists that are targeting NR, that are targeting NG, that are targeting Nilfgaard, and he's left with Angoulême. It is Angoulême o'clock going into this next matchup. It depends what Cams wants to do though. Does he rate his NR or does he rate his NG? What does he want for a red coin?
Yeah, just something as well. I've seen a message from Shin Miri, Jag. Shin Miri's noticed something in this last match that maybe Cams did wrong. He clicked his Gerhardt looking for that casting contest. We know it's his favorite card, but in fact the Tremors in its 6 provisions, would that have been more points? Could that have made the difference? Tremors is going to damage all of his opponent's cards by 1, and if he timed his Gerhardt correctly, he could have made sure he's at patience 6 for when all the commandos come out, and that could have been a really big brain play from Cams. It didn't happen, and it was a 1 point game. So shout out to Shin Miri for noticing that could have made the difference. And that just shows you how big brain the patience keyword is, because you would need to have exactly patience 6 at the right time the last turn. So yeah, lovely keyword. I can't wait for some more patience cards. Fingers crossed we get more patience cards. It's my favorite archetype for NR I've seen in a good old while.
Oh, well, I mean, there's a global pandemic, so I'm sure there will be loads of patience for you, Specimen. I can't help myself sometimes.
I'm self-isolating at the moment as well, so yeah, I'm here till Wednesday, stuck in my room.
You're literally here till Wednesday. Everyone else will have packed up and the Open will have been ended, and you'll just be sitting here like, guys, anyone? No? Dear, I do quite like patience. It feeds into my pun joy. So, if you're Cams, do you take that Nilfgaard mirror, the Angoulême Nilfgaard mirror, or do you go for the NR? You're on blue, right? So he's on blue. Nilfgaard, not so fun on blue, because sometimes you end up in an awkward situation. NR, a little bit better on blue. But it's a weird matchup, right? And I'd imagine he was scrimming this quite a bit last night.
Yeah, the Nilfgaard versus Northern Realms matchup, from what I've seen and spoken to Cams about, is a really interesting matchup that's probably favoured for Nilfgaard, but there are some things that the Northern Realms player can do. It's definitely a matchup I was hoping to see, and just as I was wishing to see the Nilfgaard mirror, Akela one game away, the Angalem Jag, is it going to hit the Masquerade Bull, or is it going to hit the Gortha Gavade? I wish I had a seatbelt, because this is going to be quite an exciting match indeed.
Seatbelt for your gaming chair. Oh my god. I'm sure they'll do that. I can imagine that would be a niche that someone will market for. Angalem though in hand. Akela has the Angalem, is a talented fellow in terms of the draws. Cams, he's got a Blightmaker, right? This isn't a bad round one hand. He has Dead Man things, Dead Man's Tongue, whatever it's called, Dead Man's Tongue. Got that, so can go peeking into the dark. Double Blightmaker. And this is where the red coin's awkward, right? Because you open with the Nausicaa, and then sometimes your opponent just kills your Nausicaa, but Akela just answers with a Sergeant of his own. Both men with dudes on horses, setting up the board. And it does give Blightmaker a target.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Cams has that double Blightmaker in his opening hand is, of course, a great bit of news for him. He can choose to thin his Mage Assassins and play a lot of points as well. Or alternatively, could try and hold on to these for a little bit longer. Akela kept the double Nausicaa in hand. Often, if you're on red coin, you only really want to play one of these proactive engines, but Akela recognizing in the Nilfgaard mirror, the first one's likely to get poisoned, so having that other one down is an engine that is likely to stick and get some value. And both players not messing around at the start of this game. Brother Jams living up to his name and jamming the cards, and Akela is just matching him. We've seen sometimes people playing against Cams kind of get baited into playing at his pace, and that often suits Cams. I would like to see Akela just slow down, take his time. He's in no rush. He's got all the time of the rope available to him, so why not use it, you know?
But I think Cams, he's happy having those poisons in hand. Akela's deck is designed in a way that it doesn't really want to go tall, right? There's no Joachim for him. He doesn't have Joachim, so it's designed that you don't really want to go tall. You're not really giving your opponent poison targets. So for Cams to have a Nausicaa, which you know is going to get bigger, and double poison in round one, I think you're fairly happy about that situation. And Akela, I want to touch on this Fringilla. I personally didn't really like it as a deck inclusion. You're thinking, you know, I can play my double Blightmakers in round one. I can play Fringilla 10 for 7. I've got my consistency cards, my War Council, my Decree. I can do that in round one. But Akela, I mean, he has access to the War Council with Menno, but he's only got one Blightmaker, and I just feel like this Fringilla is maybe not going to be as hot as it can be.
Yeah, I agree. I think Fringilla is a card you see in some of these Masquerade Bull decks, because that sort of 7-8 provision slot is kind of what's most up for debate. Some people might go for Vigo. We saw Payabol in one of the qualifiers playing Bribery, and Fringilla can sort of make sense there, but to play it in this non-devotion deck, I do tend to agree there's got to be a better option. Both players jamming the cards. 20-point game for Cams. Round control is definitely going to be important for him. And you might also note, Jag, no bronze aristocrats played by Cams in round one. It's really important. And the reason for that is it means that the remedies of Akela are not going to be able to find a bronze aristocrat and trigger the Masquerade Bull, because of course he doesn't play many aristocrats himself. He is relying on the aristocrats of Cams to trigger the Masquerade Bull. But of course, he might not get a Masquerade Bull. He might just get a Gortha Gavade, and we might be close to finding out exactly what happens with the Angalem.
Yeah, that is the $1 million question. Does Angalem have balls? We'll have to wait and see. But Cams, he's now in control of the round. And
oh no! No, not this! I get anxiety whenever I see an alchemist. What is it going to find? Akela gets a Nausicaa Sergeant, and Cams receives a Blightmaker. Okay, that's interesting. So I would imagine Cams probably banishes this Blightmaker at some point with his Dead Man's Tongue, because he doesn't have any Mage Assassins left. But that does mean that Akela's going to have a real problem getting rid of the Mage Assassin left in his deck.
Yeah, a risk for sure. And we also did see Masquerade Bull there near the top of the deck, so be worth being aware that's been drawn into. And Cams, was at the 8-card mark, so he can kind of afford to play this, and it's, you know, he can still pass, he can still go into a longer round should he wish. I'm not sure entirely what he was looking for. The Blightmaker at the top, you can banish it, right? Because he hasn't played Dead Man's Tongue yet, he has the option to just get rid of that card. If he finds something really good, and there were good pulls in there. Brathens, for example, a pretty top tier choice, I would say, of the things that you could have found. He took the risk, and maybe he feels like he needs the risk in this mirror.
Yeah, the other thing as well is it sets up that carryover for the location, and he has got Cantarella, of course, in his deck, which is going to be able to play a card from Akela's graveyard. A big advantage Akela's Nilfgaard deck has in being non-devotion is it has a heat wave for the scenario. Cam's doesn't have that, but he could try and Cantarella the heat wave of Akela to heat wave Akela's ball if Angoulême finds it. So really thinking quite far ahead in this one, and Akela decides that he would very much like his Blightmaker back. Yeah, no surprises there that he wants that card back. Cam's,
does he know?
There you go, mate.
I don't think he knows it's a Blightmaker. I think we know.
No, they do.
I don't think you get told. Okay, I wasn't 100% sure if you get told or not what he wants. And opting to take it back, I guess an interesting choice. I guess he just wanted to give him the Nausicaa Sergeant back, right? He looked at the top of his list there. He'd seen what was there, and it's a Nausicaa Sergeant, a what's it called? You resurrect something from the graveyard. Remedy, an experimental remedy, and then the Duchess that he opted for. So he's not really drawing into great cards here, and doesn't really want the Blightmaker. You know, he just saw a Blightmaker mulligan, drew the Angoulême, which he knew he'd put in there.
Yeah, and Cams wasn't able to play Dead Man's Tongue, so doesn't know what he is going to be drawing into. Finds the Cantarella. I think that's a really big find. Big moment, Jag! What's going to happen? Angoulême!
No,
oh, no!
It's a location. This is the risk you take. You decide to play this game, and this is what can happen. This strategy can backfire. But are we gonna go? Yes, we are. We're going fishing once again. Cams, what have you got for Akela as he goes for the Alchemist? He rolls the dice. He low rolled, and then, yeah, not the best roll ever. You gave him a lock.
You don't play Masquerade Ball because you play a cheeky Angoulême, which is 5 provisions cheaper, and it's going to play ball for 3 points more in the mirror. But then your opponent brings the location, and you low roll. That has got to feel terrible for Akela, and Cams has to be incredibly happy to see that, because the difference in the power level of Akela's deck now has just gone. It's just dived. It's just had a massive dive.
And we can confirm Angoulême does in fact have no balls at this point in time. The Purifying being utilized there to unlock the Thirsty Dame is a really nice option here. You've played 2 poisons in round 1, so you're not really relying on that poison. You also know at the moment what Cantarella will pull, right? You know what's on the top of your opponent's list. But your opponent is playing Invocation. And that's a big deal, because once they invocate, you know exactly what's on the top of their list. And if you time this Cantarella correctly, you can basically replay whatever card they take from you.
Yeah, Cam's developing those engines nice and early. He's got a Dame down on the board as well. So let's not forget Cupbearer is an engine in its own right, as it does have the Assimilate tag. And a little bit of I'm not exactly sure the logic of the leader charge. I suppose it's just to get this extra point off of the Dame. There's no real good lock targets for Cam, so he just gets that extra point, giving the status. And there's so many locks from Akela. He has the Ramon with the Albert Armored Cavalries, as well as the leader as well. So many locks for Akela. And this Fringilla is still looking a little bit dodgy, but the Remedy can, of course, find one of Cam's Blightmakers after all.
Yeah, heaps of locks, but unlucky when it mattered on that Angoulême. And Cam's, his ball got Heatwave, so neither player really has a Masquerade ball. So the question then becomes, does the standard version of the list, does that come out on spades if Angoulême doesn't kick off, or does this list have enough alternate options, alternate counters to find a way through? Because this is, for Akela, this is match point, right? If he wins this, he's made his goal. His goal was to get to the semifinals. So if he wins this, he's achieved what he came here to do, and then has the opportunity to go further.
Yeah, and this is the order of Cam's deck. So if he was to banish 2 of the bronzes on top, and if he was to play Joachim and then coup his Joachim, he would find Brathens off of the Joachim. However, often you do want to use coup offensively to answer one of your opponent's engines, or in this situation, on your opponent's Avalak, that's going to be a great option. You can use a leader charge and your coup on Avalak, that payable special, as I like to call it. Many players do it. It's just, I know that he was doing it for a very long time. and it's just it's always the player it reminds me of. And here does come the Avalak, of course, recently buffed as well. It got a provision and a point, I do believe. So great to see Avalak really making a bit of a comeback, an iconic Gwent card, that's for sure.
Yep, and Cam's also, he has to just be a little bit wary about his Roderick. With 5 cards left in the deck, do you have a target for that? With that said, he does have the Invocation, so he can always put cool cards back into his list from Akela's side of the board and find them that way. So there are strategies, should we say, there's ways around that. And it depends what Cams wants to do here. He's got, exclusively gold cards at this point, and he's got a lot of value. It's just the sequencing. This matchup is, we talked about it, this matchup is especially hard. Nilfgaard is difficult to pilot. Nilfgaard mirrors, we regularly see people misplay. We regularly see difficult decisions because there's just so many things to think about.
Absolutely. Yeah, and also it's just important remembering that the Cantarella that Cams has, while it can play something from the graveyard of Akela, it can also just be a direct answer to Invocation. So if you were to invo a Usurper and then try and Roderick into it, that just isn't going to cut it, because Cams would then be able to play Cantarella onto whatever has been invoed. So definitely a big advantage. Cantarella, I think, in these Nilfgaard mirrors does really shine. And it's really great to see. I think this package, we saw it a lot when Joachim was triggering Masquerade Ball, but it just shows how good this combo is, that even though Joachim is not triggering Masquerade Ball, it's still in the decks. And I mean, it's also a benefit that Angoulême gets countered as well, right?
Yeah, it has kind of worked out for Cams in this instance. We just saw the Fringilla get played. I would say that was a whelming play. I wouldn't say I was overwhelmed. I wouldn't say I was underwhelmed. I feel very whelmed at this moment in time. And this is what we talked about. If you don't have the Mage Pocket for her, it's a little bit mediocre. I mean, it's nice with Avalak. And here comes Joachim. Cams knew what he was going to find. He knew that he had the Hunter, and I guess he's just happy with it.
Yeah, taking the bleeding, so it's just going to be 5 points on the Hunter, but of course the Joachim boosting it up by 8. And yeah, 4 cards left for Cams, 4 cards left for Akela. There's 2 bleeding on the board for Akela, and there's 2 points of fog damage coming in. So just a 1-point game as it stands. Both players have a leader charge remaining as well. So a really close Nilfgaardian mirror. And just imagine if Masquerade Ball was found off the Angoulême, you can probably see the impact that would have on this game already. Cams would be in a far worse position. But if Akela can still do it when his Angoulême finds the location, that is a very good sign for his deck in Nilfgaard Mirrors for the rest of the tournament. Because, of course, if he wins this Jag, he is going to be through to the semi-final.
Yeah, and this is stressful, like looking at this board state and looking at kind of what's going on, right? So Cams has Vincent, but if you play Vincent, it can be coup de grace, and then there's a locked Thirsty Dame there, has a status, so not a bad Vincent target. There's like, both players have Invocation, both players have Roderick, but Cams has Last Say. And that can be quite big because this Cantarella, if Akela invocates something, Cams does have the choice that he can play the Cantarella without clicking the location, without putting something on the dot, and just take whatever he plays, maybe deny a little bit of Roderick. And this is why you need to be paying attention to cards, right? Because I don't have access to the decks. I can't tell you what the Roderick options are for each player. But I'd imagine that Cams and Akela know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the Invo taken on Avalak here, which means, let's not forget that there's no Cantarella for Akela. So Cams is trying to use the Avalak for his own. So the Roderick has 3 options. It can find Brathens, it can now find the Avalak, and it can also find Coup de Grace. However, Akela throws a spanner into the works with the Gothic Evade, putting an Imperial Golem back into the deck of Cams, and that is a gold card, a 0 provision gold token, which is going to mean that this Roderick suddenly is looking a lot worse. I love that play from Akela.
Yeah, plus the Invocation onto the lock. It's a big target, but it's not something that Cams is going to want to Cantarella. So that is, I guess, a worthy consideration. And Akela, Cams isn't going to put a bad gold card on the top of his list when he hasn't played Cantarella. He needs to play the Cantarella in such a way that benefits him. So Akela, although we say Angoulême low rolled, this situation here with the bad gold could be disastrous depending on what it is that Cams is hoping to find with the Roderick.
Oh, and suddenly War Council put back on top of the deck. This means Cams can guarantee himself to War Council into this Avalak he put on top with Invo. He's going to get the full range of weather, the full value out of it. It is the Guardian, not the whatever else I call it, the Imperial Golem, the Guardian that's in his deck. Do all golems dream of magic sheep? That is a great question. I have to. What do you think, Jag? Do golems dream of magic sheep?
Golems aren't real specimen. I don't know if you know this, but they're not actually real. I mean, I would dream of magic sheep. I used to collect sheep as a child, like cuddly toy sheep. I don't have them anymore. I grew up and got rid of my collection. I'm a terrible adult, not clinging to my childhood. But yeah. So here's the thing. Cam's, he's got Roderick. Roderick, now there's only 3 choices. There's Coup de Grace, there's Brathens, and there's the Golem, right? So this Roderick is either going to give him Golem and Coup de Grace and Brathens, or Brathens and Golem. So either way, he's basically able to use Roderick to get a Brathens, because if he gets the Coup de Grace, he can just kill Roderick and do those kind of things.
Yeah, and there comes the Payable special from Michaela, the lock, the leader charge from imprisonment onto the coup de grace. What a disgusting combo that is. Playing the Avalak, of course. Cam's timed this so that Michaela is going to get 1 point less of weather than Cam's did from the Avalak he just played. So pretty heads up, just 2 ticks of frost in this situation, and Cam's 2 cards left to play, not messing around, the Vincent, and it's Rodders versus Rodders, and this is a bit of a weird one because Akela can go for Royal Decree into Brathens, which is, he can do it, but you can just see there's a lot of provisions maybe wasted when you're not playing a Masquerade Pool, and Cam's has his Roderick left as well. Brathens versus Brathens.
Yes, it's Brathens versus Brathens, but look at the point deficit for Cam's in this situation. Cam's, he does have a leader charge. We see Akela going for the emissary, now feeling safe to boost units once Vincent has come down. And here we go, Roderick into Brathens, no coup de grace, into the row, onto the Brathens. Where's he going to go with this? This is close.
It's certainly a close game, Jag. The weather, remember, is going to be ticking one more time on Cam's side of the board, so that's going to be -2. He goes for the poison. The cow carcass is not enough, and Akela knocks out the favorite in this matchup. Akela's through. His camera's gone a little bit all over the place, but I'm sure he's buzzing. He's built his own decks. He's brought a spicy lineup, and he knocks out a veteran Gwent player. He wanted to get to the semi-finals, Jaggerus. He's made it to the semi-finals, and he's going to be facing Sif Great Wolf in the semi-final.
And he didn't lose to either of the decks he was targeting, right? He didn't lose to Northern Realms, and he didn't lose to Nilfgaard. And you can see Akela, his strategy absolutely worked off. I wasn't sure there with the Angoulême low rolling, would it work out? But that Vincent, it played for what, 7? The Vincent, not shining. The Avalak just went back and forth a bunch of times, putting the Golem, Dreaming of Magic Sheep, on the top of the list there. Potential to break the Roderick, also messes up the Cantarella. Akela knew this matchup. He planned for this matchup, and his strategy absolutely played off. I question the Fringilla, but overall, I feel like, his deck was designed to target Nilfgaard, and that's what it did.
Yeah, and we are now ready for an interview with Akela, so we are going to head over there now.
All right, I am here with Akela. Congratulations, you are sitting there in the dark. We can't really see your face super well. But first of all, how do you feel after that match?
Поздравляем еще раз с победой. Ну, видим тебя в темноте, правда, но ничего страшного. Расскажи нам, как себя чувствуешь после этой победы?
Ну, честно говоря, слов нет.
Well, actually, no words.
No words, okay. We could tell that, your matchup was pretty much, like Jaggerus mentioned, was the decks you brought were pretty much countering Cam's very, very heavily. So you were kind of anticipating this, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true?
Вот, как мы упоминали раньше, получается, твои колоды немножко контрили колоды Камса, поэтому, наверное, ты подозревал, что так все получится. Скажи нам, и так оно и есть?
Ну, честно говоря, я планировал, чтобы они контрили эти колоды, но после потестил, и, к сожалению, результат был не самый впечатляющий. Тут, я считаю, немного повезло мне с тем, что у Камса были не лучшие заходы. Вот. Ну и мне показалось, что кое-где он ошибки сделал, в частности, в предыдущей игре, и принципе, он мог забирать ту игру и, скорее всего, серию.
Well, to be honest, yeah, I was anticipating that, but after doing some tasting with the team, I wasn't too satisfied with the result. Thankfully, actually, Camps was doing some errors and got some unlucky draws, and that actually got me the wins, and I was able to take the whole series.
Awesome, awesome. You'll be going against Sif the Great Wolf tomorrow. How do you feel about that?
Будешь играть завтра, получается, против Great Wolf. Скажи нам, как ощущения перед матчем?
Ну, постараюсь также выиграть. Я сильно его не изучал, лайнап, но он, по-моему, схож с лайнапом Камса, поэтому думаю, борьба будет примерно на том же уровне.
Well, I'm just gonna try to win. I didn't actually study the lineup of Great Wolf that much, but I will try to do my best, just exactly as with the game against Camps, and hopefully everything is gonna go well.
Hopefully it will. Congratulations once again, and thank you for the interview. But before we go, I actually have the first leak of the day. Let's show it. Let's show it. Well, it's an art for sure. It's a lady in a cage hanging somewhere. Doesn't look too good. When it's coming to the game, probably not very far away. What faction will it belong to? I have no idea. I actually do, but I can't tell you. And yeah, there will be one more leak coming later today. But yeah, let's just go back to the casters.
I have no idea what's going on there. Like, we weren't shown in rehearsals, by the way. They kept showing like a placeholder, so I'm worried. What faction? I mean, I don't think you would want that card as a faction. It doesn't make you look good from a PR perspective.
I feel this art is so good. I'm gonna go neutral. I think it might be a neutral, maybe. The art is so nice on that. It's yeah. We just had an expansion, Jag, and already we're getting new leaks. This is ridiculous. This is crazy. I love it. This is fantastic.
Oh, the premium is gonna be creepy. Also, I want to give a shout out to Berger's suit game. His jacket on point. I hear someone has a pretty cool jacket tomorrow, though. I'm not gonna say any more on that matter, but look forward to that. So, speaking of looking forward, let's have a look at the bracket, see what has come before and what is going on after, as both veteran players, Red Rame and Cams, being knocked out by the newcomers, Sif, Great Wolf, and Akela.
Yeah, I certainly do not think this has gone in favor of the Twitter polls that we saw. Red Rame losing 3-2 to Sif Great Wolf, Akela beating Cams, and very excited for that semi-final. But we are not done for the day yet. You might think you've seen the most exciting decks. There are some great decks still to come, and we have Nick R versus Big Cuckoo Ruzina. I love saying that. It's a great name. It's a great
35.
name.
Big Cuckoo at 35, because apparently there were 34 other Big Cuckoo Rosinas. We can also see the current outcome. This match stake, $955, and that split does depend on the outcome. So currently we see Akela taking home most money so far with that 3-1 win over Cams, but there is still Nick and Big Cuckoo to come up, plus Chase versus Wang ID. Coming up next, though, we do have Flake and Shinmiri taking over on the casting decks.
Yeah, really loved this first series. Akela versus Cams. Akela taking it, and it's great to see someone bringing those spicy off-meta decks, making it through. And I loved that series very much. Lots of exciting moments. Great Gwen, and there's plenty more to come.
Hello there, Nikita, my friend. I'm really glad to see you here. Last time you got to the final match. Hopefully today you're gonna show us even a better performance. And do you actually think that your experience in the last tournament is gonna help you this time?
Well, last time I brought only one weak but really interesting deck, and this time I have two of those, which makes my job a little harder. If I manage to replicate last tournament's results, I'll be extremely happy. Although, as always, the most important thing is to have fun. Both I and the viewers should enjoy the tournament, and that's what matters most.
Alright, that's really awesome. Well, and could you tell me more specifically, what is your strategy for this tournament? And how do you think, what are your chances to actually win the whole thing?
I don't really estimate my chances of success. All in all, there's always a winner and a loser. My strategy is to successfully fight against Northern Realms and Nilfgaard. If they're classically constructed, of course. We'll see what happens next. Once again, the most important thing is to enjoy my time here. I like people to say, wow, what a mad lad, I want to see how he plays this. And if, on top of that, I manage to succeed, then it's a double win for me.
Awesome, that's the spirit. Alright, and last but not least, the shoutout time. Would you like to give a shoutout to anyone from your team, for example, your friends who helped you during the preparations for this tournament?
The first person I'd like to give a shout out to has to be Akela, of course. He's participating in this tournament as well as I, and I hope that everything goes well for him, because his strategy is very similar to mine. Another person would be Magpie, who we've been working with for, I think we could say, years now. Also, huge thanks to Cincinnati Lion, and obviously every other teammate who helped me and Akela during the preparation.
Alright, perfect. Well, thank you for the short interview. Hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow as well. And good luck today.
Thank you.
Iluka, my friend, welcome to the official Gwent Open tournament. I'm really happy to see you here. This is your second time in an official tournament. And what do you think? How is this experience gonna help you today? And please tell us a bit more about yourself for those who are not familiar with you.
Всем привет.
Hi everyone, my name is Ilya, but you might also know me as Ilukia228 and Big Kukuruzina 35. A short explanation for English-speaking viewers, Big Kukuruzina means big corn. This is indeed my second official tournament, but I don't think I got any unbelievable experience during my first journey. But on the other hand, I will certainly be less nervous this time.
Во время первого опена своего. Но я думаю, что я буду определенно меньше волноваться в этот раз.
Alright, definitely, hopefully. Well, what is with people changing nicknames all the time right now? I don't know, but probably this is something connected with being a pro player.
I was the first one changing the nickname, by the way.
Alright, that makes sense. Okay, so another thing I wanted to talk to you about is your strategy for this tournament, right? So what would be your strategy this time, and how would you assess your chances of winning the whole thing?
Ну, моя стратегия будет...
My strategy is obviously to win 3 matches, but more seriously, I just try to come up with and bring 4 stable and refined decks. I didn't plan to counter anything. I'd say that my chances are quite high, but it also depends on this tournament's meta. If someone brought a counter to my lineup, then obviously they'll be favored. If not, I've got a pretty high chance of winning.
Если кто-то все-таки принес контру моему лайнапу, то, очевидно, они фаворит. А если контры не будет, то я думаю, у меня большие шансы выиграть.
Alright, awesome. Okay, and last but not least, shoutout time. Would you like to thank anyone for helping you in preparation for this tournament?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my teammate, Team Legacy, and especially Tailbot, Bard, Andy, and Sad Fury. They were helping me a lot during the practice days before submitting the decks.
Sad Fury. Они мне помогали больше всего в последние дни перед отправкой крова.
Great. Alright, thanks a lot, Iluha, for this short interview. And, well, hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow with another one. And good luck today.
Thank you.
What's up, friends? We're back. It's Shinmiri and Flake, and again, the new players Nick R and Big Kukuruzina, which it's always a nice day when you learn something new. Apparently, Kukuruzina means corn, so Big Corn 35 is going to be taking on Nick R. And it's one thing that I've always been interested in is nicknames of players, because there's Nick R, so I would assume that Nicks A through Q have been complete failures, so they're going with Nick R now. Nonetheless, Big Kukuruzina 35, and you're Shinmiri 2, technically. It's so much numbers and letters and all over the place.
Yeah, and we've got one new player, one newcomer in actually, wait, no, neither of these guys are newcomers, are they? I think Nick R has been in an open, and Iluha, aka Big Kukuruzina, have also been at an open, both in Season 2.
Yeah, they've been around the block already. Not necessarily too recently, but I mean, they have some tournament acumen under their belt. They have been there before, not like some of the previous matches where this is their first appearance. But I mean, given the results of some of the previous tournaments, we've seen some new players just knock out some of the vets, right? I mean, Cam's gone, Red Rain gone. So it's really anyone's game, and just the evolution of the game, new cards, new deck lists, new tournament strategies evolving. It's good to see these awesome new players come through, and some, you know, some vets as well that are getting you know, a second or third wind at the tournament scene.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what you guys thought would happen between Nick and Big Cuckoo Rosina. It's pretty close. I think this is the closest one we've had so far. 59% for Nick and 41% for Big Cuckoo.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily split down the middle, but this is pretty close by. I mean, you can kind of attest some of the results to just popularity. If somebody's, you know, a well-known streamer or somebody who's been around the block a few times, who have been to multiple tournaments, who have had that kind of influence, they tend to have some of these Twitter polls leaning a little bit towards them. But in this case, it's kind of right down the middle. And both of these players are very, very good players, and they've brought very good decks as well. And we are going to be digging into those decks right now, as we don't really want to delay too much. We want to get, you know, right into this here, as Nick R is the first one on the operating table that we're going to take a look at. Blind Pockets, Imprisonment, Reckless Flurry, and Inspired Zeal, Shinmiri.
Yeah, we see the Line Pockets list with Witchfinder, a slightly different version, non-devotion version. No Horson Jr. here, but does have Heatwave and Mariels for tall removal, for hard removal. This Mariels is taking the slot of Philippa. What do you think about this card, Flake?
I don't mind this card. There's kind of a common theme that we're going to touch upon with all four of these decks. It does have a lot of tall punish, and this is just a little bit more of that. Now, when you're going too tall, eventually Philippa's not going to have that kind of same impact that she might. Philippa being a very efficient spender, spending 2-to-1 coins to points, but in this case, Tribute 6 is a cheap way to possibly scrub out, you know, 10 plus cards. And I mean, I'm going to shout out as well some of the Line Pockets all-stars being something like Cleaver, and shout out to Taya Beastie, the tunnel drill that goes brrr. It's also there. That's for you, Taya. So that's in there, but I mean, Heatwave and such. But when you're, you know, when you're kind of scrubbing out that devotion lineup, that's what you could fit in things like Heatwave as well.
Yeah, and not just Tunnel Drill, but also Horson's Freak Show as basically like a budget Tunnel Drill, not as dependent on those Crown Splitter pockets, but only getting you 2 damage for 2 coins, not potentially 3 that you can get with Tunnel Drill. But both of these are big threats in this list, capable of wiping and clearing the entire opponent's board.
All right, then there's the Imprisonment list. We saw this one just previously, a very unique take at what this is. And there's another Heatwave for you, Shinmiri. Why not keep that trend going? Let's break up Devotion, slam Heatwave in there as some extra removal. Angoulême also on the docket, but here's a nice card that has kind of wheeled back into relevance, is Avalok.
Yeah, Avalok is non-devotion, neutral card, obviously, but it's just very good value for these decks that can potentially go non-devotion route. It's 12 points for 10 provisions. It spawns and plays a weather of your choice, so you can adjust depending on the situation, whether you want frost, fog, or rain. It's also especially good for Nilfgaard decks because it is an Assimilate proc. It activates Assimilate because the weather that you spawn is a card that is not in your starting deck. So it will boost cards like Brothens, for example, or Cupbearer. And so this Imprisonment list is non-devotion, non-ball. It's similar to what we just saw from Akela, but it's not quite the same. It has the Angoulême, potentially to steal or copy opponents' artifacts from their starting deck. And this version, it eschews the Royal Decree and the War Council, and in place of those consistency cards, plays more power, like Vincent van Morlehem, I think, is an addition to the list, as well as a Joachim, giving you a potential coup target there as well.
Yeah, again, a lot of control. Heatwave, Vincent, Yen's Invocation. There's a lot of hatred in this list. And
it even runs poisons in this deck without ball. It has 2 Fangs of the Empire and a Cupbearer.
Yeah, you got him there. Again, you get the 3 poisons, the 1 extra for insurance. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to get just completely delete it if necessary. And there's the Reckless Flurry. And once again, we got another Heatwave here. I'm reading a theme. Heatwave looks to be like one of the cards that Nick R is really relying on, suspecting that Heatwave is going to come in clutch in many circumstances.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of players bringing this Reckless Flurry list so far today. Not surprising to see a very strong deck on red coin abusing that tempo and trying to win on even on red.
And double Northern Winds. Sorry, I just wanted to touch upon the fact that
Yeah.
playing double Northern Winds is just indicative of the fact that there's kind of certain cards that you want to target with that, be it, Flying Redanian, your opponent's Maddock, a Commando, for example, a Banard Student. It looks like Nick R here is very, very much wanting to get... playing 2 is not necessarily what you're looking to do, but getting that card in your hand is something that Nick R, I think, is really wants to assure by running 2 of those. It's a hatred card that can really kind of stifle your opponent's list. So running 2 of them, I think that Nick R is kind of onto something there.
Yeah, for sure. And last but not least, his Inspired Zeal Commando list, I think, is almost exactly the same as Akella's. These two players, Akella and Nick, they prepared together. They said so in their interviews. So they brought very similar lineups, but a little bit of tweak here. Just the Alzur's Thunder getting changed out for Boiling Oil. Otherwise, this is exactly the same. It's all in on Commandos, copying as many as you can, and hoping to get that big burst of potential last play with the Commandos in round 3, and also Erland for carryover, Heatwave, Curse of Corruption for that tall punish as well. It's got everything.
Yeah, it's also got Cursed Scroll, which is a very good card, a very good stratagem, rather, to go ahead and assure that you're going to get what you need. Again, the order just to draw a card of your choice. Pick a card, any card, and then you can put the other card. You have to not shuffle one back, but literally just put it to the bottom of your deck. So if there's a card that's really not going to do it for you, you can actually put it to the bottom of the deck and not worry about drawing it later. So this is a very good hand-fixing tool. Cursed Scroll kind of can take the place of a Ownermancy or something, a way that to go ahead and assure you're getting exactly what you need when you need it in on blue coins. So Cursed Scroll there is going to definitely help out, and yeah, that's it for Nick in terms of the cards and the decks that he's going to be using to hopefully advance to the semifinals. Let's move on to Big Kukuruzina. And
I love
wonderful
that
stuff that he's bringing around. And my goodness gracious, I thought we might get shut out, but there it is. There's a monsters list, Shinmiri.
Yeah, there is a monster list right there. We can breeze through the Jackpot and Imprisonment real quick. Jackpot, a mid-range version of Jackpot that we've seen quite often. So far, it hasn't seen any play. So far, every Syndicate list has been banned, but this one running Boris instead of Caesar. Maybe thinking that, in an open deck list against top players, they're not going to let your Siggy live and allow you to get that huge Caesar value. So just going for the 11 for 8 Boris instead. An Imprisonment, Masquerade Ball, Devotion, more standard list with the coup de grace, with the Gorthar Gavade Cantarella for potentially 4x Joachim.
Yeah, nothing much to say really about the Imprisonment list beyond what we've already discussed or what Spessy and Jag have discussed in terms of what Nilfgaard could do. I want to focus on monsters, Force of Nature. Has there ever really been an expansion, even as small as it has been, that has influenced a deck list much like this previous one is, because there's so many new cards in this particular list. This is a She Who Knows list, but it also runs some Koshé for a lot of extra tempo, a lot of extra points. But let's just take a look. I mean, there's so much. There's Witch Apprentice in here. You've got Gancans in there as well. The Crones making a brand new appearance. The resurgence of the Crones, Aguara, Rakhatcherus, Caranthir. This deck has everything.
It's so cool. And yeah, this is a brand new deck for this expansion. New cards, Relict archetype. Let's start with She Who Knows. So She Who Knows is a big win condition. She's a relic, she's expensive, but she's potentially so much carryover. 10 points and the Sabbath keyword. Trigger this ability if one of your rows has a total of 25 or more power. So you're going to see a lot of row stacking with this deck and trying to get that Sabbath condition for She Who Knows to get the resilience, maybe on herself even, and then potentially carry over again from round 2 to round 3.
Well, frankly, I mean, other than the Ratcatcheress that could potentially grow further up, she's likely going to be just sort of tapping herself on the shoulder saying, all right, you're in for the next round as well. And not a lot of row punish out there, so stacking rows is not going to become too difficult. There's no Ignis floating around in Nick R's list, so nothing terribly to worry about besides the fact that, oh, maybe there's just a little bit of tall punish. But let's talk about Koshei here. Koshei is another one of those cards that can really just dictate around in conjunction with Karenthir to clone it, and then on the following turn you play Koshei with your leader ability. That is a lot of Thrive units, a lot of point generation that is going to be hard for any deck to just kind of, you know, snuff out and contain, given the fact that you're going to be pooping out Endrega larvae, and the Kosheis are going to have Thrive. You're going to have a lot of big cards. This is, in even a short round, Koshei with just a couple support cards can really run the show.
Yeah, and I want to make a mention that Endrega larva was changed this patch from 1 strength and 5 provisions to 2 strength and 6 provisions. Some people say it's a buff, some people say it's a nerf, but one thing for sure, it's a buff to Koshei, because Koshei spawns Endrega larva, doesn't adjust Koshei didn't get a provision adjustment. Still the same at 10 provision, 4 strength. Now just spawns 2 strength larvas instead of 1.
All right, next up that we're going to talk about this list real quick, again, is the MVP of the premium card art, the Witch Apprentice. Show me that card. I got to see it, please. Oh, it's not premium. What is this? That is just not correct. Hold on. Maybe I just saying. I mean, no. Okay.
Hey, there, it's fixed.
MVP.
It's premium.
Yeah, the Witch Apprentice has been a card that when it came out, I may have undervalued this card, but I would suspect this card might get a haircut in the next patch coming through, but dear God, as it stands right now, this thing, when played properly and on time, is just a better beast, a cheaper beast. You could play 2 of them. This thing is just going to tick every turn for 2 points when Sabbath is online, which not only generates you points as well, but also safeguards that Sabbath moving forward and creates a situation where when you play it and it ticks immediately, 6 points right out of the box is hard for an opponent to remove. You know, a Parasite, a Gigacock or a Gigascorpion Decoction can get rid of it, but there's very few cards that just straight away, none of those 5 provision 5-point removals like Boiling Oil or Nature's Rebuke are going to have trouble dealing with that. So those cards at 4 provision are sincere headaches for your opponent.
Yeah, Witch Apprentice, I think maybe one of, if not the best 4 provision engine in the game right now. So that is the Force of Nature list. I'm really excited to see that list in action. It's going to be unique, it's going to be awesome. And then we have our first pincer maneuver of the tournament, Flake. It is Siege Full Test Done Banners with pincer maneuver. What is this leader doing?
Well, the pincer maneuver, and this is what we're talking about earlier, about how we saw in the first matchup of the day, in a very pivotal game, there was just no access to cards you needed. Cards like Siege was just not happening because of the Inspired Zeal. Is, you know, it has its functions, but in terms of actually fixing your hand, now that's stockpile, it's a different story, but we want to take a look at pincer maneuver just below the stockpile. If we could take a quick gander at that one, but pincer maneuver, second from the bottom there, hidden away between Uprising and Stockpile, is a wonderful ability because it helps you fix your hand, Shinmiri. Now, those volunteers that it spawns, yeah, they're tokens, yeah, whatever, it's extra points, but that's not what the value of. The value of this card, or this leader ability, Shinmiri, is the fact that you're really never worrying for finding the cards that you need. Those cards like Siege that are pivotal to your deck running the show. This is what you want to sort of lean on and have that kind of safety net where you can draw poorly but still recover.
Yeah, and Devotion Northern Realms, notorious for needing to draw their golds because they don't have a tutor for anything that's 10 provisions or taller or higher. You can utilize the pincer maneuver to kind of mitigate that, but you do sacrifice some power, so it's not free by any means. But what does work well with the pincer maneuver tokens that it spawns, they are soldiers, so they do help you provide a crew pocket for a card like Full Test Pride, which is also in this list as a gold siege engine, as something that could remain as a threatening engine every 2 turns, could potentially do up to 4 damage every 2 turns.
Yeah, worth noting as well, is the first time we see that Full Test Done banner problem, potentially. I mean, it's just a nasty little 4-point engine that just keeps going every turn. 4 or 5 points a turn is a nasty thing to face down if you have no answer for it. Now, the difference here is the fact that Nick R is just absolutely stocked with cards that can punish tall, that can point, click, delete where necessary. As simple and as easy freewheeling as Heat Wave is, it's going to be difficult in certain cases for Big K to just make sure that his cards are protected. You know, you're going to have to hide that She Who Knows behind a defender, and if the defender can sort of stand pat, you got a chance there moving forward. But I feel like moving into this, Nick R has basically probably already taken a look at what each of those tall punishes are going to be targeting. Now, the bans are the other question here. Is Nick R and Big Cuckoo Rosina are going to have axe? Now that is something special. We're going to see some Syndicate here. Line pockets, but Jackpot is going to be left to the sidelines. But Monsters gets through, and Nick R's Nilfgaard gets sort of just
right. That's surprising. We're gonna see our first Syndicate being played here this weekend. It's gonna be a line pockets control list being played by Nick R. His Angulim non-devotion Nilfgaard list gets respected by Luha, aka Big Cuckoo, and we're not gonna see any Angulums for this series.
What we will see is that monster list in action, and that's what I'm most excited for. Again, we saw Red Rain lead off the first match with that kind of out of left field choice of bringing Scoia'tael. I think that Scoia'tael has kind of been underrepresented, but it's also for a reason. You got to bring 4 decks, and there are certainly better choices, but seeing monsters in the tournament is going to be great, and we're going to see that right out of the box as Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to lean on that red coin with so much potential power coming through, as Nick R is going to bring that Reckless Flurry list, the Madoc list, and those Witchers. We're going to toss away the fish. I almost said it. I almost said it. Flappers. We'll just call it Flappers. Perfect. I mean, there's a mature rating on the game, right? I could potentially kind of drop a colorful 4-letter word every now and then, but it happens nonetheless. Yeah, I mean, this should be an interesting one purely off the fact that Big Cuckoo Rosina is going to be hunting for that Sabbath, whereas Nick R is basically doing damage over and over and over again. So it could be difficult for Cuckoo Rosina to go ahead and secure the Sabbath.
No, exactly like you said. I mean, I think maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing Skellige being queued up on blue coin here, which has been so far not the case in the tournament, is because possibly Nick was expecting this Monsters being played on red and wants to get maybe what he thinks is a favorable matchup with the Skellige list being able to remove so much power from his opponent's side of the board that Cuckoo Rosina might not even be able to get Sabbath for a while.
It's gonna take some work to do it. It's gonna take a long round to secure it. Not to mention Nick R is holding on to some big cards there. Cards like Yalmar, but you got to load up the graveyard obviously for that. But a card like Heat Wave is just point, click, delete when it comes to those nasty cards. We're gonna immediately take use of that Northern Wind. I don't think there's any major targets that Northern Wind's gonna look to hit. Other than just, you know, get rid of a potential Thrive engine right out of the box and yeah, fix our hand a little bit, and that's a big pickup with that Quen.
Yeah, he played Maxi on turn 1, looked at his deck order, was satisfied with it. Oh, and also uses the leader charge on blue coin. You know, sometimes we see the leader charge being played by Reckless Flurry on red coin to answer threats and to get additional tempo to threaten to win on even. But on blue coin, it is much bigger of a commitment. But respecting that Endrigo Larva's Thrive, potentially going to be like 7-8 points, maybe even more. So just going to spend a leader charge here. Nick R might need to be careful not to overcommit. We'll see how both players play this round. But for now, Cuckoo Rosina, nothing on the board yet.
No, nothing on the board yet. This might be a situation, depending on how this plays out. I mean, it's gonna be tough if you're Big K. Like, you don't want to just toss out big cards. Like, for instance, even Ratcatcherus with something like your leader charges, it just compounds on how nasty that can be against that card without Sabbath. So Owner-Mancing into perhaps a defender here could be okay, unless he's looking to maybe just get out of the round. Okay, I see. So Brewis is here. It's playing the Brewis right out of the box also gives you a chance to go ahead and basically follow up with the best card in the history of Gwent, which is the Archispore, to go ahead and get a thinning play as necessary. Plus, playing that card right now also allows you to improve the remainder of your Crones down the line.
Yeah, Larry the Archispore is gonna get his moment to shine. I would assume very soon, if not, yeah, that should probably be now, because this Brewis is at risk of dying if he still waits another turn, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you got to go ahead and get it while it's done here, and you're going to have to play a card. I mean, you're at 8 cards, so Archispore is going to come through, the best plant that has ever been. You know, we need support for the plant the plant archetype, and as far as I know, Dagon is not a plant, and Dagon's not even coming, so it's not. I don't know what you're talking. Dagon's not a card. It's never going to be a card. So
okay. Very interesting strategy by Nick here. He actually spends a leader charge on blue, but then passes at 7 cards. And I think what he's trying to do here, by spending the leader charge, he's denying Cuckoo from being able to get Sabbath very quickly. So if he wants to play She Who Knows right now, there's not enough points on that row. There's only 20 points on that row with the She Who Knows, and Sabbath needs 25, so She Who Knows would not give herself resilience. If Nick R had not used that leader charge, for example, that Endriga Larva would have gotten to 5 points, and that would have been the difference. That would have gotten exactly to Sabbath activation. So now Cuckoo is in a kind of a tough situation. He's going to win the round. It's not going to cost him that much, but he's not going to have carryover from round 1 to round 2. And he's going to have to play that She Who Knows in round 2, which might then get heat waved afterwards. With this line, Nick has prevented the She Who Knows from being played after he passes.
No, you're damn right about that. And that initial usage of that leader charge in a round that you end up losing, you think that might be bad, but the fact is you're correct, because that Endriga Larvae would have been a 3, then a 4, then a 5, giving you 25 off of that last play, meaning that Big Cuckoo Rosina goes into the next round with a 10 on the board and a bunch of cards to play with to maintain that Sabbath. So it worked out beautifully in that case. And now the difference is that Cuckoo Rosino's got a nice round to bleed with, and if he can protect properly, he does have the troll there. The cave troll is there as a defender, and if you can time this correctly, if you could put enough pressure where maybe you're forcing Nick R to use the heat wave on the defender, then maybe you can sneak in that She Who Knows late into the round to go into a short round 3 with a 10 spot on the board right out of the box. That's a pretty decent way to do it. Not to mention you have Caranthir and Koshé ready to go. Like those, and your leader ability. Like those are 1-2 punch is, I don't want to say good enough, but those are 2 cards plus 1 on top of that can make a round 3 really nasty to deal with.
Yeah, and here we are. I think it's a pretty classic matchup between the monster deck, which is kind of like trying to throw out questions against the control deck. Do you have an answer for this? Do you have an answer for this, right? And the control deck, Skellige here, needs to kind of match up their potential answers with the monster threats. So you've got Koshé number 1, Koshé number 2. You've got maybe a Witch Apprentice. You've got Defender. Notably, Nick's version doesn't run the Purify Bomb. There's no Moon Dust, and there's also no Axii to get through the Defender. So you're going to have to find another way through that Defender, whether that's like Hjalmar plus Leader Charge, or maybe Leader Charge plus Junod. You're going to have to figure out a cheaper way to get through it than Heat Waving, because I think Heat Wave needs to be reserved for something else.
If I'm Nick here, I'm thinking maybe I would have tossed out that Greatsword, because it's an immediate usage of your Hjalmar, right? Like you want, I feel like you want to load up the graveyard here so that you can go ahead and Hjalmar the Defender away. Like I think that might be clutch. Depends. I mean, because at the same time, the Defender comes out as a 7 with 4 armor.
Yeah.
You use 1 leader charge, which brings it down to 4 plus 4 armor, so you can Hjalmar the Bear Witcher away to kill it. That's one way to do it, which opens up the board to interact with after the fact. So these are all thoughts
you could do that
can work out. I mean, it's a possibility.
I think
I was gonna say,
Yeah, go
one
ahead.
thing is that if you had the Diameridium Bomb, which gives Veil to a unit, had you used that against the She Who Knows, the She Who Knows would have tried to give
Ooh.
itself resilience and it would have failed. That would have been a pretty cheeky play as well.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so looking at Nick R's deck, what's left in there for Quen targets are Bear Witcher and Junod. I think normally you see Quen go for Bear Witcher as a 13 tempo play, utilizing that shield to prevent the 3 self damage. But in this case, I think he's going to want to take the Junod instead because I think he's really going to need all the removal he can get. Junod is actually a great answer to something like the Karen Theard Kashe because it comes out damaged already, so you don't need to even worry about using your leader charge to set it up.
That's exactly right. I mean, there are fat targets on there. Like if you could get the Rat Catcheress as she grows, you can catch the She Who Knows as a 10-point play. But if you're doing this and you're thinking about value over time, if you're doing the math in your head, crushing one of those damaged Koshes at 2, that might prove to be the better option down the road. And without, here in round 3, She Who Knows has kind of lost a little bit the luster and that ability of giving resilience from round to round. And you can just kind of open up with a big play and start sort of pounding a little bit of those bombs out, get the Madoc going, and Madoc just never seems to behave the way that you want Madoc to behave.
So this is typically not how you want your She Who Knows to be used. Playing She Who Knows as just a 10-point card in round 3 is not very good usage of her 13 provisions, but at the same time, this Force of Nature monster deck has a very big threat in a long round 3 with the Kashes, with the double Kashes. Question is Nick going to have enough control to answer it? And let's see how this plays out. And Nick, his credits goes to Nick for neutralizing the potency of She Who Knows in that round 1 by playing the way he did. I think it really goes to show how much he's practiced this matchup and knows exactly which line he wants to go for.
That's right. You take the pass where necessary. You kind of just walk away from it. You don't give it the value that it seeks, right? You make it very, very annoying and expensive for it to go. And that's a fun way to use that lock. And now there's not a whole lot of things that you may want to lock, perhaps one of the great swords, but the fact that there's no more bombs in Nick R's hand, that Madoc just ate a lock that otherwise it wouldn't have been problematic with. And what's interesting here is the fact that he put the Doragary in the back row, which it kind of takes away from a potential Sabbath, which you kind of want with your Rat Catcheress perhaps to not get sort of pummeled.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You do want to get the Sabbath going, but you also have to keep an eye on like your row placements, knowing that your potential Kashes might end up filling your rows. So that is something that's definitely going through Kukuruzina's head. And we see the Heat Wave now on the first Greatsword, trying to deny the Megascope target, and then the second one comes right back. And all leader charges have been used now for Nick, kind of keeping Kukuruzina's board at a low power level, taking longer yet again to get to that Sabbath 25. And how is Kukuruzina going to deal with this Greatsword?
No Witch Apprentices out of Big Kukuruzina. In terms of engine pieces, it's all going to come down to those Koshes and what those Koshes can do. However, Nick R doesn't have engines. Nick R doesn't necessarily have anything that's going to generate points over time. It's basically, you slam the card on the board and that's what you get, face value. I mean, besides flipping the Fanatics with the Totem, you're not getting a whole lot beyond that. And it seems like if you're looking to pick up points, I mean, and you're going to have to get around, first of all, you're going to have to get around that Defender, which looks like Kukuruzina is kind of tickling a little bit over there and playing with the idea of establishing that. But the cards that Kukuruzina has are just enormous. You have an Owneromancy as well to go find that last Crone, which is going to be a boost or damage by 6, depending on what the order that they're playing. But here comes the first Cave Troll, and without any more leader charges, you're just going to have to expend the Heat Wave there to get access to the scarier cards.
Yeah, and Nick with a pretty big lead of 22 points right now. He is down a card, down a leader, so there is definitely plenty of ways for Kukuruzina to catch up. He's got a full gold hand, trying to decide how he wants to sequence. At 5 cards, this is when the Adrenaline 4 of Kashe has been activated. So she will start spawning Endriga larvas instead of drones every time she thrives. So this is typically where you see the Caranthir into Kashe come down. But will he pair it with the leader, or will he wait for the second Kashe?
Now catch this. A lot of the cards that Nick R wants to play, like for instance, you do not want your Megascope or your Totem as your last card because you're losing value. You don't have time to make them happen. But if Nick R is going to be forced into making reactive plays, for instance, in this case, you play your Quen to get Junod to kill that Koshei. Then next turn, you use your Yalmar to kill the next Koshei. Then suddenly you're stuck with both those cards because one of them is not going to get full value.
That's a really good point. And so probably what will end up happening is the Totem is going to lose 4 points by being played last. You would lose 10 points if you played the Megascope last because it would just get you nothing. So that's kind of the sacrifice Nick has to make here in order to answer both of these Kashes. And I think he could have, if he looked really far ahead, maybe he could have seen this coming and saved the Gerd for last, because I think you lose fewer than 4 points playing Gerd last than the way he did. I think he only got 2 extra points playing Gerd. So we'll see if those 2 points of difference actually ends up mattering, but that is a really good observation you made there, Flip.
Well, the thing now is going to be the fact that if Nick R, or if Big KK doesn't play that, does not play the Koshei, which we see now is what the case is, but if Nick R had that breathing room, he could have established one of those 2 cards. But now I feel like Nick R has to go ahead and answer that Koshei, because that Koshei is going to trigger at least 2 more times unless it's answered right now, and that could spell the difference here. And Nick R has cultivated a pretty big lead, but as you see right now, Koshei into leader has, just shaved away a lot of that. And here it is. This is exactly what I was mentioning, right? It's the fact that now you have 2 cards that are going to miss out on value. So you have to go Megascope, and then you have to go Totem. But that, like you said, you're leaving 4 points on the table, and that could be the difference here.
Yeah, Cuckoo has Ratcatcheress and probably 2 huge Crones coming up, right? So that is a pretty strong finishing move, and he has the 2 larvas as well. Each larva was spawned from the corresponding Koshei, so despite the Kosheis getting answered immediately, they are leaving behind a legacy of like 5 plus 6, so 11 points that Nick R wasn't able to answer even though he removed the caution.
Well, we're gonna see when the chips are down just how much differential. I don't see Nick coming back from here purely off the fact that both Crones are massive. You got a 10-point and 12-point Crone, and is that enough? And the thriving, 1 thrive trigger as well.
And then the Ratcatcheress as well.
Oh,
Ratcatcheress also strengthens herself when you play relics. So
that's
I think
correct.
That's a lot of bonus points that Cuckoo has that you don't really see very apparently right away on the board. And the score it says 3 points right now. There's 10 coming from the Greatsword on the Megascope, right? So Nick's up 13. Cuckoo is thinking about it. He's going to play Weavis first and then leave himself the option of playing whatever he wants from the Oniromancy. It could be the Wispus. We see the Totem come down, losing the 4 points by not having the order.
And yeah, the Crone's going to do it over here.
Crone's going to be more than enough.
Yeah, that's going to do, that's 12 points plus 1 extra Thrive and the Ratcatcheress bonus, 14 points from the Wispus. Going to go ahead and make it real clean and cut. Now, 4 points wasn't going to be the difference, but again, it's one of those little decisions in the sequencing of your plays where eventually some of these cards need extra time to get as much value as they need, and ultimately it didn't necessarily factor in, but it could in the future, and that's something that you need to keep in mind when you're playing these games is a lot of these cards that need, like for instance, the Megascope, the Totem, etc. It's kind of, I don't want to say an abundance of riches to a degree, but you have to time these out properly, and eventually you can get caught with some money on the table like that.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see like Nature's Gift and Monsters, these kind of off-meta decks get their win so easily. But as a caster, I also wish I would be able to, get more chances to cast these games. So props to Iluha for winning with his Monsters Relics list. And despite, getting his She Who Knows shut down, he was able to win the long round with the Kashe threats. And how Kashe is just a card that trades so well to removal. You're never really able to answer everything the Kashe represents.
Yeah, especially when you're pairing it up with Caranthir and then following it up with Kashe into your leader ability to get immediate value out of it. It's not easy to get rid of. These cards typically like to eat up locks if necessary. There's no caretaker to purify in these lists, but you do have the Aguara to remove a lock. But we had seen it already being used. But nonetheless, there's so many sort of variations, but we didn't get to see the flying piggies, Shinmiri. That's all I wanted to do. I just want to see the sheer power of a 4 provision card get up to 16 or 18 points potentially.
Right.
I mean, there's been spooky.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, Flick. If Cuckoo Rosina makes it to the semifinals, maybe we'll see it tomorrow. But we've got more of this match to focus on. We're going to game number 2. Cuckoo Rosina up 1-0 over Nick R. But Nick R might not be worried because if he has a similar strategy as Akela, they're both targeting Northern Realms and Nilfgaard, right?
Right. I mean, letting a player go through with what could potentially be their quote-unquote weakest list, that might be a cause for concern, but still, I mean, we saw that happen in game 1. Red Rain got a quick and easy win. I say easy, but a quick and swift win with that Scoia'tael list, and then it came down to 5 games and it didn't manage to convert. Nonetheless, in this case, letting the monster list go, potentially the only monster list of the tournament, and seeing that one just go through willy-nilly in the first game, I mean, we'll see how it shakes out. Again, there's a reason why this is a best of 5. These games need to happen. And line pockets versus pincer maneuver. Line pockets was once the talk of the town when it came down to just overpowered decks and drills and such. But this is kind of a revamped version of line pockets.
Exactly. We see non-devotion version, which is a pretty uncommon, I'd say, when it comes to Syndicate these days, with Horson Jr. being such a strong devotion card. But let's see how Nick R plays this. I'm actually kind of curious because, I don't think we'll get that many chances to see Syndicate games this weekend. And here might be a rare treat for us. Let's see how Iluha decides to approach this as he opens up on blue coin with his pincer maneuver siege full test deck.
Nick R's lineup with line pockets is not running Gord, which was a mainstay staple of what line pockets used to be. It used to kind of be like that same type of Scoia'tael list that ran a lot of special cards to really supercharge a Gord, and you drop that late. Whereas Scoia'tael would kind of boost their own side of the board and play a couple removals. On the other side, the Syndicate version was more of a control-oriented version. Yeah, you'd go wide with Cleaver and such and spend your coins wisely with the Tunnel Drill, but ultimately you were kind of working towards a supercharged Gord as a late-game potential as well. But in this case, this line pockets list and most of these Syndicate lists have kind of just put Gord by the wayside. And again, the new identity, the DNA of line pockets is kind of mutated a little bit here to include, non-devotion, no more Horson. Cards like the Professor and Witchfinder are in there. No more Gord in favor of something like Horson's Freak Show. The Safe Crackers are gone. So a big shakeup in terms of the identity of what line pockets is.
Yeah, and this Nick R's version of line pockets just wants to go brrr twice. Once with the drill and once with the Freak Show, and clearing a lot of threats every time you play them. Because, all right, you gotta expect your opponent to be answering your drill or your Freak Show on the turn that you play it. So you want to build up a lot of coins, and you want to get massive impact on the turn that they're played because they're probably going to get answered.
So the drill, I mean, I can hear a drill going brrr, but what would a Horson's Freak Show sound like? You'd be like tee hee hee, tee hee hee hee. Like I'm trying to think about what it was.
Not as impactful or iconic.
Yeah, it's not as menacing and sort of dangerous sounding as a drill would be, but I mean, like, it's not just one clown, it's the whole freaking circus, right? It's the freak show. Like, it's the whole team. So they're all just kind of giggling and just making your day awful here. But yeah, but you're right, because there's cards like Tunnel Drill are probably going to want to be paired up with Cleaver at creating that pocket for it, whereas Freak Show is likely going to be a target of opportunity in terms of when it's dropped to go ahead and just clean up what the mess that's in front of it. So, you know, but control is kind of the name of the game with this list.
Yeah, exactly. Both players just playing bronzes here. Nick are thinning out the Flying Redanian, getting some coin carryover, and just passing, you know, giving up the round control over to Big Cuckoo. And let's see what Big Cuckoo can do. I don't think Cuckoo wants to go into a long round 3. I think he's going to want to push a little bit and try to split up some of these, you know, crown splitters potentially. If you can get rid of Cleaver and Justice, then Tunnel Drill could be neutered in round 3. But oh, the last mulligan top deck into Hubert is really going to put the brakes on any sort of push that Cuckoo might have had in mind for this round.
Oh, that's the beauty of pincer maneuver, right? You can just toss that mofo right back into the pile, to say it politely. But yeah, that's part of it, right? You got to draw a card, you shuffle a card.
You're so right. You're so right. Like,
that is the beauty of it.
Immediately, you see the upside of pincer maneuver, allowing you to take the greedy mulligans. If you were not pincer maneuver here, you would be stuck into kind of passing into round 3.
And kablam. And this is what you talked about earlier, right? Is the fact that Siege likes to go first, but it's going to eat a heat wave right out of the box, just like that.
Yeah, Siege gets heat waved, but the reinforced trebuchet remains, but it will probably get removed pretty soon. And we need a proactive play from Big Cuckoo. He's gonna Dahlia and get a reinforced ballista. Very annoying with the shield, tough to remove there. So Nick's gonna go with the poison option instead. Has the follow up in his hand as well through that traffic.
Now you are at 7. Cuckoo is at 7, so he can just kind of pull the shoot on this and go into round 3 for a long round. But I feel like with a setup like this, maybe you just call the bluff and say, yeah, you don't think you have that poison. Like, you may be able to just kind of go forth here. If you're putting them on the biggest tempo play that they can make from a poison perspective, it's going to be the 3 from the Trafficker eating the 5. It's an 8-point differential. You're still ahead. Plus your Trebuchet also gets another shot off at the Flying Redanian in the back row. So you can actually kind of play another card and kind of test the waters here a little bit more if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you play that Carrick Marine and you see what's up, but you're well ahead here. But you have, like you said, you haven't seen anything, right? All those big cards, Shinmiri, are still threatening. They're still looming.
Even if Nick R has to go down a card here, if he's able to save his big threats, his big combos, I think he's still going to be favored despite being a card down in round 3. So I think Iluha's making the right decision here to continue pushing. Nick wisely removing these ballistas, because we know that the ballistas are probably one of the biggest threats, long round threats in this deck. And I like the fact of using the Payday first before playing the Trafficker, because it gives Iluha or Cuckoo nothing to hit. Whereas the Trafficker would have put a 3-point body and given him something to hit in this turn.
No, definitely. The fact is that you're just saying, all right, well, if you want to kill my boat, I'm just going to play something that doesn't require any spending, and then the boat comes back. That's the beauty of that card. That's why it's such a big target for Northern Wind, to go ahead and eat it up. It's the bane of Keltulis is a ghost ship most of the times. But as we see here, Big Cuckoo Rosina hasn't really committed much beyond a Dahlia, given the fact that Siege has already been eaten. Your other big cards that you're going to potentially lean on are Gerhardt. I mean, Bloody Baron is going to be a tough choice, because I feel like a lot of the spending that Nick's going to do is going to be on Cuckoo Rosina's side of the board.
Yeah, ooh, the Flying Redanian comes back onto the range row and is going to get shot down by this Trebuchet again, but might come back a second time. Who knows? For Baron, though.
That Captain America kind of like, I can do this all day type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. For Baron, though, as you were mentioning, I think the best target might be Cleaver. Cleaver starts at 1 base strength, and does tend to boost himself. Nick would need to boost the cleaver in order to save it from something like boiling oil, or.
Well, how are you going to boost it? Because there's no more armor, so it boosts up to 5.
Well, you could set up something like Justice first before you play. Like you could go Furco into Justice into a Crown Splitter before you play the cleaver.
But doesn't it boost up? It boosts up by.
It would be 5 only if it has no adjacent Crown Splitters when you play it. But if you play it with Crown Splitters, it will intimidate more than 1. It increases Intimidate by 1 for each adjacent Crown Splitter. So it would go up to a 7 if he plays it next. Yeah, right. There's no regret injustice into the Blacksmith Spender, which can also be used to protect your engines and your threats like Horson's Freak Show or Tunnel Drill. You could boost up the Tunnel Drill up from 5 as well so that it doesn't die to a boiling oil.
Now check this out. This boiling oil is going to take that shield right out of existence.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
Might have been maybe a little bit more worthwhile to put that to the left of Furco.
Possibly. This shield, yeah.
Because you can follow up, but I mean, even after that, you can, with the shield gone, your full test Pride has some clean hits. And you can also follow up with the other boiling oil to just break up the pocket entirely.
So Nick R is going to take his Crown Splitter pocket while he has it. Tunnel Drill coming down. How many coins is he going to use? Kills the Fultus Pride. Has 3 more coins left, which is means 1 spend for 3 damage, but he has that flexible line pockets leader with 6 coins left in the bank. Potentially could shoot like a few more times and decides actually to hold even the 3 coins.
I mean, this feels like you just go ahead. Yeah. Like, do you not just use your boiling oil here to just get it out? I mean, you're already down a card. Holding on to boiling oil doesn't feel like it's that big of a deal. Mind you, then again, Nick Ars is going to respond with Payday on the back row. So, or even on something small just to get some coins in the bank.
I wonder how much mind games is involved here, because Nick R not spending that many coins with the Tunnel Drill kind of implies that he has like a Freak Show or some other backup spender in his hand should this drill get killed. Cuckoo is probably considering that, but decides that the boiling oil opportunity is too juicy to pass up, still has to take it. And just like you said, Nick R quickly responds with the Payday, still remaining 1 point ahead. Doesn't have the 9 coins yet to get the Flying Redanian back, though, so maybe he can't do it all day.
This is going to be tough for Cuckoo Rosina. Again, the fact that you're just ahead by... Nick R is ahead by 1. Day late, a buck short for Cuckoo, but he is ahead by a round. So at the end of the day, the question is which one of these cards is going to buy what card from your opponent? And what are you looking to get out of here? Given the fact that you haven't seen, you know, trying to take a look here, Nick R's list still runs Moriels. You still got the Cleaver, obviously Professor, Witchfinder. There's some, the Freak Show. There's some big guns in there. But that's a nice card, a nice usage right there with the Gerhard, you know, Hubert coming in to play. Again, that card was rescued by the pincer maneuver ability, being able to go ahead and recycle that back. So that extra 5 points puts him well ahead, given the fact that
was a huge tempo play. 18 tempo or 18 points in 1 turn there with the Gerhardt plus the Hubert. And now Nick R needs 18 of his own if he wants to stay ahead and keep his card advantage for round 3. How are you going to do that? Maybe with the Cleaver plus... I think Cleaver plus leader charges could do it.
It's possible. The question is,
you would have to use a lot.
Well, is that better than Cleaver and then using bank, let's say, and hanging on to your bank with your Horson, with your Freak Show? That might be an option as well.
Most of the time, you're going to want to save bank for round 3 to get you a gold that you missed, that you didn't naturally draw into. I hate, when I play Syndicate with bank, I hate using bank before round 3, because it just means that you're much more likely to not be able to access the gold that you don't draw into. And he does, in fact, use 4 leader charges, I think it was, to get an extra Cleaver's muscle from the Cleaver spending just to get ahead. And he was 1 point short from being able to save those 4 leader charges.
Now, this is a situation where I don't know where Big K is going to find value with that Bloody Baron, given the fact that there's no Jacques. The only other spender, frankly, is Sea Jackal, but you haven't. But a lot of those coins have already been used out of the bank, as you mentioned. There's no Siggy in this list either, so
you're not going to have last say either. If you pass here, you're not going to have last say. So Baron's really just not going to have anything to reset. You got to play it here.
Yeah, and that's what happens. Plays it. Now it's an 8-point deficit over here, and Horson's Freak Show is not enough. So Horson's Freak Show is 8 points. So that is exactly enough if you use your 2 leader abilities.
Exactly. So you could use your 2 leader abilities, or you could go for bank for something a little bit more
roll the dice!
Impactful. You could roll the dice. So Horson's Freak Show is a pretty key part of Nick's strategy, especially if he's going to draw into something like Witchfinder in round 3, right? Or Kurt even. Kurt with the bounty, anything that gives bounty, Horson's Freak Show is your #1 way to extract and harvest those bounties. So Nick does go for it. He can get Mariel's. Mariel's is 8 points, even if you don't.
That is 8 points, and you're going to get a couple of coins at the bank as well. That will do it.
All right, so there's the flexibility of Mariel's not having to take the tribute. You can just play it for 8 if you want to, and that is exactly enough. So Nick R keeps his card advantage, has to expend the bank, and is hoping to draw into some good golds in round 3 to complement his Horson's Freak Show.
I gotta say, now Horson's Freak Show was a sure thing, right? That was a sure thing for 8. Give my regards to Nick R's balls on that play, because you're rolling the dice and looking at 4 cards, and if one of them whiffs, then you're going down 2 cards, and you've basically, you've blown your load just to get ahead. But in this case, Shawnee, great card to have over here.
Oh, the second dumb banner.
Oh, hold on a second. We got another pincer maneuver. So it looks like full test might be what comes out here if it survives.
Man, imagine if this game was not being played with pincer maneuver. How devastating these mulligans would have been. And this is a huge save. If anybody doubted pincer maneuver, like, this game should be like the advertisement to play pincer maneuver.
It has saved the day. I mean, a lot of players have sort of migrated to Inspired Zeal. It does help out with a lot of the control elements regarding things like Selkirk and Anseus. But in this case, I mean, if you have just been mired in bad luck, we're going to see what he picks up. I feel like picking up a full test here might be the more greedy of plays. But the problem is you're facing down a Witchfinder. Or sorry, you're facing down a Witchfinder, which is going to not only slam down the bounty, but it's giving you 3 coins in your pocket for even further nastiness. And I mean, Nick R's hand is all control here, and it's control with bounty ability and recovering, and that Horson's Freak Show is gonna have itself one hell of a circus party.
Cuckoo decides not to take the full test, expecting the full test really not to do too much and probably die. So takes the amphibious assault instead. Gets an order booster for thinning out these done banners. And now you have to make a decision. So Mariel's is gone. There's no Graydon in Nick's syndicate list. Cuckoo can decide, maybe if I can get this bounty unit tall enough, maybe there won't be enough damage to actually kill it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and Shawnee and pick up one of those Marines, right? A Marine would put it a little bit over the top, but is that enough?
13. We can see Nick R has 4 coins plus the 3 on the board. That's 7.
7. Bloody Good's another 4, which gives another coin on top of that.
Which is 11, 12. And then Professor can deal 4 damage. So it eventually will die. It won't die this turn, I don't think. But I think over the 2 turns, Nick R should be able to collect on the bounty. But by boosting the Radovid's Royal to 13 and preventing it from dying this turn, he's mitigating the Witchfinder from finding a second target.
I think what you do here is you use the Professor on a smaller target first, and then at the end of the turn, the Witchfinder is going to reapply the bounty to the tall target, and you'll have more coins in the bank.
I think if you do that, will you have enough coins afterwards?
You should,
Professor will give you 3, right?
Yes,
or maybe Or you Professor the Shawnee.
You could Professor the
Let's see.
Shawnee, but that's... Yeah, okay, so that's what's going on here. You complete with that. Now you're up to 5. That's going to go through, thin out, 26
Yeah, that's
to
going to be enough.
17.
It's
But,
going to
I
be enough
mean-
because you bloody good fun to get to do the 9 damage, and then you still have 6 coins left over. You're going to be able to collect on that bounty, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because Nick R takes it comfortably, probably by like 8 points, I think, if he spends all of his coins. And there you go. Nick R takes that game in the third series, the third quarterfinal of the day.
Yeah, and again, talking about this this line pockets list and how it has transformed over the last patch, the last content drop to be what it is today. It's no longer a crimes fiesta because Safecracker with Intimidate is not there to really drive an opening play. Now it's kind of leaned more so, at least this version that we're seeing here, it is all control with Moriels and Witchfinder to give you a little bit more range. Both the drill and the freak show, you know, heat wave. There's the professor. There's an immense amount of options here, including you've got double bloody good fun. You've got 3 poisons in here. There's so many ways to just remove threats, and paired up with bounty and being very careful. You don't have that safety net that Jackpot adds about over profiting with certain things. So being able to spend wisely where necessary and doing it in an intricate fashion, applying bounty, sniping those units down to nothing and collecting the bounty on those to just continue to snowball that effect is impressive. As we saw here, it was, I wouldn't say it wasn't close, but it seemed like Nick R was in the driver's seat most of that game.
Yeah, and Nick R showing why Syndicate deserves to be respected at this tournament in this meta, showing why so many of these Syndicate decks are getting banned. And so now the series is tied up 1-1, and as we head into game number 3, Nick R has won with Line Pocket Syndicate, Iluha has won with his Monsters Force of Nature deck, and we've got Nilfgaard for Kukurizina versus Inspired Zeal Commandos for Nick R.
This Inspired Zeal is it's not running Siege, right? So you're gonna have a lot more provision space to do some more naughty things. Stuff like Owneromancy is in there as well, but you're gonna have to pay for cards like Roche Merciless, obviously, Erland, King Foltest. But some of the key elements to this deck are things like Karathi Heatwave and Curse of Corruption. These are cards that are going to be there to, you know, just take out the big boys. And then you have double Dimeridium Bomb and double Boiling Oil. You got a Peller in there to get through defenders if they're a problem. Again, you just, this deck is doing 2 things. It's stomping on your game plan with these elements of control, plus it's going to just go ahead and create that gigantic army of commandos. And the amount of commandos that you're gonna see, I mean, look, there's no Dun Banner in here, but there's a Foltest. So Foltest is gonna look to create commandos. You also have the double Blue Stripe Scouts. You also have the reinforcements to potentially make another Blue Stripe Scout to clone another Blue Stripe Commando. But you also have 2 Megascopes. How many freaking commandos do you need, man? Like, let's be satisfied with like 40. You're like going for like 168. Like, that's way too many commandos.
I think you can get like 9 commandos at least, if not more. I think 10. So if Foltest only copies once, I think you can get a total of 10 commandos. And if Foltest doesn't get answered, I mean, who knows? You fill the both rows with commandos with that siege ladder. So I think Nick R's game plan here is going to be to try to win round 1 while copying a lot of commandos and have as short of a round 3 as possible, so that no matter how many good cards or how much card advantage Kukurizina has over Nick R, he can just win with like that 35-40 point slam in round 3.
All right, now yesterday when we were talking about how this deck is going to operate, we mentioned about how it's likely going to be the fact that there's no Deltkirk or Anseus. Those Inspired Zeal charges are purely there to support your commando strategy. So you're going to be seeing just a naked commando with an Inspired Zeal charge to put out 2 bodies. Now, if the one with the order is answered, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're still going to be cloning the body and loading up the deck with them to bring out later on down the road. Not to mention, you have the Cursed Scroll to go pick up what you need. But already, out of the box, we're seeing some of those control elements, the cloning mechanisms as well. I mean, double Megascope and reinforcements and a Blue Stripe Scout. It's like, dear God, man.
Yeah, dear God. There's going to be a lot. And there's still the Cursed Scroll unused right now for Nick R. He could go and take a full test. He could go and take a Commando or a Roach Merciless after he copies one. There are a lot of options here for Nick R as he holds this Cursed Scroll order ability. And yeah, depending on like how many answers Kukuruzina is willing to invest in this round, he could take a different route with his Cursed Scroll. Rothen's going to come down
there right now. I guess it's going to be the Mauler unless you want to create some commandos of your own.
No, okay. Kukuruzina's getting a little bit fancy here, copying a commando. This is telegraphing that maybe Kukuruzina wants to do what Nilfgaard does best and play your strategy alongside you while answering your threats with lock. They'll play your own threats against you. So maybe Kukuruzina has a way that he will start copying these commandos as well. We see this actual informant in his hand could copy that scout right now if he wants to, could invocate something like Voltest should that come out eventually.
Now, fun move to make here. Let's say Voltest does go ahead and support and wedge itself between those 2 commandos to create more. Just follow up with one of your Duchess informants and just slam it right next to that Voltest, right? And then the Voltest is going to be cloning those spies for your deck, for its deck, which kind of breaks that up. I've done that before, and it's pretty fun. It is a nice little tech choice. Again, these spies, as cool as they are in terms of cloning your opponent's abilities, breaking up pockets and disrupting that kind of lineup synergy that you're looking for is also very, very potent.
Indeed. And we do see that Blue Stripe Scout's getting copied, and now Kukuruzina has 2 commandos of his own. And if Voltest does get played, I think Kuku could also use a leader charge on it, lock it, set it down to 6 strength, and then coup de grace to get his own Voltest. Answers the Voltest and gets his own Voltest at the same time. So Nick is going to use the Cursed Scroll, pick up the Oniromancy, throw the second Megascope away, maybe deeming it as a little bit too low of a tempo play, and going to have the Oniromancy to get something like Voltest or Amphibious Assault.
I mean, hitting the Oniromancy into Amphibious Assault really fixes your draws for next turn, right? Because then you're picking up Oniromancy and Amphibious Assault on your next round. I feel like, as silly as it sounds, it's just tutoring with extra steps. But it's the fact that Echo is a thing makes it quite important there. And that goes ahead and loses a little bit of value. But we're gonna go ahead and there's the reinforcements again. More freaking commandos. As another one's gonna shoot out of the Megascope as well. You're still a little bit short here, but this is a tough spot. I mean, even with a leader charge, you're still behind.
I don't think Nick cares that much about card advantage. He just wants to win the round and then go to a short round 3 if possible. He's got 5 commandos right now, and that's not even counting the Roach Merciless. Roach Merciless will get you like 10 more points on top of that as well.
I want to know what the record is for commandos in a game in a non-mirror. That's what I want to know. I'm really curious to see, in a non-Northern Realms mirror, what is the most commandos that have ever been, just produced or shown in a game, because Kuku has made his own now. He's got 2 of his own. Curious to know if he'll ever consider making more, because you can coup de grace the Duchess Informant for another. You can make another Blue Stripe Scout and go ahead and pull off some more points there. Another 8-point swing.
So Nick is repeatedly, not getting ahead just after playing his card. Kuku being offered a pass after a pass, but not taking it either. Both players understand the importance of winning this round and being able to force your opponent to go to either a short or long round 3, or being able to bleed out the second instance of commandos if Cuckoo does win this round 1. So I really like, you know, the fact that both players aren't giving up very easily here. It's on Cuckoo now. What does he play? He could play a Cupbearer as like a waiting game, maybe set up a target for Vincent. Is there anything in this deck that Vincent naturally would eventually end up hitting?
I'm taking a look here. I mean, from Nick R's perspective,
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Like a
Yeah.
lot of it is just bull test on blue, but there's no crystal skull for you to go ahead and
Yeah.
capitalize on. So there's really nothing. You're gonna have to put some work in. You might have to pair it up with a lock or a leader ability or potentially a poison. So that is something that you got to kind of think of. Given the fact that, yeah.
With no natural Vincent target, it doesn't feel that bad to set it up with the Cupbearer, since you'll need to do that eventually anyways, something. You don't, like, setting it up with a leader is not great because you take away the 3 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Oniro, wait, what was that? Was that
was
Oniromancy into a Scout? So he didn't take Amphibious Assault. That's surprising to me.
That is surprising to me, because you're not guaranteed to pick that up anyways. I feel like you're going to take that every day of the week.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, it is an additional, what, 4 or 5, it's an additional 5 points, 4 points that you're kind of missing out on. Not that it matters, typically. Oh, you know what it is? It might be that he's keeping that
it's Curse of Corruption.
Curse of Corruption online, exactly, given the fact that there's a 9-point Blightmaker in the back row. If that Scout became 9 points, that would have been ugly. Then you're rolling the dice, baby. Now we're playing Gwent.
Now we're playing Gwent, but like, can Nick R actually win this round? He would have to play Erland now. Well, I mean, he could Curse of Corruption, but then this means that he's done. Like, one more card from Cuckoo, and Nick R has to pass.
Well, let's see. I mean, what can he scoop with that? There's nothing of value that you're scooping with the Yen's Invocation, but you are going to probably wheel that Coup de Grace onto the Informant to create another Blue Stripe Scout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like that's
play the Blue Stripe Scout for another 8 points, and then now Nick R is forced to pass. If Nick R had played Erland first, he could have had the option of, you know, playing both cards and forcing out either both cards from Cuckoo's side, or maybe even winning the round if Cuckoo decides to pass.
I like that better. Also,
but you would have been winning down 2 cards instead of just down 1 card. But now you're losing on even, so it's a tough situation to be in for Nick, not being able to take the Amphibious Assault because of the potential bricked Curse of Corruption. Maybe he could have considered like reversing the order of that, playing the Curse of Corruption first and then playing the Amphibious Assault off of Oniromancy to get the extra points. Not sure if it really would have made a difference at the end of the day, but, you know, the silver lining is that he did manage to copy a lot of commandos. I think there's 6 commandos. Yeah, 6 commandos in the graveyard right now for Nick R.
Now, Big K here, in terms of bleed options, you only got one. You only got one here. If you want to go ahead and drop the location, but I think he's just going to be content saying, "I'll get double last say. You do your thing. I want to keep all of these cards. They could potentially be big news." Depending on what happens here.
All right, so second Oniromancy into first Amphibious Assault to get the Pavetta. Shuffle 6 commandos back into your deck. This is kind of awkward because now you don't have an Oniromancy to get your Roach. You don't have an Oniromancy to get your full test, and you're also potentially top decking into a bunch of commandos that Pavetta randomly shuffled into your deck.
How about just top decking into complete steaming garbage? Now there is at least a commando, so that's not bad, but you're kind of leaving a lot to be desired here. Nick R kind of not exactly too pleased with what is left. No Roche. Trying to look at what else there is. No full test. That hasn't happened yet. You know, in terms of big plays, a lot of it has already occurred. You know, Curse of Corruption has already taken place. Roche Merciless not going to happen. Erland is going to be pretty decent. Now, we've seen in the match that Jag and Speci casted is the fact that there was, I mean, a 51-0 deficit at one point or something along those lines, but the Commandos came storming through. It didn't quite break through, but this could be fairly close if those commandos get buffed with Erland and they can kind of, you know, if the right things happen in the right ways. But the thing about it is that Big KK has a stacked, absolutely stacked lineup. He just needs to find, you just need to find your aristocrats there, bucko.
I mean, almost like 4 out of 7 units left in his deck are aristocrats, so that he has a very good chance of finding them with the Joachim. I don't know if you noticed there, while you were talking, Nick R, on his first turn, immediately discarded the Peller from his hand. He was just threw it away, just wanted to play uninteractive and force Cuckoo into an uncomfortable position where he has to play proactive plays. But with the Joachim and the coup de grace and Gortha Gavade Cantarella, I think Cuckoo's going to have a lot of proactive points at the end of the day. You might miss out on some poison value, but proactiveness, I think he will be able to find. And it's going to be a lot of, the commandos are going to be a lot of points, but it could have been like 10 more points with Roche Merciless if he had it.
And I think we go with the sheep effer here and just go with that, the sheep wrestler. And that's going to probably be enough points over time. But, okay, we're going to go for a little switcheroo.
Yep, and you can see the cards on top of his deck are, one of them is an aristocrat, but the other 2 are not. So you might only get one aristocrat here. He gets the Roach Merciless!
That is massive. That is just information as well. But I mean, if we know, Nick R is
applauding.
Oh, boy.
The applause by Nick R. Oh man, the Roach Merciless was the very next card too.
Everybody loves the Alchemist. I don't care what everyone says. Totally fair card. I'm sure Twitch chat is just saying buff that card. Make it 6 points. Why not, man? Why not?
And now that Roach Merciless actually will probably go unanswered and play for 10 points as a top deck off of Joachim, which is, oh my god, this all of a sudden became really difficult for Nick R. If you thought it was close before, now that the Joachim is getting a 10-pointer,
That's nasty, man. That is just nasty.
Oh my god, Cuckoo could use location plus Cantarella to play Pavetta.
Absolutely, you can.
Oh my god! I want him to do it. I want to see.
I was about to say, I was just waiting for it to happen. The fact is that you could just go drop Pavetta back on, stack it in. All that work that Big K did in round 1 of just creating those commandos, Nick R is looking, he's like, how are you playing this better than I'm playing this?
Please, Cuckoo, do it. Do it for the viewers. Yes! There it is! He's doing it! Oh my god. I mean, I think this game was already over, but this is just like rubbing salt on the wound. You can see Cuckoo can't contain himself, giggling to himself uncontrollably there, playing the Pavetta, putting 3 commandos back into his deck. Oh no, dude. And he has double last say too.
He's got double last say. There's no reason to risk it at all. And now, you yoink that commando because it's extra commandos. Why not? It's just extra commandos at this point. Make it happen.
And then, oh man, oh god, I don't know. this is
It's great, dude. Honestly, like, again, totally awesome gameplay. You know when Nilfgaard's just like, hey, cool commandos, bro. Watch this, and then just smashes you with your own strategy in spectacular fashion. There's Roderick, and yeah, might as well make it work here. Let's just get some extra points, and I don't even think is there even any reason to call back your own spies here? I think that everything that you're
not getting answered. Yeah.
I mean, just in case one of the last plays here is another way to clone a commando. Like, what if the last play was like, I don't know.
Please, Nick. I hope Nick doesnnt forfeit. All I hope is that Nick doesn't forfeit, because I want to see these last 2 turns by Cuckoo Rosina. He's got a 35-point lead. Okay, wait, hold on. He's got a 35-point lead, but there's 12 coming back.
That's a 12-point swing.
Operators.
There's 4. Hold on a second. We still got a turn to do some stuff. We do also. Now you do not. I don't think that you want to coup the Joaquin, do you? You wanna scoop the commando first. Clear out all the commando. Scoop the commando, clean out the commandos on the next turn, and then coup the Joaquin. I'm just talking about pure, full-on maximum value here. I'm pretty sure that this is kind of in the bag. You scoop the... Okay, well, we
there.
scooped
He's
that
already
one.
ahead. Yeah, he's already ahead. I mean, this
and we're
is...
going to do it anyways. Coup de grace one more time. And you know what? He hasn't even used a single leader charge.
I don't think I've ever seen Nilfgaard play Roach and 4, even potentially even 5 commandos there if he wanted to. But oh my god, Cuckoo Rosina wins that game in spectacular fashion. And I think that was just game number 3.
That was
correct?
game
So I
number
think
3. So he's
up
ahead
2 to 1. Yeah, he's ahead 2 to 1.
If we're
it's
ever
not over
gonna,
yet.
If there's going to be like streamers and confetti and stuff like that, it's got to be for that play where a Nilfgaard list out commandoed commandos. Whatever. Hey, welcome to 2021, where Nilfgaard is basically everything you want it to be and more. So, yeah, but there you have it. I mean, Big K has come through. He's ahead 2 to 1, and Nick R's strategy of really just kind of smashing the big stuff is kind of falling flat a little bit over here, but I feel like the commando list may have been one of the weaker points here. We'll see how this goes, but that is just a tough matchup in itself. But now Nilfgaard's out of the rotation. It's gone through for Big K, so maybe Nick R can bounce back here and clean up without Nilfgaard to worry about.
Yeah. Now there's what, Northern Realms left for Cuckoo Rosina?
Yep, he's won with his Force of Nature, which is the monster list. We only got to see one wheel of that, but it's okay. Imprisonment got through, basically Nilfgaard Commandos, tier 1, if anyone's paying attention, and then
Nilfgaard Commandos.
And Pincer Maneuver is the last bastion of hope here for the Big K to move through to the semifinals, whereas Nick R has won with Line Pockets, but he's got, I believe he's got Reckless Flurry and another wheel on Inspired Zeal.
Yeah, that's correct.
So that's it. I feel like he might come back with Reckless Flurry. I think it's the stronger of the two lists.
This is game number 4, so Nick R is going to be on red coin in game number 4. So it really does make sense for him to bring the Reckless Flurry. It probably has a pretty good chance against Pincer Maneuver Siege, I think, especially on red coin. And then we'll see the game number 5. If we get there, it'll be the Northern Realms Mirror. That's what I expect to happen, but we'll see what Nick decides to queue.
I do suspect Nick is going to go hard in the paint on this one. I think he's going to go real hard in the paint when it comes to defending that round. I don't think he wants to lose round 1 against Siege. We saw how powerful Siege can be when it's proactive, and on round 2, if Nick R concedes round 1 too soon, and it gives that Siege list time to breathe and be proactive by jamming it first and getting set up first, that could be fairly dangerous, but we'll see how it goes. I do suspect a very hard-fought round 1 by Nick R. I don't think Nick R wants to give Siege the first round at all.
Yeah, I agree. And we're jumping into it. Game number 4, match point for Cuckoo Rosina. It is the Pincer Maneuver on blue versus Reckless Flurry on red. All right.
Oh boy. I mean, it's just that last game. That's a classic. That's an instant classic in that regard. I mean, it's gonna make the haters hate and the lovers love when it comes to Nilfgaard, because
very polarizing faction, right?
I mean, come on, man. It's just like, oh
I
Lord.
mean, you have to appreciate
faction.
it. It's still fun.
No, but it's my favorite faction. I know that I might get some flack for this. I like monsters up until a point, but to me, I'm a control player at heart. Love playing control. Nilfgaard is just so devious, and I freaking love it.
Nilfgaard has like really creative lines of play that just like stretch the bounds of your imagination. You can kind of do anything with them.
You're so inspiring. That should go on a t-shirt. You can do Nilfgaard. You can do anything. It should just be like, follow the great sun. You can do anything.
All right, Big Cuckoo with a slow but kind of testing the waters play with the Radovid's Royal Guard, seeing if you can maybe protect something. and get something out of range of bomb removal or leader target removal. Not wanting to use that Crystal Skull just yet, doesn't want to play into something like a Heat Wave, but Heat Wave at the same time does want to be reserved for something like Siege down the line.
I think that Crystal Skull is always going to hit that Banard student. We're just going to see where that Maddock goes, which is in the back row, which is not where you want it to be because the Banard student wants to sit nice and tight, real close up front center, front row center. So this might be the follow-up that Big K wants to do here. Again, taking his time. I mean, you're ahead 2-1, so you got some breathing room. You can potentially lose this game, but you don't want to. Obviously, you want to, use the time that is given to you. I don't need to tell you, Shinmiri, about
exactly
about taking your time, but you might as well. If even if the play is so damn obvious and telegraphed, why the next play may not be. So you want to kind of think about what's going on here, as he's going to be using that pincer maneuver right away to go ahead and figure out what he wants. And okay, there's going to be the full test, so we're going to see the potential, the done bananas with the full test in tow to create a really nasty kind of train here. And again, with the Crystal Skull, you're going to dodge a lot of the scary stuff.
All right, full test gets boosted and protected from lock at 10 strength in the opposite row of Maddock, or like on the other row, so that Maddock can't hit it, and immediately gets heat waved by Nick R. So no more heat wave for Siege. Kukurizina gets up from his chair, takes his time. Okay, comes back and just
gets the dog, gets that
yeah.
power. Knickers has appeared to support.
Best boy, the moral support, the good luck charm. There we go. And if anybody was wondering why Kuku played full test to the right and missed a point on boosting the token, it's because if there was no heat wave answer for the full test, he would have to play Dunbanner right to the right of full test, and he didn't want that Dunbanner to die and then start copying tokens again. So that's why he gave up that 1 point to prevent that removal option from Nick R on the Dunbanner.
No, very important. Again, that's just thinking ahead over here, especially against a list like Reckless Flurry that can go ahead and just remove what it wants when it wants, for the most part. And interesting board state here. You've got that one soldier token in the front row standing tall, and then you got Maddock in the back row just asking it politely to take a step back, perhaps. But as it stands over here, it's a quite underwhelming board, but there's been a lot of big cards that have been used, right? Like we've already seen Full Test and Heatwave gone. And this is the remainder. This is the remnants of that that exchange.
Yeah, and I think it was a wise move for Nick to expend the heat wave on the full test, because if you win this round, you can push Siege out potentially by and then pass against Siege. You don't necessarily need the heat wave for Siege. But if you lose this round in the full test, you're going to be in a bad position, in my opinion. And the full test is going to carry Cuckoo through this round if unanswered.
This is just the Bear Witcher, right? You slam that down, hang on to everything else. I don't see why you would ever look to do okay.
He's gonna go location, I believe.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna see some cards being played next round.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna push, right? Because he doesn't have the answer to Siege anymore. So with the location being played in this round, you get the resilience for round 2. And
when is that better than just if your intention is to play? I mean, I feel like the fact that you can always have another option in your hand and carry that card over to round 3.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
I mean, I feel like if the intention was always to just drop a Bear Witcher, why would you not just drop a Bear Witcher?
It's because he wants to mulligan the Bear Witcher as a target
tutor it.
Quen to tutor, Sense. So you can't Quen a location, but if you mulligan the Bear Witcher, you can Quen the Bear Witcher.
Oh, we don't like this. I think he just picked up one of those fish effers.
Yeah, and Nick R wishing he was playing Pincer Maneuver right about now. Then he could get one of those Bear Witcher Atlas back into the deck for that Avlok Sage into Portal. But maybe, instead he does have, I think, the Svalbard Totem as an option, as well as a second Megascope if he wants to play Avlok Sage in this round and just hopefully draw into the Portal naturally in round 3. He does play Maxi. I didn't get a chance to see what the order was. Did you happen to glimpse
at where
Portal was?
I did not.
That was really fast.
It's the thing about it is that the screen typically shows up before the card hits the board, so sometimes it just kind of catches you off guard. You don't know what they're looking at, right? Most of the time, you don't know if it's like a Sage being played sometimes, or they're what they're picking up. Like for instance, like right now, we know that this is going to be the Amphibious Assault. He's going to go ahead and get the Dun Banner that didn't get to, get the work done it may have wanted previously, but you can go ahead and boost this with a Carrick Marine, but Carrick Marine's going to be dumping a lot of points onto one body, but with the heat wave gone, that's not too problematic anymore.
If Nikar wants, he could Hjalmar this. He does have an 8-point Bear Witcher in the graveyard, but I mean, with Foltest gone, the Dumb Banner isn't that big of a threat. It's representing 3 more points and a Thin. And your Foltest or your Hjalmar is valuable for other things, like preventing your opponent from greeting Gerhardt or answering a Reinforced Ballista. Looks like he is going to take the Hjalmar here. Get an extra 3 points while sitting. Now, yeah, that's not terrible.
That's it, exactly. It's an 11-point play plus the 3 that it could potentially have meant down the line, plus the thinning. Now you've basically... So that's a 14-point play and a brick now. That's just floating around in Big K's deck. So there are implications for that move moving forward, but I still am kind of on the fence about that earlier play because... with the location rather than just dropping the bear otherwise, because now you're kind of, this may incentivize you to play into this round more than you may want to.
In order to utilize the order of the location,
precisely.
You mean?
Now, I'm always the type where it's like, it's one of those situations where, to use an analogy from another game like Overwatch, like if you want to change characters but you're too married to your ultimate ability, then you're kind of just, you're hurting your team. Like you have to detach yourself from some of the bonuses when it just doesn't make sense to hang on to what's going on. But if Nick R is just married to the fact that he wants to click the button on that, well, then you have to make sure that those units are going to be damaged, which they probably will be given the fact that there's a lot of damage. But you have to also hope that those units that get damaged survive, that you can click the button, and that it makes sense to do so. So it's going to be hard if Nick R is going to be looking at this and really married to that play, right? Like if you're thinking about going into this round because you want to capitalize on that 4 points of heal, I don't know if that's good. Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, obviously, because he's a much better player than I am. So he's practiced, he's got this down pat, and I want to see how this shakes out. I want to be proven wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick R, I think his main goal is to try to get the siege out in this round. Cuckoo doesn't have it in his hand, but he does still have another leader charge to grab it eventually if he feels the pressure in this round. But like, as we know, Nick has a brick in his hand. He's got that oh
boy.
Uses 2 leader charges, decides not to use the last one to get rid of that Reinforced Ballista because he probably still needs it for Junod. He either is going to Junod this Ballista, or he's going to save the leader charge to Junod something else like a Gerhardt.
Well, I mean, Big KK just comes back with a Marine and just boosts it back up and saves the day.
Yeah, that looks like the Reinforced Ballista is probably likely to live if he wants to boost it up. But there are other things to consider as well. There's starting to be a big lead from Nick R. So this 7 tempo play might be a little slow. I'm not sure. We'll see. And then we got the Megascopes now coming down for 10 for 4 provisions. The ultimate payoff for Megascope onto that great sword.
Yeah, man, when that card was designed and printed, that was the buddy that it wanted to find. That was the hand it wanted to hold, was that 10-point greatsword. I mean, massive value for 4 points here. And I mean, a 2-turn countdown is fine. Like, that's not excessive. It just means you can't play it last as your last play, right? Now, the other thing worth noting here, Shin, is the fact that Banhart student is just, it needs to get established. I mean, you're just losing value on it over and over, especially when you in conjunction with potential casting contest value.
He's going to casting contest the Marine instead for a good 9 points. Could even hold it at 8 strength. It seems pretty safe with Heatwave and Hjalmar both gone. It's not close to being damaged for Junod. So yeah, Cuckoo makes the decision here, the wise decision, just to hold it and maybe protect something like another Reinforced Ballista or that student on the same turn that is played.
For sure. And again, if Junod is something that you're worried about, boosting something above it is going to be protecting it for sure, given the fact that it's going to take some work to actually be able to get it into Junod range. If you're pumping in damage to a unit to get it to a point where you can kill it, feels like you're just wasting some of that space. Like Junod is, I don't want to say it's a hit or miss card, but it can really punish in the mirror. But I find it kind of falls flat against certain decks that just like to boost and preserve their units and their engines, because Junod against a greatsword at that just hits the board is fantastic, but a Junod against a boosted Carrack Marine, a ballista, it kind of feels like you're leaving a little on the table there.
And there's always the weakness of like having a lot of reliance on the random Reckless Flurry leader charge to find the target. Even if the Gerhardt does get played here at some point, Nick R's leader charge with one left, it could miss the Gerhardt, and Junod could end up having to take a 1 or even nothing.
I mean, at what point is that Gerhardt just going to go ahead and squash that Siren? Like, that could be just the only way that it goes. Because if you're going to... Okay, there's the pass. I do like that pass. You've seen both reinforced ballistas. I think that's or you saw the one that was cloned, I believe.
Yeah.
And then that one. So you're no longer have to face off against what could be just an onslaught of these ballista pings over and over.
Oh, but Hubert to the rescue! These reinforced ballistas are super good at getting the counter of Hubert down quickly. And Hubert coming with the extra 5 points is really going to rescue the day here. Cuckoo could even play and get rid of this Banard student.
Banard will tick up to 2. I mean, you drop the Banard student, right? I mean, he's got to take, and then you're ahead.
Yeah, and you get to preserve your 2 siege engines for the siege in round 3, which has no answer, by the way, because Heatwave was played on full test in round 1, and you have the pincer maneuver leader charge to always get the siege for you.
Yeah, Nick R here is, I mean, it's a tough go. It's a tough go here for Nick R, given the fact that, well, you expended that heat wave on full test with, I guess, the plan that you're hoping to go ahead and answer siege, like you said, Shinmiri, by bleeding it out. It didn't even have siege at all in his hand. Big KK didn't even have it, so it never wasn't even an option. But Nick R now is going into the round 3 saying, all right, it's going to be a long round. Big K gets first action. I have not seen siege. I do not have my heat wave. So I'm going to rely on one hell of some I'm going to rely on my wits and my guile, to get me through this. But Big KK's hand, even though we're seeing a little bit of garbage, you do have one more wheel on your pincer maneuver.
Yeah, but despite playing pincer maneuver, Cuckoo Rosina is going to miss one of siege or Shawnee. I'm assuming he's probably going to take the siege now that the heat wave is gone. Shawnee would have been really nice, though, to also have in the hand, as she's just a 12-point play. She's potentially a threat herself, especially with the existence of Winch in that deck. Winch, the second to rightmost card in Cuckoo's hand right now.
Maybe he
can
does
reduce the cooldown.
I mean, it feels bad, but I'm just trying to think of if there's any scenario where you would. I mean, you got the 2 Warfare cards in your hand. You're going to get rid of...
he gets rid of Boiling Oil.
Boiling Oil?
Yeah. Like, I don't think you get the Shawnee here. I think if the opponent had Heat Wave still available to them, I think you would maybe get the Shawnee. But without the Heat Wave as an answer, Siege is just more points, most likely, and the Shawnee still always has the chance of dying before you can winch it.
I think we got to slam the portal in the back row. Hopefully that that armor that's generated is going to gobble up some of those trebuchet pings. And
exactly.
I mean, Nick R still's got some firepower here. That portal, the totem, the Quen. You do have less than ideal megascope, but an 8 for 4 is nothing to shake your fist at. You got one more wheel with your flurry and Junod. So we'll see what happens here. This might be a situation, I think, where you have to take the chance with your flurry ping and maybe get rid of one of these. Oh, maybe. Okay, that works too. Oh, and now you're going to go for it.
And Nick R misses!
I'm sorry, Nick. I feel responsible. That happens to me all the time. God damn you, Reckless Flurry.
Oh, Nick R with the expression of what just happened. What the hell? The Reckless Flurry, unreliable in this situation. Hits all 3 other units. So, I mean, at least the good news is he does have a Junod target, right? Like, he's going to be able to Junod one of these siege engines.
Yeah. Now, what Witchers are left in the deck that he can tutor? Does he have another Bear Witcher in there? I think he does. So he can actually clean out both other siege engines if necessary with one Bear Witcher, then the other. The Junod can maybe come through and kill the Trebuchet. I think that's a fair thing that you do, like maybe right now. I think that you have to go ahead and maybe take that out.
Here comes the Gerhardt into teleport, perhaps?
Oh, that is going to go in.
The extra siege. Nope.
Yeah, he's just going to protect it.
Okay, just to protect it. It's fine. And you still have Foltest Pride as the second siege engine to activate siege, and you can AA into, I believe, a Radovid's Royal Guard is the last soldier, as well as the Dunbanner, which is a brick. But Radovid's Royal Guard in the melee row, if that volunteer survives, you can make that pocket, yeah.
I don't think the volunteer survives. I think Nick R is going to try to roll the dice again, and hopefully, maybe his Maddock is a little bit better.
On the Maddock, okay.
On the Maddock. I mean, you roll the dice and hopefully... Okay, so the situation is here. You either kill the soldier and break up that pocket, or...
He doesn't click the Maddock,
doing it. Because you could have killed the... You could have killed...
He doesn't have to do it this turn.
No, but Cuckoo can go ahead and stack stuff in the front row to reduce the odds.
Yeah, that's true. That is
because
true.
in my mind, I'm thinking it's. I don't want to say it's win-win, but you either kill the battering ram, which reduces the bombardment and reduces the battering ram from coming back to swing at you, or you take care of the soldier, which breaks up the potential pocket for that.
Yeah, but I think Nick R, maybe his plan is to Bear Witcher the battering ram. And if he Bear Witchers the battering ram, then he doesn't want to hit it with 2 Maddock charges or the two of the 3 Maddock pings and have it at only a 1. It becomes a lot more awkward well, now he doesn't have the chance to anymore. With the Zeal on the Radovid's Royal Guard, protects the battering ram, and then now you can winch the battering ram or winch the Foltest Pride.
And now it's going to be really, it's a bigger risk here, given the fact that your Maddock might miss the soldier, or it might just eat up the armor. He might have to wait for that battering ram to...
Yeah, Nick has already passed. He's waiting, and now the Foltest Pride can come down, and it's a little bit too late for the Maddock to try to kill this volunteer. So, I mean, these are a lot of points that are going the way of Kukuruzina. Small micro points and decisions like that, you know, the reinforced ballista surviving, and the battering ram surviving, and the soldier volunteer surviving as well.
Oh. So that bombardment could have been a disaster in the sense that it could have potentially flipped some of those fanatics, but the fanatics eating it the way they did actually is saving a few points for Nick here.
Yeah, not too bad of a bombardment. There were a lot of bad targets, like the fish flappers, the fanatics. So Cuckoo has to be kind of satisfied with that bombardment, and we get a pretty muted 7-point megascope.
7 points, 7 points, support for 7.
What is nice about it is that there's nothing to hit now. You're getting rid of 1 turn of interaction for Kukuruzina. Your Ballista doesn't want to hit anything. Your Baron has almost nothing to reset. Can reset that Soldier if you want. Oh, I guess actually,
you could set up
corrected.
Yeah, you could. Well, you could set up.
I stand corrected. You can hit the weakened or the already damaged Bear Witcher Adept because it doesn't have enough time to heal to the full 7. So hitting it actually is gaining you 1 point. Here comes the Bear Witcher now, and then hits the Baron, doesn't allow it to reset anything. We've got good positioning by Nick R, honestly. No way to get like multiple units of value with the Foltest Pride, needing, hitting 3 adjacent units. Everything separated by these artifacts and armor. Volta's Pride is only really going to do 2 points of damage here.
That's tough. This is closer than it looks. I mean, again, like you said, the positioning has been exquisite. It has been masterful. Nick R has really done some excellent work here. Given the fact, keep in mind that those fish flappers are going to come back with some...
This is a big lead. This is a big lead. 21 points. This Quen and flipping the Fanatics is... I don't think it's going to be enough. Quen is only
Doesn't
13.
look like it, Shinmiri. No, even with that massive play of a Geralt Quen into
close.
a
It's
Bear
actually
Witcher.
super close.
It's
He gets
very
his heal
close.
as well.
Hold on
This
a second.
came down to all the micro decisions. It is 2
Oh!
points. A 2-point game decides it here. Cuckoo Rosina wins this third quarterfinal of the day, 3-1 over Nick R.
Oh boy, that was a very intense matchup, and
very happy with himself.
I mean, if you are Nick R in that case, you're going into that third round. You have used up your heat wave for the full test. You've tried to bleed out that siege, just never happened. Looks like you're just kind of up against the wall. It's an uphill battle the whole way through, unfortunately for Nick R. He just couldn't complete the deal, but making it close as it was. 2 points at the end of the day for what seemed like a terrible matchup in that round 3 made it very close. I mean, Portal, Odom, Quen, so many things went right for Nick R. This close.
Yeah, really, really close. Let's hear what Cuckoo Rosina has to say after that victory, and Paul Berger is standing by to interview him right now.
All right, I am here with Beko Kurizina and Hester, of course, standing by with the translation. Congratulations, man, you did it. You did it. So many crazy, awesome plays. Congrats. How you feeling after that one?
Поздравляем, это было реально очень безумно, очень много клевых, безумных ходов. Но скажи нам, как себя чувствуешь после всего этого?
Ну, чувствую себя прекрасно. Я, в принципе, именно вот ровно на такой исход и рассчитывал, на 3-1, где у него выигрывает Синдикат. Но все получилось.
I actually feel really great. I was counting on winning 3-1 and winning against Syndicate, and everything went well. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, super well played. Important question, what's the name of your dog behind you? Because that's what intrigued me the most.
Как зовут твою собаку?
Перси.
What was it?
Перси.
Percy?
No. Перси. Like this.
Or just dog?
No, Перси.
Ah, okay. Hester, you didn't translate. What's up? Are you there?
Yeah. It's just the name, you know.
Just the name.
You don't have to translate it.
Okay. I thought it meant something more, but I didn't know. My bad. All right. Last question. Who would you like to play against tomorrow?
Кем бы ты хотел завтра сыграть?
Ну, честно говоря, без разницы. Я готов победить любого.
Well, to be honest, actually, it doesn't, matter. I can win against anyone.
Nice. I love the confidence. I love the emotion. Awesome stuff. Congratulations once again. I'll let you rest. And before we go, we might actually... No, wait. Well, someone's telling me someone's been bad in chat and doing numbers and counting and all that. Well, that's unacceptable. And if you guys keep on doing that, there will be no leaks. But I am a great Uncle Buja here, and I actually will show you the second leak for today. There we go. Which faction can this be from? And what's that thing in the orb? Well, I don't know. But I have a feeling I might know this faction. Yeah. But incredible art. Shout out to the artists. I won't spoil anything more. And yeah, let's go back to the casters because I know that Shinmiri wants to analyze this art from top to bottom.
All right. Hell yes, I do.
All right,
I do.
Shinmiri,
That's so good.
I want to ask you some questions here, buddy. All right. So no name of the card, no stat lines, no faction. There's no game text. You only got a picture. So is it a 12 or a 13-hour analysis stream for that picture. Just curious.
Well, let me get started. That looks like a Scoia'tael unit, right? Maybe an elf. It could potentially be Francesca, but I think it's probably a bronze. It looks like she's got something to do with the magical orb, maybe looking into the future. Maybe she's a seer. Who knows? I could keep going.
I mean, listen, and if you guys want more leaks, just gotta let one, it's just one day gone and we're there, and there's more leaks coming around. So you guys got to be patient. All right, it's one more day gone and we're there, and it's good. So friends, brackets. Let's go take a look at the brackets and see what's up with those. As the brackets and the players advancing up to now, we've got the Great Wolf and Akela on one side of the bracket. We just saw Big Cuckoo Rosina. The big corny boy himself has pushed through against Nick R in spectacular fashion. The games today have been exquisite. Excellent games today, Shinmiri.
I've enjoyed watching all these games so far. And I want to say, with the latest, Big Cuckoo Rosina, his best decision, the number one decision that affected the outcome of the last game, getting up and letting his dog in.
I was just about to say.
It was his luck charm. Good luck charm got his reinforced ballista to survive the reckless flurry last usage, the pings, the random pings, and then that, I think, the reinforced ballista surviving was huge, and it definitely made up more than the 2 points that the game ended up being decided on.
At the end of the day, dude, we're all human beings, and I don't care what game we're playing. If my dog ever needed me, I would just flip the table and go and pet him whenever necessary.
Exactly.
Love
Number
our
one
doggos.
decision. Best boy.
Check out the prize pool. See what's up for now. Ooh, boyskis, as Nick R is taking home just a couple bucks shy of $1,200, as we see there 1,675 smackers for Big Corny Boy himself. Corny Boy 35 has nice prize money to start his collection with. He can just go ahead and fill his pockets with that one as he's moving on to day number 2. Chase and Wong ID still around the corner there, Shinmiri. That's going to be one hell of a matchup in itself.
That is definitely very exciting. And you know what else is exciting? The Great Oak Bundle supporting Gwent Esports is awesome thing to do. Thank you so much to everybody who has already purchased this, but you can still get it in the shop right now. Your support will go towards the prize pool of Gwent Master Season 3 scheduled for December of this year. So appreciate it. Love you guys. Thank you so much for continuing to support this wonderful game.
Damn right. I love you. I love you, Shinmiri. That's all I gotta say. I love you, man.
Love you, Fig.
Oh, thank you. That's just so good. Yeah, friends, honestly, so far, so good. Three matches down. We've got one more quarterfinal match around the corner. It has been incredible. We still got all kinds of action for you. Stick around. It's going to be Chase versus Wong ID. Shinmiri and I are out for now. We're going to leave you again with Jaggerus and Spessy. Be kind to one another. Your flake loves you. See you around the corner.
Enjoy the last quarterfinal. See you later.
Hello there, Chase. Welcome to the official Gwent Open tournament. I'm really glad I can see you here. You're one of the new faces on the tournament. You passed through the qualifiers, really exhausting qualifiers, to say the least. Could you tell us a bit more about yourself? What are you doing besides Gwent? What is your team? Tell us more.
Меня зовут Виталик, сейчас мне 21 год.
Hi, my name is Vitalik. I'm 21 years old. Besides Gwent, well, I spend most of my time playing Gwent actually, but I also study. I play for a team Phoenix Gwent. That's mostly all I can say about myself.
All right. Awesome. Okay, so moving on. What would be your strategy for this tournament exactly? And what do you think? What are your chances of winning the whole tournament?
Well, I don't really want to evaluate my chances specifically. I think that everybody's chances are pretty much the same, and it's not possible to single out and predict the winner. Everyone has an equal chance to succeed. I can't say that I have a particular strategy for this tournament. I believe that most of the participants' goal is the same, to give a good performance and win. Nothing special at all.
с целью победить. Ничего особенного.
All right. Hopefully it's gonna be like that. Okay, and last but not least, the shoutout time. Would you like to thank anyone for preparation before the tournament? Your team, your friends?
Ну, наверное, хочу передать просто...
Well, I'd like to give a shout out to my whole team, Phoenix Gwent. And I also separately mentioned Forever YOLO and Pepsi Colini 228.
Наверное, хочу выделить Forever YOLO и Pepsi Colini 228.
All right, perfect. Okay, thanks a lot for the short interview, Chase. Hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow as well, and we'll talk a bit more. So good luck in today's matches.
Thank you very much.
Hello there, One Guy. I'm really happy to see you here. Welcome back. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I think the last time was at the Gwent Masters finale, which unfortunately was not very successful for you, but this time hopefully it's gonna be way better. And could you tell us maybe a bit more, what have you been doing since then?
Yeah, indeed. The outcome of the Gwent Masters wasn't too good, but I'm not worried about that. My life's been going pretty well, and last year's gaming experience just means I need to make some more extra effort and play even better.
只是一个游戏罢了，去年没打好，今年就加把劲，尽量打好一点。
All right, awesome. And could you tell us a bit more and elaborate what is your strategy for this tournament?
The strategy for this tournament is very simple. Ban Syndicate. The faction is just too strong, and there's no deck which could oppose it. Speaking of my lineup for this tournament, considering the fact that there wasn't much time between last weekend's qualifier and Gwent Open, I'm going to use basically the same decks.
这次公开赛交卡组的时间跟资格赛的时间基本上是重合的，所以我用的是跟资格赛一模一样的卡组。
All right, hopefully this is gonna go well. And well, last but not least, shoutout time. Would you like to thank anyone before the game?
First of all, I'd like to thank all of my followers and viewers. Recently, I've been seeing a lot of you during my streams, so thank you very much for your support. Apart from that, huge thanks to my prep partners.
还有感谢跟我一起练牌的朋友。
All right, very well. Yeah, definitely the streamers have to thank their viewers for the support, and this is really important. Okay, thanks a lot, Wang for this short interview. Hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow as well, and good luck today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've made it to the fourth and final quarterfinal of Gwent Open number 2. My name is Jagras, and I'm joined by the king of banter himself, the master of the mute button, Specimen.
I was warned many times before we started to make sure I have unmuted my mic. Flake very helpfully pointing out to me where the unmute button is on Discord, so thank you to Flake. What would I do without you? Great to be here. Really been enjoying the game so far, Jagras, and we have not finished yet. We have got Chase up against Wang ID. Wang ID, Jagras, has to be the favourite for the tournament considering his performance last weekend at the during the top 64 qualifiers. Very excited to see what decks he's brought and how Chase gets on against the favourite for the tournament.
Yeah, we've had a heck of a series so far. That previous series we did just see. The winner, of course, was Aluha. Big Cuckoo Rosina. His decks turned out to be fantastic and really hit DeMarco. But who is he going to be facing up against next? Let's see what you guys think at home with the Twitter poll. What are your predictions? Who do you like? And 80% of you like Wang ID.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. He was in Masters last year, Jag. He's always near the top of the ladder. If you look at the pro ladder, Wang ID is not going to be too far away. Chase is no mug. He knows how to play Gwent. He knows how to build some very interesting decks. And he certainly brought some spicy decks. Wang ID, again, no surprises that he's going to be bringing similar decks to what he brought during the top 64 qualifier, as he said in his interview. It was very successful, and there's not a lot of time between that qualifier and the time that he submitted his decks.
And as we have seen previously, your Twitter predictions mean nothing. If the Divination Challenge is anything to go by, your predictions are terrible. But you don't have the deck list, right? So let's just enlighten you guys a little bit and see whether your predictions match the matchups as we have a look into the deck list and see what Chase and Wang ID have opted to bring to the tournament.
Yeah, so starting off with Chase, there's no surprises to see the 4 leader abilities chosen. Just Red Dream and Aluha that we've seen, Big Cuckoo so far, that haven't brought this Flurry deck. All other players have so far brought Syndicate, Nilfgaard, and Northern Realms. But if we start off with the Jackpot deck, it's a little bit of a funky build, Jaggerus. Quite a few interesting cards. Boris, Morelsi, Saul catch the eye. What do you think about this one, Jag?
Yeah, definitely going to Funky Town with the lineups. The Boris we see here damaging an enemy unit by 3. You have that death blow, but 3 damage, it's a little bit of an awkward amount of damage in Gwent, right? There's so many units that are kind of 4 or above. Sometimes you maybe want to combine this with other forms of damage, maybe the Horson Jr., and that does give you an option there, but I'm not sure. What about yourself?
Yeah, he's taken a mid-rangey approach. We've seen other players do it using the Balheim brothers and the Hideout. I'm honestly a little bit confused about what the exact decision-making is from Chase here to go for Boris and Saul over those cards. My only real reasoning I can think of is maybe he's wanting to avoid those Angle M gamers. Maybe he's also just saying, I'm not going to play Jackpot because everyone's going to ban it. It's certainly not my favorite build that I've seen, but I'd be very excited to see it in action if it's left unbanned.
I mean, we could argue that in his video, Wang ID said that he was going to ban Syndicate. So really, at this point, objectively, it doesn't actually matter what you bring for Syndicate because it's going to be bad. Although, last match, the one we just missed out on casting, there was a Nilfgaard ban. So, who really knows what's going to happen in this tournament? Moving on, though, we're back. Angoulême is back. Will she have balls this time? We'll have to wait and find out with a very similar looking list to the one that we saw Caleb
used, yeah. So Kayla had a Menno, he had War Council and Royal Decree. Chase, instead of investing those provisions into 3 different consistency cards, has just decided to use a Neuromancy. And while that looks strange, when you cut out Masquerade Ball from your deck, you often also cut out the Usurper as well, because he's really mainly worth it for the Devotion tag and the Aristocrat tag he has. So there's really a lack of fantastic high provision cards in Nilfgaard, which is why we see an Aneromancy here. I've highlighted in this one, Jag, Anna Henrietta. We saw Freddy Babes use Anna Henrietta at World Masters quite recently to fantastic success. She's an Aristocrat. In certain matchups, she can be brilliant, but I have no idea what she is doing in this deck, because it's not a Masquerade Ball deck. There's surely got to be a better option. We've already seen no Fringilla as an option, but I'm a little bit confused as to why Chase has gone for Anna Henrietta. I love the deck, I love the build, but surely this cannot be worth it, because really she's just, I think the Aristocrat tag is what sets her apart in those Masquerade Ball decks.
Yeah, and this is an expensive way to find an Aristocrat tag. Anna, it depends on your opponent's leader, right? She basically turns your leader into theirs. So against Jackpot, you're getting Syndicate stuff, you're getting coin stuff. It's not amazing. Against Inspired Zeal and Orders, you're not really running order units. So again, not spicy. But in the mirror, Chase is going to have locks for days. He has 2 locks on his leader. He has 2 locks on Anna Henrietta. He has 2 locks on the Alva Cavalry. He has yet another lock on Van Morlehelm Hunter. So, if you want to play engines, if you want to play cards that suffer from locks, you're pretty unlucky when it comes to Chase. Or lucky, I suppose, because he's going to lock everything.
And up next, I feel like I've been a little bit harsh to Chase on his decks. It's certainly, I have to commend anyone bringing things that are off meta, building their own lists. And we've got the Reckless Flurry next, very similar to what we've seen. As we touched on in the previous series, it's really just this 5 provision slot that people are tweaking. Chase going for the double Moondust. We saw Cams with 1 Moondust, 1 Northern Wind. We've seen some Quartermasters, but just double Moondust for Chase. That means he's going to have Purify access if he needs to get through a defender. However, in a Reckless Flurry mirror, he doesn't have that Northern Wind, and that is a big advantage to have in the Flurry mirror if it ever happens, that's for sure. So would like to have seen a Northern Wind, but that's only if the mirror ever happens. And I think having 2 Purifiers is just going to be safe if you're ever to queue into Keltalis or Foltest decks using Defender.
And we have seen an awful lot of Flurry Madoc this tournament. Seems to be the kind of established meta. There's Syndicate, there's Imprison, there's Madoc, and then there's some form of Northern Realms so far. But last, but certainly not least, we have a pincer maneuver list. We have a defender list. We have the siege. How do you feel about this compared to the inspired zeal lists we've been seeing previously?
So this is sort of like the traditional, like if you were to go back 3 weeks ago, this was what everyone was sort of playing for Northern Realms, where you're playing Pincer, you can shoot your Siege, you can shoot your Foltest. What this deck's really good at doing is in round 1, it's just going to play a Royal Guard, it's going to thin out the Dumb Banners, it's going to play Foltest, and then you're going to pass. So you can use the Crystal Skull, you might also try and use a Defender as well. What that does is if your opponent can't answer Foltest is so much tempo every turn as an engine that your opponent just can't really keep up. They've got 2 options. They can pass and give up the round, which means you win round 1, and then you can bleed with a guaranteed Siege you can tutor, or you can try and fight against the Foltest, but often it's so many points you have to go down 2 cards to do it, which also puts you in a very difficult position because you don't really want to bleed down 2 cards, but you don't want to go to a long round against Siege where Siege has first say. So really going to be looking to abuse the Foltest Dumb Banners to try and gain first say in a round with Siege. And it's certainly a great deck. We have seen maybe, due to Wang ID's performance really, due to Life Coach's success on the ladder, people moving towards Inspired Zeal. But I really like this build of the pincer maneuver version with the Defender in particular.
Yeah, I just find that a little bit odd in the lineup. You know, you've gone for this very Nilfgaard-centric Nilfgaard mirror centric imprisonment, right? This imprisonment, it's got the Angolan, which does lovely against Nilfgaard. It's got Anna Henrietta to give you extra locks against Nilfgaard. It's got poisons in morale, for example. You've kind of gone for this Nilfgaard focused deck, and then you've gone for this pincer maneuver deck, which doesn't really target Nilfgaard at all. So a little bit of a confusing lineup, I would say. But then, you know, I'm not the player, I'm the caster. Those who can't play, we cast, and that's what we do here. But moving on, we do have Wang ID's list, and I would just like to point out that Wang ID, he's gotten behind the player name change system, but he's done it in a way that is very caster friendly, because he's gone from Wang ID 1 to Wang ID 2021, and I approve this decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Wang ID, certainly expecting him to just bring those standard decks. We saw in the last matchup with Cams versus Akela, we had sort of one person bringing the best decks, one person bringing a spice. Wang ID in this situation is just the man bringing what he thinks are the best decks. We've got the Siggy Reuven in Jackpot. That is going to be a fantastic profit 10 on Mr. Siggy Reuven. I've been playing Witcher 3 and I just met him yesterday, in fact. What a lovely fella he is. He's going to be benefiting from all of those tags. Usually that's not very relevant, but in Jackpot, of course, there's no such thing as over-profiting. The passive ability of Jackpot is going to mean any excess coins are going to be boosting Siggy Reuven, and combined with Caesar, it can be incredibly, incredibly strong.
Yeah, that guaranteed 1 point extra buff on him if you go from 0 coins. It just makes him a little bit more sticky, right? You want him to survive so that you can plop Caesar down next to him and trigger his profit ability again, and then you really have hit the jackpot, as the name, I guess, goes. Then we have a imprisonment list, and again, we're going for this Masquerade Ball version, and it's got the Artorias Vigo, which I really like, because if you can hit the Duchess's Informant with the Artorias Vigo, create and play a 1 power copy unit of a bronze unit, it's kind of like a cheap Brathens.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of Vigo in months gone by, but with the addition of the Blightmakers and the Mage Assassins, these are 2 auto-include units, which just make your Vigo less consistent. And it is a high roll card, but we've already had this discussion today, Jag. What else would you play in this slot? We've seen some people go for the Cantarella with the location. We've seen some Bribery a few weeks back. We've seen some Fringillas. I think the Vigo makes sense. If you find the Informant or the Emissary, it's probably the best card in that slot.
Yeah, but it does open you up to Angoulême. In the previous series, we asked the question whether or not she would have a Masquerade Ball. And in this situation, it is all but guaranteed, as that is the only scenario, the only artifact available. So not going to see that low roll that we saw previously if the mirror does happen. Moving on, though, we then have, once again, oh, look, it's Reckless Flurry.
Yep. Again, just the only change really to mention is this 5 provision slot. The Moondust, the Quartermaster in this case. You can go for a Moondust and a Northern Wind, but Wang ID going for the Bear Witcher Quartermaster. This is probably the most popular card to play in this slot on ladder because it gives you that little bit of extra proactivity. However, in a tournament setting where you can choose your coin, I would maybe have liked Wang ID to have brought a Northern Wind, maybe seeing ahead, of course, that there was going to be so many Reckless Flurry. That is, we've now seen all the decks, 6 Reckless Flurry decks in total with Madoc, so a Northern Wind would have been a great addition. However, the Quartermaster, we've already talked about cards like the Fish Flappers, the Great Sword that can't really take damage, and so it's just going to be a safe 8 points in this deck.
Yeah, and just to point out, the flavor text says that a bear ate his arm, and Chase did go for Boris. So maybe that explains it all. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But last but not least, we have Inspired Zeal. Once again, it is a Siege list, it's a Varaxis list, it's a Gerhardt, Shani, and Sace list. And there's Hubert. That's your responsibility, Spessy.
Yeah, all on it this time. I will do my best to remember the Hubert. Wang ID popularizing this deck, of course. We've got Merlin in there. We've got all sorts of dual cards for that extra bit of control. Probably the reason that we've not seen as much Koshchi is because of how popular this deck people were predicting it to be. Koshchi against other decks like the Pincer Maneuver, pretty good, but against this dual deck, it's going to have a really hard time. And I think that's probably why we've not seen as much monsters as you maybe were expecting. So definitely looking forward to see Wang ID using this Inspired Zeal deck that he did create himself.
They've done it to protect us from pronunciation, right? I feel like I heard Flake and Chimera come like Cochet, like giving it a bit of a continental twist. You know, oh, it's Cochet, let's go with that. But no, we've only seen one Monsters list and one Squirtle in this entire tournament, but a lot of Syndicate, a lot of Nilfgaard, and a lot of Northern Realms. It just seems to be the Skellige slot that is the flexible one. Speaking of decks, though, let's have a look and see what is banned. I would put all my money on Syndicate.
I think
all
it
my
could
money
be a safe
Syndicate.
bet, Jag, yeah. And there it is. The jackpot has been yeeted from the matchup. I'm pretty happy we did see one player not banning Syndicate. Big Cuckoo showing, you know, why he's got the name and banned the Nilfgaard earlier on. And it worked out. He did lose to the Lion Pockets, but still took the victory. And in this case, both jackpot decks are banned. And remember, Chase has got this Angoulême Nilfgaard deck. We saw how well that did in the mirror earlier. When it hit the location, it's guaranteed in a Nilfgaard mirror to find Masquerade Bull. So very, very excited to see Angoulême in action again. You can probably argue it's quite a similar strategy of looking to be good into Nilfgaard. I think, as you mentioned, Jag, this Northern Realms deck would be the one I'm most worried about. And if I'm Wang ID, I would be trying to get my Nilfgaard through against the Northern Realms deck.
Yep, so we'll have to see how the players opt to sequence with Chase on blue coin and Wang ID on red coin. So both players opting with their ban hammer to hit the jackpot. Not really surprised I would make the same decision. So that is out. And Wang ID on red, I mean, if he expects Northern Realms on blue, which you very often do, split rounds, then maybe he opens up with the Nilfgaard.
Yeah, and one thing that Chase does have in his Northern Realms deck, which will certainly help the Nilfgaard matchup, is the fantastic Kudak. Love seeing him in action. He was not very popular for a long time. He is making a bit of a comeback. It really is nice to see him. When he enters the board, Jag, it just brings a smile to my face with his beautiful song and his fantastic dance moves as well.
Like, he's a man pretending to be a chicken. I feel like if you want to be unpopular, you know, that's like what you need to do. And maybe if he didn't spend all his time, you know, going around like this, then he might be a little bit more popular. But he has made his way back into the meta, as we often see cards doing. Also, you know, Shani making her miraculous return and potentially now playing for even more than 20 points. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, and Shani's got some very nice synergy with the Merlins, the Bannard students, but Chase, in fact, not taking that route, but Wang ID does, of course, have access to those. And what have we got first? Let's have a gander. It's Chase. And it's Wanged.
A Psychic. And it's Nilfgaard. And it's Northern Realms. Oh, I feel so omnipotent today. I predicted the bans. I predicted the decks in the first game. I should go buy a lottery ticket or something at this point.
And Chase is going to want to have his defender not be answered. So that's going to be really important. He's going to put Foltest in hand. Does still need to draw either Foltest or a Dun Banner. Chase's hand looking a little bit ropey here. If you're on Wanged's side, you have a Invo, which can answer a defender. But you'd much rather use your Vincent or your Cup Bearer. So Wang ID doesn't have the perfect hand to answer Foltest. Chase going to be very happy indeed to see the Dun Banner enter his hand at the last possible moment.
It's not the worst invocation target because you will then draw into it as well. It gives you a little bit of flexibility going forward with your own invocation should you wish to kind of go down that route, protecting some different targets. But Chase opening up with a Royal Guard, which is a pretty standard procedure, you know, back row Royal Guard. Wang ID, it gives him a target should he want to go for those blight makers and put a blight on Chase, but we'll have to see, and it looks like that's what he's doing.
Yeah, Blightmaker coming in straight away. This Royal Guard just allowing Chase to thin his Dun Banner, meaning that the Dun Banner isn't going to get locked. He's going to have 2 on the board, and therefore there's not really a good lock opportunity. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Crystal Skull committed here from Chase. I was kind of expecting him or anticipating him to use his Pincer ability to search for that Foltest, but seems like he has different plans for this matchup. Of course, both players received each other's decks yesterday, and therefore will have been able to scrim against their teammates, their friends using their opponent's decks. So they all experimented some different lines and will have a clear path to victory in each matchup.
It is risky, though. I was going to say the Blightmaker with the Mage could potentially ping and kill the remaining Royal Guard, but Wang ID instead opting for the Dead Man's Tongue. And look at all that bronze at the top of the deck. The good news, he can banish 2 of those cards. He can thin 1 of those cards, and then it's plain sailing into Goldspill.
Yeah, Roderick and Usurper, 2 of the bottom cards, and this is no maxi, Jagras, where you can shuffle your deck. You're just stuck with that. You have that info, but it's not good info to see. Of course, it's better to know, but certainly not going to be too happy to see those cards right at the bottom, wanged there. He's going to have to make sure that he saves his Aristocrats, knowing that the Usurper's so far down in his deck.
But there is maybe a silver lining in that information. With the Vigo, it could potentially hit a Blightmaker, and while that's only a 1-point Blightmaker, you could always use that to move the Usurper or move the Roderick up to the top of your list. You know, knowing it's at the bottom, there are ways you can strategize around it that you wouldn't typically do. And this I like. And I like this leader as well. Anyone who matches Foltest with Foltest, top tier.
Yeah, and I like the decision to hold the Royal Guard as well. This just plays around a leader charge and coup. However, using the Crystal Skull on the Dun Banner does mean that the Foltest can just be locked. Of course, Kudak would be an answer to that, which could turn the Foltest back on, probably just for another turn before another lock comes in, but Chase would have to commit a leader charge to find either the Kudak itself, or he could also go for the Amphibious Assault with his second leader charge. As he has Siege in hand, might not be the worst option for him. Certainly is going to want to apply some more pressure if he can at all help it.
Yeah, Kudak, would Kudak, be good Kudak. I have issues, really. This is what lockdown does to a person. I don't know, it's a tricky round one. You have a few more cards that you can play out of Chase's hand. The Marine, for example, he could opt to maybe play a Siege unit, but you want to hold them, right? You don't want to play them all unless you have enough in reserve for when you play the Siege. He's got the Boiling Oil, and again, he could kind of play that, but it's kind of one of those things that's nice to hold to deal with, say, a Thirsty Dame. So it's a little bit of a tricky hand, I think, for Chase.
Yeah, and we talked about this was the key matchup. Like, if Wang ID is going to get his Nilfgaard through, it probably is going to be the Pincer Maneuver Northern Realms. It's going to be a really huge moment in this series if Wang ID does manage to take it. And I have to say, the start from Chase isn't looking too fantastic. What this deck really is trying to do is force people out of round 1 with Foltest. But if it gets locked, it's not going to work. And of course, Wang ID did have the Invo, so if Chase was to have used the Crystal Skull on Foltest, it still would have just played further into Invo. So I can certainly see the logic in him not wanting to use the Crystal Skull. But with Defender in hand, maybe this was his best pass to victory, to force Wang ID to pass, and therefore having first say with Siege in a round 2 bleed. But wasn't to be, and as it stands, just a 3-point game, that double Blightmaker applying a lot of pressure here.
Yep, and he's back. He's disappeared, but he's back. He's mostly played the cards you want for in round 1, right? You've got both your Blightmakers, you've done your Dead Man's Tongue. So he's played all of the cards he kind of wants to at this stage, and then anything else is kind of a bonus. And Chase, he's got to the point, I said with the hand, it's a bit awkward, where he's kind of run out of things to play without being afraid of losing on even. And so he's passing out of this round. And Wang ID, he can commit. I was going to say he can commit a Fangs. He can go, full Shin Miri style with the Fangs. and play that, and he'll still have a couple poisons in reserve. You always have this kind of extra one, and that's just a really nice way to win the round because you've not over profited in points, right? You want to win round one but by as small of a margin as you can, because in doing that you reserve as many points as possible for future rounds.
Losing round one against a Masquerade Ball deck is always quite scary. There's all sorts of things they can do. They can clog your board, and they just have so many points when their Masquerade Ball is left unanswered. However, Chase does have a scenario of his own in Siege. Often Siege, you want to go first with it because you can develop a lot of board presence. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Wang ID goes about this round two, and starts off with a bit of a surprising play, a Seditious Aristocrat, which quickly gets bombarded and then just passes. It fancies his chances in a long round.
Oh, it's absolutely fine, I think, with his current hand to play the Seditious Aristocrat there. Just get rid of it, right? You've got better aristocrats. That one's like a, you know, like a lady, a dame, and you've got like the king and the queen coming up, basically. In terms of aristocrats, not all posh people are made equal. He's got the Fergus, he's got the Vincent, he's got the aristocrats to trigger the ball, and he's got much more valuable ones. So in that situation, you know, playing out arguably the worst card in your hand, going down to 7, and then having a very long round, because Nilfgaard freaking loves a long round, I think is a great strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing that the Usurper is so low in the deck, not playing that card, not just passing and taking an extra mulligan, means it's going to increase the odds of Wang ID finding his Usurper, because he's not putting that Seditious Aristocrat back into his deck, which is increasing the odds of Joachim thinning enough to find the Usurper. So you might be wondering, why did he not just pass, take the extra mulligan? He actually wanted to get rid of that card from his deck. So the cards Wang ID is mulliganing here, he's going to hope are going towards the bottom of his deck, underneath the Usurper. So we know Roderick, Usurper are the bottom 2 cards. So every time he's mulliganing, it's going to go in a random position. And look at that! There's a Hubert in hand, but fear not, Jagras. There's 1 leader charge remaining, I do believe.
Oh, yeah, that is not good. What's his counter? Do you know? Did you forget? Did you forget he even existed, Sessimon?
He is on a counter of 6. I can reliably tell you with the Observer, there's 1 leader
Because
charge
you've been
remaining.
counting, right? You got to
Not
pretend
'cause
like
I've
you
been
were paying
counting.
attention this whole time.
No,
Come
no.
on, lie to the people. That's why we're here.
And this is what you want to do with a Siege Jag. Get it down early, because the bombardment as well as the ballistas can apply a lot of pressure. However, you're still in a long round against Masquerade Ball. So as great as it is to have first say with Siege, you don't want a long round against Masquerade Ball. I don't think any deck in the game does.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. You would have thought with a siege, as the name suggests, it's an extended period of time. You know, you would have think, based on the name, it would be good. If you're laying siege to someone, you're like waiting weeks until they run out of food and die. The problem is that the Masquerade Bowl has heavily stocked the castle with delicious, delicious food, and we see that come down now. And there's lots of nice poison targets. You know, sometimes you have this issue with an early Masquerade Bowl where you trigger it, you play a aristocrat, you trigger the chapter, and there's not really a great poison target. But with this deck, there's always great poison targets because there's always engines. There's always valuable targets on the board from the get-go. And I just think this is a scary round for Chase. It's a scary situation for Chase.
Absolutely. Does make use of his leader ability, though. Just 2 points, but does fix the hand, gets him the Amphibious Assault. Of course, part of the reason you play this card at 13 provisions is because of the echo value. So whenever you're not maximizing that echo value from Assault, it does feel a little bit bad, that's for sure. But at least does have it for round 3, and it's a warfare card, so it is going to trigger the resupply on the reinforced ballistas. But Chase has bombardment, he has oil to answer this dame, could also decide to go for an engine, but does just clean that dame up quite cleanly.
Right. Specimen, no checking. What's Hubert's count?
I'm going to say Hubert is still on 6. I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure there's been around, so I don't think he's still on 6. And I will say that I feel like at this point, Chad will have a far better idea of the count than you do. Go on, what's he on? Check.
He's
Go
on.
check.
So he used an order with the leader, but Hubert wasn't in the deck. He was still in the hand when the order was clicked. He's still on 6. Let's go!
Look at you.
What can I say? I really
Well
do
done.
this.
See, this is the thing. Your first set of casting, that was your practice round. Get rid of all the nerves, get rid of the bad counting, and now here we go. And speaking of here we go, as Scottish people would say. I'm excluding an expletive. As we play the Joachim into a Fangs. And I talked about there usually being good poison targets. Like, Trebuchet is a mediocre poison target. It's okay.
Yeah, it's certainly not the best. There's also the Cupbearer to add another poison, as well as the 2 poisons remaining from the Masquerade Ball. So unless there's a Purify coming off of the Amphibious Assault into Kudak, there are going to be 2 poisons completed. And yeah, Chase is going to want to make sure that he places his units in a way where he can try and get maximum Kudak value. So as tempted as Wang ID might be to lock this battering ram, it would of course just play straight into the Kudak.
But what he could do is Vincent it. It's maybe not your spiciest Vincent target. You use the Vincent, you play an aristocrat, you get a second poison, you kill the trebuchet, and here we go, and you remove the ballista. Look at this, and that cleans up so many siege engines in just one turn, which absolutely scuppers the value of a bombardment.
Yeah, now that poison's been completed, if Wang ID would like to, he's free to use a leader charge on the battering ram as well. The battering ram is going to be dealing 3 points of damage, but in around this long, it's also going to be able to move to the back row and back to the front again. So, seems worth the lock to me, but we'll see if Wang ID decides otherwise.
Yeah, just going down to the wire here on that decision. Are you going to lock it? Are you nervous about Kukudak? And taking the lock, I think this is a completely valid decision. You know, it means that if your opponent has a Purify, you still have other ways of dealing with it. It's decent value, and you have another lock in hand anyway with the Van Morla helm, right? So if they do unlock it, there's lots of ways you can deal with it.
Just a devastating turn, Jag. The Vincent, the Fang, and the Lock. 3 engines developed through Siege. 3 engines answered by Nilfgaard.
Yes, what Nilfgaard does. And then they'll stop playing his stuff for good merit, you know. Not only will they remove all of your hopes and dreams, they will then enact your hopes and dreams themselves. And that's why people love Nilfgaard.
Certainly as a Northern Realms main, seeing this happen is quite painful, but it is how it's supposed to go down. Nilfgaard against Northern Realms usually is favoured for the Nilfgaardians, and this is, if we just, why are we in this position? Why does it feel like Chase is struggling to get any board presence? Well, this is what happens if you go into a long round against Bull. They're just free to commit all their control tools very early on. They can really apply a lot of pressure, and this is really why I was surprised to see Chase not try and go all in on just believing in his Foltest with his Defender and things like that. Defender, not looking like it's going to be particularly useful at this point, but it's certainly not over just yet for Chase. He does still have a lot of gold cards remaining, and the Brathan's now coming down from Wang ID looking to develop an engine of its own. Not only does it still copy a ballista, it also sets up that Brathan's assimilate engine, and the spy means, again, Wang ID doesn't have to worry about that extra Kukudak value, as he can use another leader charge if he would like to. He can clean up the batting ram as well, so no worries there.
What even are engines when you play against Nilfgaard? Yeah, Wang ID, he has kind of all the answers. This is the thing, you know, you're looking at these hands, and it's like Chase, oh, he has a Defender, and it's like, oh, well, why doesn't he play the Defender? But the Defender would have just been purified, right? Like, if you play, even if he'd play the Defender before the siege, he wanted to get his engines on the board, and that was the strategy, and just hope that Wang ID just didn't have all of the answers for them. But in some ways, part of the problem is that these cards play into Nilfgaard. Like Adalia giving that unit a shield played straight into Vincent, and there's not a lot you can do. This is the Vigo, though. So Vigo not playing as a Barathans. You've got a Seditious Aristocrat, a Mage, and a Hunter. These are not top-tier choices.
Yeah, this is the massive downside of Vigo. It's a massive high roll card. Previously, you would really build your deck around Vigo, but with the need to play these bronze aristocrats with Masquerade Ball, as well as the Blightmaker and the Mage Assassin, you can really see why a lot of people are not believing in Vigo anymore. Wang ID, though, he just knows that it's a high roll card. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to pop off. So I still like the inclusion of it, but you can certainly see why it's less popular now than it was just a few months ago when it was auto-include.
I like this choice. He's giving us the opportunity for another duck. And I know how hype we got the last time when I started talking about a duck and there was a duck, so keep your eyes peeled. Not literally, that would be very painful. And see if you can spot a little ducky in the bathtub. As Foltest's pride comes out. Foltest may be dead, but his pride lives on forever.
And you could argue a rare misplay from Wang ID. He puts his Joachim next to the Volunteer, and Joachim is in fact a soldier, giving that nice little crew pocket for Foltest Pride, meaning instead of having cooldown 4, it's going to be at cooldown 2. Now, of course, Wang ID has Another lock-in hand also has an invo, so it might not prove to be massively relevant, but still, there was no real reason to place the Joachim there as far as I can tell. So just shows that everybody's human. Gwent is a very complex game, especially Nilfgaard. So many decisions to be made, and it really is a game of fine margins where the small things can make a big difference. We'll have to wait and see if this mistake from Wang ID proves costly.
And coup de grace coming down here onto the Joachim. I mean, I guess you could make another soldier pocket at this point, right? Just, you know, if you're going to commit to soldier pockets, you may as well full commit and put this one down next to the Joachim, but actually opting for the back row there, learning from his mistakes. And look who didn't get blocked. Usurper. He has made his way to the top of the list, and that is a massive Joachim plus the aristocrat. Here's another poison, just to add insult to injury. Back come the operatives, 51 points to 16. I'm not sure those 2 points from full test pride really mattered at this point, Specimen.
And this was guaranteed, Jag. The only cards remaining in the deck for Wang ID is Roderick, the Informant, and an Emissary. Of course, Joachim cannot pull disloyal units, so very, very well played from Wang ID. He manipulated his deck perfectly. He used the knowledge from Deadman's Tongue in round 1. He made sure he played that card on the dry pass rather than just taking the extra mulligan, and he guarantees this this Usurper. And there comes Cood. Not really doing quite as much as you would like, still getting a bit of Purify value. It's like a Northern Realms Pella.
He's not MV Pella, let's be
He's
real. Not in this matchup anyway. No, he should have really run a Peller. If we're really thinking about it, that was the mistake. He went for this devotion strategy. I mean, imagine wanting devotion in Gwent now. I'm kidding. The thing is, Wang ID, his remaining cards aren't that poppin', right? Like, he has a decent number of points. The poison got purified, so the cupbearer, not spicy. Fergus just pops spying tags down, but with no thirsty dame, again, not spicy. And then it's a lock, plays for what, bleeding, so 5 points.
Yeah, and I mean, this is it. We spoke about how important this matchup would be. We identified maybe this pincer maneuver deck not being the best option compared to what we saw from some of the other guys with the Commandos deck and how well that could perform against Nilfgaard. Here, this pincer maneuver deck with Foltest, with Defender, so many things that can be locked. It just didn't seem to quite go the way for Chase. And letting Nilfgaard through the first time of asking has got to be heart-wrenching for Chase. And Wang ID is going to be feeling very confident moving forward for the rest of this series.
I love that he reapplied the spying tag to the Joachim. You know, they got purified by Kudikak, whatever his name is, got purified, and he's like, no, he's a spy, he's on my side. And that's exactly what he did. And yeah, we talked about this in the matchups, that this pincer maneuver list not really focusing on Nilfgaard, whereas Chase's Nilfgaard list very much focusing on Nilfgaard. But unfortunately for Chase, that matchup not yet available. Wanged winning the first match so far of best of 5, so Chase still has to try and find 3 wins somewhere, but he is now on red coin.
I think this is a really highlighting how important it is to build a lineup that works perfectly in harmony. Because in this situation, this pincer deck just isn't really fitting with the rest of the themes of the decks that Chase has brought. He's brought this this non-devotion Nilfgaard deck with Angoulême and Heatwave, which should be massively favoured in a Nilfgaard mirror, but it's not really worth doing that if you're then going to bring a deck which is not favoured against Nilfgaard. You want all your lineup to be coherent, and I think Chase has probably got to be regretting bringing this pincer deck with this kind of approach of his lineup.
Yeah, he went for the predictable sequencing. You know, we talked about this. I said, you know, he's likely to bring NR on blue. That means, you know, if Wanged expects that, he'll bring his Nilfgaard on red, get the matchup that he wants, and that's absolutely what happened. I guarantee that's the matchup that Wang ID was looking for, and he's managed to find it. So now he's left with Skellige, and his Skellige is actually all right on blue because it has the Quartermaster, doesn't it? Or am I mixing them up? No, he doesn't. I tell a lie. Does he?
Yeah, it's Wang ID that has the Quartermaster in his deck, so no Quartermaster available for Chase. Of course, Wang ID won already with his Imprisonment, so he has his Reckless Flurry and his Inspired Zeal remaining.
Okay, so yeah, the Quartermaster does mean that on blue this list is a little bit better, and Wang ID now going on to blue, so he may opt to queue his Skellige list. Also, you know, Northern Realms just loves a blue coin, right? It's just one of those decks that it loves being able to set up engines, it loves being able to set up potential going first and try and carry that over through round one, potentially then going into a 2-0 in round two. It's one of those lists that actually can get away with that because your opponent has to then react to all your engines and they can't set up their own. Chase, he's a little bit on the back foot here. And when you're a new player in a tournament like this, sometimes this can really throw you. Like the nerves get to you, you then lose your first game. That can really affect some players when it comes to their debut. But hopefully, he can pick himself up from this. He can dust himself off, start to have a rethink about the way that he strategizes this list and really bounce back going into this game two.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are just about to get underway here, I do believe. And going to be interesting to see which decks each player brings. And it is the chosen Flurry mirror. I've been waiting for this mirror. And I've been waiting to see which player brings the Northern Wind, which player draws the Northern Wind. And the answer is neither of them.
Chase will not draw the Northern Wind because Chase does not have Northern Wind.
And nor does Wang ID. Neither player bringing the Northern Wind where it matters most. But, I mean, that's fine. Even playing field. We might see some Heat Waves on Madoc. Still going to be a carryover play. Heat Wave only going to be playing for 10 points in this matchup on a Greatsword. So, not the best use of Heat Wave where you might be Heat Waving a scenario in other matchups. So, Heat Wave on a Madoc, while slow, is still a lot of carryover. And Wang ID going first has also got the Mask of Ouroboros strategy, so no discard synergy available, just going to be a 4-point stratagem. He's going to have to be very careful not to lose on even, I would say here.
It's a hard one. This is the thing that Skellige does well, right? They like to bully you in round one. They like to push to win on even. And so Chase, I guess, going with this strategy, opting for the SK here because that's what it does. It does well on red coin. Whereas Wang ID went for the list on blue coin, so he knows that that's a risk. But like we said, he does have that quartermaster to maybe help a little bit with proactivity. It's a difficult one because if you assume all else is even, then Chase should be able to win on even, because how much does the Mask of Ouroboros really provide value in round one?
Yeah, it's certainly not doing too much, but Wang ID showing his confidence by going for a maxi. Mirror matchups in Gwent are all about resource management. There's some matchups where you really particularly value loss. Say, I think in this one, for Wang ID, he's really just going to want to make sure he does not overcommit in round one. If he was to slam Portal here, Chase is going to suddenly be quite happy at just giving up the round and letting Wang ID take it, and then he's going to have a whole Portal over Chase for a later round. So no surprise to see Chase beginning with his Madoc, thinning it out, and Wang ID, well, okay, he could thin his own Madoc by playing a bomb, but then Chase is also just going to be able to bring his Madoc back out with a bomb of his own. So Wang ID definitely in a bit of an awkward spot in round one because he's going first and he has a very reactive hand.
Yeah, it's just a really annoying play, right? The Madoc there. He does have the Mask of Ouroboros to maybe try and fix things a little bit. That is an option he could take if he doesn't like any of his options. Then he can choose to click the mask, and that's exactly what he does. And Fish Flapper is here to save the day. But actually, you don't want to play that. You do not want to play that at all. That's your portal target.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he was to hit Madoc there as well, he could have discarded the Madoc, and he would still be able to play it from the graveyard, and that wouldn't really make a big difference. He would lose one thinning overall in his deck, but goes for the Greatsword instead, and is going to take... Oh, I thought I saw a leader charge there. No leader charge, leaving that Greatsword in at just 4 points, ready to be cleaned up. And just imagine if you're Wang ID here, Jag, and you have a Northern Wind, how good that would feel in this mirror matchup. Because with a Moondust, you're not actually sinking any damage into Madoc because it's just going to come back. But with a Northern Wind, you remove that Madoc permanently, and you also summon your own from the deck. So yeah, this is again why I was sort of touching on why I preferred Cams's Reckless Flurry list out of everyone's, where it's got that one Moondust for the Purify, it's got that one Northern Wind for the mirror matchup, which of course has proved to be quite popular this weekend.
I mean, I don't know. I think you go double Northern Wind, but that's knowing the decks, just because the Purify doesn't really cut it in all the matchups that we've seen, and having that guaranteed banish is just nice for a lot of different situations. But Wang ID finally opting to play a bomb.com, and there is Madoc of his own, but he had to play it onto Madoc, which just doesn't feel good, sorry. And then with the units lined up just like that, it was perfect for Dancing Star.
Yeah, we've all heard of Falibor, but that right there was a Falibomb. It wasn't quite perfect. It did 2 damage, and then 1. That could have been 1 more point, but quite fantastic when combined with Madoc. And job done for Wang ID. Did not want to overcommit, did not want to lose on even. And he's going to be very happy to see himself get out of this round one quite cheaply. And again, he didn't lose on even. He didn't spend a massive gold card. So pretty successful round, I think, for Wang ID. He has weathered the storm there. Could have gone a lot worse for him, that's for sure.
And looking into the draws, Maxi showing up now for Chase, so he can go and have a look at his list and see hiccups. If he's happy with the order, Fish Flapper has flapped its way back into the deck. Both players have access to Portal in one form or another. What are you doing round two? You're Chase. You've won round one. You're going into round two. It's kind of a mirror match. What do you do?
Well, you could have started off with Portal, but that is no longer going to be an option at all for Chase. One thing I would certainly expect to see him use this round is his Maxi. Have a look at how his draws are going to be. It's going to give him a lot of intel, a lot of confidence. If he knows he's drawing perfectly, he might be feeling confident in a long round three. If he realizes he's got good odds on missing some cards, that's going to change it entirely. And looking at the Maxi, most of the gold cards he's looking for are near the top. Quen, Junod, the Greatsword, they're going to be three of the most important cards. Heatwave is great, but it's not the be-all and end-all when a Megascope plays for the same amount of points in this matchup. So I think Chase is going to be quite happy, and this is probably going to give him enough confidence where, seeing as he does have the Fish Flapper in hand, he may feel confident enough in a long round.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would be somewhat surprised if that's what he opts for, opts for shuffling there. And he has perfect mulligan targets in his hand, right? Like, he's got the Fish Flapper to put back in, and he's got one, artifact in order to unbrick the Avalak. He's not at risk of bricking an Avalak because it's already bricked. It limits his potential in this round for a bleed. Unsurprisingly, there's the pass. But what it does do is it means that he's not at risk of drawing into bricks. He's seen his deck. If he doesn't shuffle it, he's not going to draw any bricks. He's going to draw into lots of nice gold cards. And I think that's what you want. And that's why Maxi's nice, because it means you can take that risky mulligan, because it's no longer a risky mulligan.
And Chase takes the pass on 8 cards. This means he's just going to draw 2 cards, but he does get an extra mulligan. Of course, if he was at 7 cards, he would be drawing 3. 10 is the hand limit, of course. But you do get an extra mulligan for your trouble, so certainly makes sense for Chase to take the pass there. We, of course, saw Wang ID play that extra card, but that's because he was relying on Joachim to find the golds that he needed. So definitely makes sense there for Chase to take the extra mulligan. And yeah, let's just see who can draw the cards better. Wang ID, we did see a Maxi from him in round 1. I'm assuming, judging by the speed of these mulligans, he did not shuffle and knows what he is hitting. So, Jag, mirror matchup, it often comes down to what cards missed. And I can tell you, Wang ID has missed one of the most important cards, and that is Geralt Quen.
Yeah, that's not really good, because that is such a huge tempo card. It's what, 13 odd points, for example. So really not a card you want to be missing. He got the Heat Wave, which Chase missed, but I feel like Quen is just that much better. Also, just to note, the Avalak not actually bricked. I forgot about Megascopes. They're a thing. Just Omega Scopes. Come on, Jaggerus.
Yeah, that's it. That's the other great thing about Avalak. He got buffed quite significantly. But before, in this situation, you would be forced to mulligan an artifact. But now you've got bronze artifacts that are so fantastic in this deck. Avalak just becomes a no-brainer. And it is the battle of the Fish Flappers. One premium, one non-premium. Chase, why have you got non-premium Fish Flapper? In fact, Jag, I can tell you, I am predicting the second Fish Flapper to be premium. And often what you'll see some players do is they will have one premium bronze, one non-premium. So when they use cards like Maxi, they have like a better idea over exactly which card is where, because you can tell if it's premium or non-premium. It's going to be very rare indeed that's ever relevant, but it could be relevant when mulliganing a card, I guess. I'm trying to really think of a situation it would be super relevant in Skellige, but I'm predicting one premium, one non-premium. Let's see if I'm right. What do you reckon?
Did you just answer your own question?
I don't know.
I feel like we've seen a non-premium Fish Flapper previously, so I feel like that is probably the strategy. Get the non-premium Fish Flapper, get the premium Fish Flapper. I feel like the premium Fish Flapper a little bit more green going on in that background, whereas the non-premium one, he's a little bit more damp, should we say.
Mm-hmm.
What am I even on about? Stop saying Fish Flapper, it's weird.
And here we have the totem as well, which is just going to get answered. Well, half of it's going to get answered anyway by the bomb. And this is exactly what we were talking about again. So many cards in this Skellige deck. that are great against random damage, and Madoc is just another one of those cards that has random damage, as is the Reckless Flurry leader ability. These Fish Flappers gaining armor, the Totem not being able to... you can't really kill it, you can't damage it anyway, you can only kill it with things like bombs and things like that. So it's definitely a key part of why this Skellige deck is so powerful.
One thing that Wang ID has going for him that Chase doesn't is Chase has spent both of his great swords in round one, I believe, potentially in round two. No, in round one. They both of them in round one, and what that does mean is that his mega scopes, if he does go, finds one with Avalak, they are limited to things like Bear Witches, things like Fish Flappers. Whereas Wang ID, he does have that one great sword available in hand and can potentially look to copy that, which maybe will help him make up the point deficit a little bit of missing out on Quen.
Yeah, Chase taking his time. The second Bear Witcher Adept ready to come out from his deck, and is just assessing his options. That Gird is shining in red to show the Adrenaline is active. He's still got quite a few more turns, though, in which to play that. This Totem in the back as well has not yet been clicked by Wang ID, and Chase decides it's time to go for a Totem of his own.
There's some colorblind person out there who, when you said shining in red, had an epiphany. And look at that! There is a premium Fish Flapper to make you look smart. You're welcome, Spessy. Chase, he's got your back.
Get in.
I gotta appreciate Wang ID though. He committed. He full committed to the premium Fish Flappers. So I feel like that is, that's love for Fish Flapper outside of strategy. You're like, I don't care about strategy. I don't need one premium, one non-premium. I'm gonna go all in on the premiums to show my appreciation for fish flapping, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah, often that strategy with Maxi is used better in other decks where you're maybe using cards like Joachim or things like that, or even Dead Man's Tongue, where you really want to know the exact order in which cards to banish. One premium, one non-premium makes a lot more sense. Certainly the old Alchemy decks from Beta used to use that trick as well. In fact, I remember watching many streams many years ago and having my mind blown about that. So that's just something to bear in mind. If you're playing Maxi, you might want to consider having a premium bronze and a non-premium bronze.
So 18 points to 21, 7 cards to 6, 3 leader charges per person, and Megascope is going to pull out another Fish Flapper, so a little bit more going on the side of Wang ID, but 1 card down. It's kind of even Stevens at this point.
Yeah, and this is Gwent Mirrors. It's all about resource management in the early rounds. Both players didn't commit, and they just decided they ended up going to this long round 3. And in a long round 3, it just becomes about, firstly, who draws the better cards, but also who just plays the cards to perfection, because it really is going to be fine margins in this one.
I have a question for you.
Go on.
1 premium Fish Flapper, 1 non-premium Fish Flapper, but 2 premium Megascopes. Make it make sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe he just doesn't have 2 premium Fish Flappers. We're sitting here making like, oh, this is the tactical decision between doing 1 and 1, so you can know which one's which in the deck. And then we see 2 Megascopes which you can't tell apart, and you're like, we need to revisit this one.
Yeah, it certainly isn't like the typical deck you would see this strategy being deployed in, but I saw the non-premium and I thought, it's got to be it. So I don't know. We'll have to see if we can ask Chase afterwards. And here comes the Gird. The Adrenaline was still active, which means he's going to be damaging all the units on the row and spawning that Deafening Siren. If you use him when his Adrenaline is off, then he only damages the Deafening Siren. And Gird, what a great card he is. One of any card that has a voice line that says Gwent, I can very much get behind.
Fair enough. I mean, whatever makes you happy, Specimen. The thing is, Chase's good is not quite as good as Wang ID's good. Not all goods create equal, because look at the rows. If you play it on the back row, you're only hitting 2 units because the Fanatic, you'll assume, will heal. If you play it on the front row, you're hitting armor, which is just kind of sad. But you're getting to the point where you have to play it before the Adrenaline turns it off.
Yeah, and it's a tied game almost perfectly. Of course, Wang ID does have this Bear Witcher Adept that's going to heal, but there's also a totem that hasn't been clicked on the side of Chase. Chase doesn't have any bombs left, so cannot make use of this damage Madoc. If he had another bomb, he could click the Madoc and then resummon it at 3 strength again. That's not going to be an option for him. Something else to consider could be the option for Chase and both Wang ID to take the mentor from the Kadooch, which is going to be buffing itself for every damaged unit. Often, it's not going to prove to be the best option. Certainly, if you don't have last say, it's going to just play into tool punish. But in some situations, you could go for that mentor, maybe just forego the 4 points from the healing of the Kadooch. But honestly, I have a feeling we won't actually be seeing that. But there's going to be a lot more damage cards of all the Bear Witches hitting the board.
I feel like the random nature of these flurry pings is going to be really impactful in a matchup where there's so many things you don't want to hit. Because yes, it pierces armor, but if it pierces the armor of a fish flapper, god damn it, if it pierces the armor of a Bear Witcher Adept, then the Bear Witcher Adept is just going to heal itself. So that's wasted damage. If it kills Mavic, that's wasted damage if they have a bomb. If it hits Fanatics on the side of Chase, that's wasted damage. So you got to get a little bit lucky here if you want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really big advantage of going or having last say in this mirror, because Chase can hold all 3 of those leader charges until his last turn, and Wang ID's Bear Witcher Adepts are not going to have a chance to heal. Whereas on the flip side, Wang ID, he uses his leader charges at the last opportune moment, and those Bear Witcher Adepts are going to have a turn to heal for Chase. So yeah, definitely seems as though last say in this mirror, while it's not a game where we're seeing big finishers like Gord and things like that, definitely seems as though last say is going to be somewhat helpful to Chase.
Yeah, Chase also in a situation where he doesn't have to touch the totem until the very last turn, right? So he can wait on the Fanatics, hold them as long as possible, and leave them out to soak up the damage until he's in a situation where he wants to capitalize on that. So that is another kind of advantage. And 37 points to 36. So this is what I mean. It's even Stevens. 4 cards apiece, 3 leader cut charges each. But no Quen.
Yeah, it's probably the worst card to miss. But it happens, you know. You can't find all your cards perfectly, even with a maxi. Chase was a little bit more lucky in the situation that he did find most of the cards he would have been looking for. But Wang ID will still be hoping he can just do it on pure skill and just by perfect gameplay. Of course, we said that these Bear Witcher Adepts also might heal for Chase, but maybe Wang ID is just very, very skilled and his Reckless Flurry lead ability just avoids all of those things. That is quite possible. Unlikely, but possible.
Yeah, it hits like Avalak, Gerd, Jernod, Madoc because he's not coming back, the Siren. I feel like there's not enough points across that lot. Maybe there is enough points, who knows. Chase, though, he does have Hjalmar, right? So he can choose to remove something here. And he should have decent amounts of points in he's got great swords, right? So he's got decent amounts of reach here. He can basically he can remove any unit that he pretty much likes. Maybe a fish flapper, if you're worried about it soaking damage, but actually he's going last. Potentially, if you want to deny the heal, you could remove a Bear Witcher, but it all kind of works out about the same. As we see the church, the Kadok coming down here. Bear Witcher?
Yeah, I think if you're going for it this early, you're just accepting that the mentor is not going to be the motive in this situation, and the Jernod is quite scary in this mirror matchup because these Bear Witchers are only going to be healed to 7 points when the Kadooch is clicked, which does of course mean they are still damaged. You're not going to need to invest leader charges to get this Jernod value. Jernod, when he was released, Jag just didn't see any play, but with Reckless Flurry being reworked, Jernod has really come into his own, and it's great to see. I love the card art on this one, having a big bad boy Witcher just for Skellige. I think that's pretty fun.
You said the word Jernod so many times there, it made it sound weird to me. You know when you say a word a few too many times, it starts to lose all meaning? Not that Jernod had much meaning, but speaking of Jernods onto Bear Witches, there you go. You are clairvoyant.
Yeah, and Wang ID deciding to click his location at this point as well. The other Bear Witcher coming down and the Kadooch is clicked, and it's a 4-point game as it stands. Both players have full leader ability remaining. However, let's not forget that Chase does have those hidden points from the totem.
Yeah, there's just those extra points on the totem. And, you know, if you say that Hjalmar and Heatwave are kind of equivalent, right? Both of them removed, but Hjalmar gives you 3 extra points from the body, then you're looking at a Greatsword versus a Quen. I just don't know what this, I don't know what this Greatsword's going to do. It's going to be close, but I feel like at the moment Chase has the advantage. It maybe comes down to leader pings a little bit.
Yeah, the Heatwave does come in. Wang ID saving his Greatsword until the last possible moment. He's going to combine it with leader charges. The Madoc has been clicked now, so Chase is banking on the Madoc dealing 3 damage and not hitting the Bear Witcher Adept, which would mean he trades up on points by clicking it. The Madoc was just at 2 strength, but there is a Greatsword in the graveyard for Chase, so Hjalmar is going to be able to just clean up the Greatsword of Wang ID if he makes the correct read and goes for the Quen first.
I like the Madoc click. I mean, it's a risk, right? If you hit the 3 or the 1, you're losing value a little bit. But you're also improving the odds of the Reckless Flurries hitting beneficial targets to you, right? If you remove the Madoc was a good target for Flurry to hit. You've taken that away. If you hit the Bear Fanatic, you know, then your quid's up. If you hit the Avalac, you're all right. And if you hit the other 2, well, it's not great, but you've also denied your opponent some options, so it probably equates to the same thing.
And Chase makes the correct read. This is the perfect play, knowing that we know that Wang ID has the Greatsword in hand, and his Hjalmar is going to play for those extra 3 points than it otherwise would. The Greatsword hits the board. Here come the leader charges. Can they swerve the totem? Can they swerve the Fish Flapper?
2 pings on Fnatic, so he lost out on 2 there. 41 to 51, leader charges. It looks like it's Chase's game. The mountain just not high enough, missing the cards in a mirror. That is all she wrote as Chase takes the round. Doesn't even need the leader charge. He's like, what even is a leader charge at this point? As we have a series, 1 game apiece. You know, I asked, could he bounce back from that early loss in the first round? And it turns out he can.
Yeah, and I think Wang ID played this game very well. In round 1, he managed to survive. He didn't overcommit. He passed without losing on even. But the MVP for me in that matchup, Jag, was Maxi. Maxi didn't do anything but give information. She didn't shuffle the deck. She just said, Chase, you're going to draw all your cards. Odds are Wang ID's not going to draw all his, and you're going to win the long round. You have the luxury of passing, taking the long round. Whereas if you looked at this Maxi and your top decks were terrible, then you would probably know that you have to push in. So the information Maxi gives, fantastic.
Knowledge is power, or so some of them say. But that does mean that Chase, he has his Skellige win, Wang ID with the Nilfgaard win, and that leaves Skellige and Northern Realms for Wang ID. Meanwhile, we have Nilfgaard Angoulême nonsense for Chase, and we also have the pincer maneuver Northern Realms. Now, Skellige on blue was a little bit of a risk. We'll say that for Wang ID. He went for the Skellige on blue. Didn't really pay off. He's back on red coin. Do you go Skellige again when your NR tends to be a blue coin list?
Yeah, I would expect Wang ID to go for that Skellige. I think as much as Skellige isn't often that blue coin deck, trying to, you know, find an edge in the mirror could certainly have paid off for him. I think on a different day, if he drew cards better and Chase drew worse, of course that mirror matchup could have gone a lot differently. I think Skellige mirrors, realistically, there's lots of point slammy cards. It's not like a Nilfgaard mirror, Jag, that we've seen earlier, where there's lots of advanced thinking, deck manipulation. Lots of the cards like Portal, Megascope are just point slam cards and control heavy cards. So the mirror really does just come down to who manages the coin flip better, which Wang ID did really well. He didn't lose on even, but then ultimately, if you go into a long round 3 in a mirror, it really is just going to come down to who draws better. And the last say for Chase was also relevant, and he was very much aided by the fact he was going into that matchup second.
So what you're saying is that Skellige is a low skill faction and Nilfgaard is a high skill faction. That's what Specimen said. You guys, you heard it here first. Grab your pitchforks and your tweets and go, you know, complain to someone. That's definitely what I heard from that statement. If you are Chase, let's say you expect Skellige.
Yep.
your Nilfgaard Angoulême, there's like 8 million artifacts in that list. That's absolutely just a clown fiesta play. But on the flip side, your Anna is not so bad. What do you do?
Yeah.
Or do you go for the pincer maneuver on blue?
Well, if Chase does use Angoulême, we spoke about it before, and rolls Portal, it's an awful situation because he's not even playing the Nausicaas. The best target he has from Portal of Angoulême is Fangs of the Empire, because he's playing a Van Morlahan Hunter, an Emissary, and 2 Mage Assassins. So I'm still got my fingers crossed for an Angoulême into Portal for Nilfgaard at some point this tournament. It's something that I would love to see. The Pincer deck, though, does seem like the best bet here for Chase, as I do think it's just a blue coin deck. Like, you want to get that Foltest down, you want to apply some pressure with Foltest and try and then force a round where you're starting with Siege. That's almost always going to win unless you're against Masquerade but win a long round. I think that's one of the few decks that really could deal with Siege.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this Angoulême Nilfgaard into Flurry, there's like just situations that just don't feel very good, right? Like going Angoulême into Megascope. What do you even Megascope? There's not really great Megascope targets either. You go Angoulême into, I mean, Totem's great, right? You hit Totem, that's brilliant. You hit Kadok, that's okay. Portal's trash. Megascope's trash. Like, it's just a complete coin flip in that situation. Maybe you just mulligan Angoulême. But then the rest of your cards, are they really playing into the strategy? Like, that list doesn't go toll, so your poisons aren't really paying out. Your locks, you've got about 8 billion locks, and I mean, I guess you can deny the healing, but it's not what locks are for, right?
Yeah, Chase has got double Slave Hunter in his deck, as well as Cupbearer and Brathen, so there's quite a lot of assimilate tags in there. So if you can roll the Angoulême into the Kadooch, you're going to trigger your assimilate twice, both on the Kadooch because it's not on your starting deck, but then also the Bear Witcher that you're most likely going to play from it. So definitely worth keeping just in case you do get it, but it's certainly a very risky card in that matchup. It's certainly going to be very RNG heavy. And here we have it, a Northern Realms Mirror. The one we saw earlier, Jag, probably my favorite game of the day. Let's see if this is a repeat.
Wang ID has gone off-piste in the queuing order. You know, playing Northern Realms on red, playing Skellige on blue. Why don't you just do... I mean, I was going to say, why don't you just do what we predict? But he's obviously got a strategy in mind. And Chase going into this Northern Realms match with, you know, the predicted blue coin list, he has been playing relatively predictably, right? Like, he's played NR on blue, then SK on red, then NR on blue. Wang ID, though, he's looking for matchups here. And I feel like this is a planned matchup. Same with the Skellige one.
Yeah, and Wang ID does have that Quartermaster in his Skellige deck, which we talked about at the start, which can give him that little bit of extra proactivity. So certainly seems as though he knows exactly what he was doing in the deck builder. Foltest, last card drawn for Chase. He's going to be very happy to see that. On the other side, no dual card in hand for Wang ID. Does have Assault, though, if he wants to go for Selkirk. We saw earlier Akela not go for that line, but could be a motive. In fact, it was Cams that didn't go for it, but yeah, Chase opening it up. Of course, this Foltest deck, usually favoured in Northern Realms Mirrors, but that's because Foltest can't be answered that easily, but dual cards certainly can answer him.
Yeah, but if you have the... what's it called? Crystal Skull, that makes the duel slightly more difficult. If they have a defender and you don't have a proactive purify, that can be annoying. But this is where the Kerak City Guard does her thing. Kerak City absolutely protected here, because if your opponent plays something next to the defender, you just move the defender, right? Who needs to purify defender when you can just move the defender out the way and interact with whatever you want to interact with?
Absolutely, the City Guard is shining here, showing why she's in the deck. She's also like a nice backup option for Shani, but really it is just to give you that purify value that Northern Realms is craving in moving defender, so you can answer things like Foltest. It really is all coming together here for Wang ID, and Chase wants to play his Foltest and then maybe pass, but knows that there is now the threat of his defender being moved, and then the Foltest being dueled, so does decide to oil that City Guard up.
Yeah, City Guard, she got oiled up, and turns out not good for your health. That's what I was about to say, Chase. He does have the oil though, right? So he can deny the movement. So by doing that, you no longer have the option to move the defender is much more valuable. And I would be very surprised if we don't see Chase slam the full test here and now behind the defender, start duplicating done banners and just having a real good time. And that's exactly what happens. What do you do here if you're Wang ID?
Well, there is a problem. The fact he had to take this oil jag means he's now at 6 cards and not at 7, which means Wang ID also, more importantly, is at 7 cards and not at 8. So if Wang ID is to pass, he's still gaining, he's still a card up. Whereas if Chase is to have played this full test a turn sooner and didn't have to oil the city guard, he would have been able to pass, and most likely Wang ID would have had to have just tried to win the round. Like, it would have been a lot worse, right? But the fact that Chase is at 6, this oil, the city guard still put in so much work here.
Absolutely. Here we go into the next round. So full test, it did its thing. It secured Chase round 1. Now we're going into round 2, and first say in Northern Realms is a big deal. First say in a Northern Realms mirror, some would say, is the be-all and end-all, because your opponent is always reacting to your engines.
Yeah.
Chase is a card down though, so that's the disadvantage. How do you play this one out? Because if you play a few cards and pass, it then means that Wang ID has first say going into potentially a long round 3.
Yeah, Chase has first say with Siege, which is an advantage, but Wang ID has those dual cards, the control heavy cards, which might just bail him out of this situation. We'll have to wait and see. Siege played down by Chase. Wang ID has the option of playing his own Siege. He did draw it. Remember, he doesn't have a pincer maneuverability, so that's a good start that Wang ID has that option. Could also, though, go for a bombardment and answer one of the engines of Chase, but does mirror Chase's play, and it's Siege versus Siege in this round 2.
And actually, when you play the second Siege, you do get the slight advantage that your trebuchet hits their trebuchet first. So not all trebuchets created equal. A Dahlia in hand with the ballista plus a second ballista means that this Siege, the story is going to be told, both players having the means to complete their Siege. But here's the thing, does going first make all the difference? Because Chase should, if all else is equal, be able to remove Wang ID's siege engines before Wang ID can remove his, which makes the bombardment even more impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. First say in a siege mirror. There's very few better mirrors to have that first say. A bombardment high roll comes in, and the trebuchet doesn't ping Chase's trebuchet. That could have been quite spectacular. Chase isn't going to want to play another siege engine here, because the bombardment it spawns is just going to be massive overkill. So he's going to want to stick to some of his humans here. Could go for a Bloody Baron on his own card to keep it alive for a little bit longer as well. That would be an option. Also, a Marine would do something similar, and does go for the Marine here.
Yeah, I was going to say Marine is a nice option here because you can just use that to protect one of your siege engines. Wang ID just wasn't wanting to put units on the board to play into siege value, so opted to kind of take the risk there. And a little bit unlucky with the trebuchet ping. You know, it was 1 in 3, so odds were stacked against him. But at this point, he has no units on the board. 16 points to 0 in a bleed that could potentially turn into a 2-0.
Yeah, 16 points is a big old gap. There is an extra chapter, though, for Wang ID on the scenario and does have a better leader ability. Chase just has 2 points worth of a leader. Foltest Pride is going to be an option, but let's not forget as well, both players do have the Huber. I remembered, let's go. We have Chase, his Huber is chilling at 5, a counter of 5. Wang ID, his is still at 10.
Oof. That's a big Hubert. Chase also, this is the thing, these ballistas, they do so much for Hubert because you're getting that charge every single turn. You're getting that order ability every single turn, which really helps to whittle down the counter. John Natalis, though, again, Wang ID not wanting to put units on the board. You know, going for that boiling oil there, purifying the scenario, I would imagine. Does it purify the scenario? It's next to it, so that's not a unit, though. There you go. Can't purify
Must just
a
be
scenario.
units, unfortunately. That is a feels bad, but never mind. Scenarios, I think I'm quite happy with them being doomed after the Masquerade Ball, double, triple even sometimes Masquerade Ball. I'm glad that the boiling oil does not open up some sort of way of replaying Siege. Yeah, 16-point game. I mean, lots of people do say, Jag, that Siege if you're going first, it's just the most unfair mirror in Gwent. And Chase, he used his fall test to win round 1, okay? He wasn't able to take like a tempo pass line, but still in a favorable position here in this round 2. What Wang ID is just trying to do here is make things awkward for Chase, not put points on the board, knowing that Bombardment is ready to come out. Chase doesn't really have an abundance of options. Maybe just a back row Baron or a Gerhardt will be coming up quite soon. But actually, the Ballista from Wang ID means there's the Battering Ram going to be spawning in the back as well. Leader Charge as well comes in to clean up that Ballista in the front row, the reinforced Ballista that is.
I love the leader charge there. I was just thinking, how can Wang ID deal 3 points? Natalis was lovely because it was 5 points, so perfectly dealt with the trebuchet without putting bodies on the board. And what Wang ID needed to do here is play in such a way that he's removing siege engines from his opponent, and that's exactly what he managed to do with the play. But actually, oof, that was a lot.
Yep. The reinforced Ballista hitting the board. Formation, you can choose if it goes in the front or the back. Chase knew that his bombardment was just going to be 1 damage short of a full board wipe, so taking the Ballista to the front row, perfectly cleaning up Wang ID's board, and he's now 18 points ahead in this one. However, Wang ID does still have that third and final chapter, which is going to be a 5-point bombardment when it does come in, but has a few engines down on the board. Wang ID does have a Selkirk, which can answer this reinforced Ballista, though.
Hubert's got to be showing up soon, right? I feel like, at least for Chase, Hubert is on the way. And that's the other thing you have to keep an eye on as the final chapter of the siege comes down. Not all bombardments being created equal, but doing just enough damage there. Oh, I was going to say he could have opted to kill the battering ram, but letting it live.
Yeah, sinking some more damage into the Ballista does mean he can go now Assault for his second Ballista, I do believe. Yep, he's got a Ballista still in his deck, so he could use another Leader Charge on his Ballista to kill the reinforced Ballista. And then is going to be hoping, of course, that this reinforced Ballista sticks. And there's Hubert. Margarita locks, but there is a Kudak available still for Wang ID. 14-point game. The Hubert check, Jag, is 7 counter
7
on Wang IDs.
Oh, but the thing is, if Wang ID can get out of this round and has Hubert in round 3, that could make the difference.
Absolutely.
That's the situation there. And Chase opting to protect the battering ram over the Ballista.
Yeah, not sure on that one either. But this does mean that if Wang ID wants to kill an engine, he is going to be forced to use the Leader Charge, which is going to take away from his Einsace later on. He might be forced to go for a front row Einsace. He's already used 1 Leader Charge on a Ballista. Also, he might have a Leader Charge available on a Bannard student Merlin later on as well. So I think for Chase to keep this battering ram out of the range of the deploy effect of a Ballista and force a Leader Charge does make a decent amount of sense. And it's a 27-point game as it stands.
Yeah, Wang ID, he has to put some points on the board or risk going down a card in round 2. If the bleed doesn't work out but Chase gains a card, the bleed kind of did work out, right? If he misses the 2-0 but gets cards out of him. And this is where going first is just devastating. We see the Amphibious Assault pulling out the Reinforced Ballista. And I think if you're Wang ID, you just have to remove some of these threats. But opts to save the Leader Charge.
There is still in Chase's deck a Fall Test Pride, a Casting Contest as well, which are the most likely options for him with a Leader Charge. However, this bombardment is going to be playing for 6 points with 2 siege cards down on the board, but also that resupply ability is going to give that extra little bit of targeted damage. So could just decide to try and hold on to that Leader Charge, maybe even just get rid of the Baron and keep hold of the bombardment. It'll be interesting to see what Chase does decide to do with this Leader Charge, that's for sure.
And he can always heal his Ballista, right? He's got that option with the Baron should he wish. He could go for the heal, but actually it's time for Gerhardt. Early Gerhardt has no patience, but does have a way of protecting the Ballista. We talked about the Baron. This works just as well. And Wang ID, he got it down to 1 point, but alas, it was not enough.
And this is the difference in mirrors. We saw in the Skellige mirror that last say was somewhat relevant. But in this mirror, an engine-heavy mirror, first say is all important. Getting that board presence, developing your engines first, particularly when they're damage engines such as the siege cards. There is the Selkirk. Wang ID not giving up just yet, but there's still a big old gap between these two players.
Yeah, 33 points to 16. I mean, the Baron is not amazing, right? 39 point sensitive. The Bombardment, I guess he can switch it out with the pincer maneuver and kind of find whatever he wants. Wang ID, though, he still has Gerhardt. Kudak, yeah, that's his name. It can purify the ballista and you can get a little bit of tempo there. You have one leader charge as well. But I don't know, it's a big difference.
Yeah, he's going to want to play in the back row or next to the locked ballista as well, just to make sure he doesn't give Foltest Pride any extra damage. Foltest Pride going to be dealing damage to 3 adjacent units. At the moment, the siege is sort of in between, protecting him from that. So Wang Adi is going to want to be careful with his placement on this one as well. And here comes the Kudak.
Purifies
There he
the
is.
ballista, re-enables his order. And Hubert, don't forget about Hubert. I feel like that counter is getting pretty low. I'm going to quickly put that one out there. 2
Hubert.
order abilities in hand.
Hubert is on 3, and with these 2 clicks, Hubert is now on a counter of just 1 Jagras. So that is 5 points ready for Wang ID to be summoned from his deck.
And it is all in by the looks of it for Chase, unless he opts to hold his leader charge and just play the bombardment, try and get all of the cards out of Wang ID and make this a successful lead. That's your choice, right? Do you believe? You got to know Hubert is coming.
It's going to be dealing 5 damage if he goes for the bombardment, decides to ditch it, gets in Foltest Pride, which isn't exactly playing for the most points it could, but it does damage 2 on Kud and just deals that 1 bit of damage to the ballista, and suddenly Wang ID, it's all eyes on Wang ID. Can he do it? Does he have the juice? Patience on Gerhardt's going to help though.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think it's gonna be decently close. The Marine plays for a fair amount. You've got the ballista, you've got a leader charge, but not really anything you want to zeal.
Casting
Right, here it
contest
comes.
is found. That's the most points you can get from a 5 provision special on the Marine. It's going to reactivate its order ability. This is a 9-point casting contest. The leader charge, but it's still not enough, Jagras. It's a tie, and that means that Chase takes this game 2-1.
Absolute nail biter. I thought there with the casting contest that we had a round 3, but this is the thing, the leader ability, they're just not enough points, right? You had those points, but you didn't have a target. And if things had been a little bit different, if you maybe had a target to utilize the Inspired Zeal on, that would have worked perfectly. But Chase, he went for it. And you got to commend anyone who goes for a 2-0. He thought, I've got the point different. Even accounting for the Hubert, this is a big deficit for my opponent to make up. I'm going to take the risk. I'm going to take the play. I'm going to go for the 2-0. And Northern Realms is the faction that can do it. So absolutely big ups to Chase here. And he suddenly turned this game completely on its head. He was 1-0 down. Now he's 2-1 up at match point against Wang ID, a veteran of competitive Gwent.
Gwent really is a game of fine margins. Everybody says this Siege Mirror, it's all about first say. However, Wang ID shows the power that this dual deck can have with those extra control tools, saving that Hubert until quite late on just to catch us off guard, and almost got there, Jag. If there was just something else he could have given a Zeal to maybe, and got a little bit more value off that last leader charge, it would have made all the difference. But Chase, 1 game away from knocking out the favourite, I would say, for the tournament, and causing a real upset here.
Here's the question. And this is such a weird thing for me to say. Is Nilfgaard going to be the weak link in Chase's lineup?
So we spoke about the deck. It's an Angoulême deck, targeted mainly, you would argue, at beating Nilfgaard in the mirror. Nilfgaard's already through for Wang ID. So against Northern Realms, it can find Siege, and generally speaking, Nilfgaard does quite well against NR. However, this Wang ID deck isn't all engines, it's quite control as well. And the Flurry deck is very control heavy, and we know that Angoulême can hit Portal into emissaries, for goodness sake. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I feel like if Angoulême hits the Kadooch, that's gonna be a big deal. I'm really excited, Jag. Let's find out what happens with this Angoulême deck.
I feel like it's an uphill battle for the Northern Realms, though, right? When they have their own siege, they have the cards to play and copy your cards. There's the one experimental remedy in there. There's a Duchess's Informant. There's Brathens. There's ways of playing your opponent's siege units. So the Northern Realms matchup, a very, very different sort of matchup. And that's where this Angoulême can also shine. We talked about the Nilfgaard Mirror, but actually, I think it's pretty decent against NR as well. And Wang ID, he has to win with both, right? He has to win with Skellige and he has to win with Northern Realms against this Nilfgaard if he wants to make it to day 2.
Here we go, Jag. We have got Reckless Flurry for Wang ID against the Nilfgaard of Chase. So all eyes on Angoulême. Wang ID, yet again proving that this Reckless Flurry deck, at least he doesn't believe it's just a red coin deck. He's got the Quartermaster, he's got the Mask of Ouroboros. He believes in the Portal Fish Flappers on the blue coin.
Do you believe in the Portal Fish Flappers on the blue coin? That's the real question.
I'm not sure I do, Jag. I've got to be honest. I'm not sure I do. I know.
I kind of agree. I feel like Wang ID, the way he's queued has been a little bit interesting. We keep seeing this blue coin Skellige. We've seen NR on red. He's kind of gone for a little bit of a different strategy with this. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it's going to turn out. But I do think, going for Skellige is maybe the list that has a little bit of an easier time versus Nilfgaard. And then you can kind of make a decision. If Nilfgaard is on red, you maybe want to pick your better matchup.
Yeah, and we are seeing a Maxi here. So towards the bottom of the deck, there's a Portal and an Avalak quite near the bottom, which is going to force, I'm sure, Wang ID to shuffle his deck. Maybe put a Bear Witcher at the bottom. This means that his Quen's always going to have that Bear Witcher to fall back onto. On the other side, we've got Chase going for a Blightmaker. No surprises there. The Mage's Lessons out. Look out for those rubber duckies. I'm sure you'll hear Jagara scream when she sees it.
Yeah, I'm terrified of rubber ducks. There's a phobia name for that. I don't know what it's called, but I have a deep-seated fear of rubber ducks, as Specimen seems to be well aware. As a bomb comes out, Madoc comes out, nothing is really surprising at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and this deck for Chase, I just feel as though he will be feeling much more confident if it was a Masquerade Bull deck, I have to say. This Morale, this Anna, this Ramon, even the Angoulême, certainly not cards you would typically see in a Nilfgaard deck. He's got an Aneromancy as well in there. It's going to be very interesting to see how cards like Morale and Anna that Chase has got that these other players that have brought Angoulême haven't brought, how they perform. And I mean, Anna against Flurry should be doing pretty decent. That's for sure. That's a positive. Morale, though, is going to get answered probably quite easily by cards like Hjalmar.
I've seen the duck a few times. I just held it off on the pathetic screen, but that one I was like, you know what? Spessie's almost done. We'll put that. There it goes again. I mean, Flurry is decent, but it's also not decent, right? Because of all the targets that eat damage. We talked about this in the mirror match. It's not the greatest leader. It's not bad, but it's not quite as good as you would think it is. So we'll have to see where that damage goes, like in the previous matchup. But unfortunately, this Great Sword, I'd imagine, not so great with the Tony Joust removing that from the board. And I feel like we've not really seen Great Swords do much this tournament.
Yeah, you often want to use them in combination with the Click of Madoc to put them in at maybe like 6 strength, but Madoc got locked. And Wang ID doesn't want to invest leader charges in round 1. He decides that's too much of a commitment. For Chase, his 4 provision card, trading equal for a 6, has got to feel good. However, the Greatsword now is in the graveyard, which means Hjalmar is ready to go. And we talked about Maxi, Jag, saying that Portal and Avalak were near the bottom. Well, look what the Mask of Ouroboros drew. That is a Portal, and Maxi yet again proving why she is such a fantastic card.
Yeah, it's like pick a card, any card, put it at the bottom of your deck, make life much, much easier for yourself. She's secretly a magician. She may not have the mage tag, but I'm fairly certain that she does have a lot of potential. And this is the thing, it's such a flexible card, and we do see it in a lot of different decks, which rely on consistency, that you can use this to kind of have a do-over, try again. It's one of those decks where you're like, oh, look, my deck is bricked, so I'm going to avoid that. But Morale, this is one of the more interesting inclusions in Chase's list. Comes down here in round 1 onto a great big 8-point body. That's a decent poison target.
Absolutely. Morale, just about a year ago, Jag, was in almost every deck. He's a little bit out of fashion, but does get the job done here. Forces Wang ID to pass. That's often what Morale used to do so well. Forking your opponent, you either purify or you kill the Morale. You can't do both. And in this case, Wang ID just takes the pass, and Chase takes the round. So the ball is in Chase's court. It is up to him to decide how he manages the matchup from this point onwards. Does he fancy a long round, or does he want to try and bleed Wang ID?
I mean, usually you would say Nilfgaard fancies a long round, right?
Yep.
Like, if it's a standard Nilfgaard. But with this, like, monstrosity, I really don't know.
And having a look at the cards, definitely a good thing for Chase that he's got this soldier in hand. So going to be a nice Ramon target, the Slave Hunter. Mulligans away the Informant as well and draws a Fangs. It's the only poison in his hand. Of course, no Masquerade Ball to follow up on this poison. And for Wang ID, he's got the Portal, has the Quartermaster, and an Omega Scope as well.
What you could potentially do here, I don't know if it's correct, I'm just thinking it, is if you play the Angoulême and see what you get, right? You play the Angoulême and you get a Totem. That puts pressure on your opponent to commit some value. You play Angoulême and you get, like, I guess if you get Megascope, it's dead because you have a bronze. If you play Angoulême and you get a Portal again, it gives you an out because you can then just pass because you're at 7 cards.
I mean, honestly, if your Angoulême rolls Totem, it's probably the best play you could make in this position. The only downside is you would lose out on the Assimilate value, but realistically, a lot of your cards are going to be getting removed anyway. So, I mean, if you just say, if Chase just makes 3 that he's in a tough spot, maybe he just has to believe in the Angoulême and say, look, my Angoulême, I'm in a bit of a sticky situation. I don't fancy Mards in a long round. Maybe Angoulême into Totem was actually secretly the line there. We'll have to see how this long round 3 plays out, and then we can come back to that and think maybe Chase just had to go for it.
Yeah, it might have been secretly good. We'll find out when we have hindsight. Quartermaster, the proactive play being used. So going into round 3, you're losing out on that proactivity. But on the flip side, you're playing your worst card in your hand. And let's see some top decks. A Neuromancy to Totem, Megascope to a Lock.
Yeah, this is the big problem with this Nilfgaard deck. When you don't play ball, there's just not many good high-end provision cards. So you do end up using a Neuromancy, and often the card you're tutoring isn't really that good. And that's why Masquerade Ball decks are so popular, because you've got that massive powerhouse card that costs a lot of provisions, and you've got lots of bronze cards that are also playing for really good value. And as much as I'm loving these Angoulême decks, when you're not playing against Nilfgaard, they can definitely seem just a lot worse than a standard ball deck. But let's not write Chase off just yet, because he's happy with his hand. He decides no more mulligans necessary. And just to give you a quick rundown of what each player is missing, Wang ID has pretty much drawn everything. There's a great sword in his deck, and that's about it. He has a Bear Witcher for his Quen, and for Chase there's an Avalak. There is also a Cupbearer in the deck, so pretty much perfect for Chase and for Wang ID.
Yeah, and he does have the Neuromancy, right? So he can go looking for something that he fancies, should he wish to do that. Wang ID with the opening play, you know, you got to think, what are my proactive plays? I've got Portal, I've got Totem, and this list actually not bad in terms of Skellige proactive plays. Skellige proactive plays are a little bit awkward generally, but this list I feel like it's just not so bad. Chase, this is the thing, he's got locks, right? So he's got Ramon, well actually Ramon probably onto a Slave Hunter for Assimilate, but he's got a couple locks. He's got the lock in hand, he's got his leader locks. Do you think it's worth locking Fish Flappers early such that you don't get the healing value, they don't build up the armor, they don't block damage when you take Reckless Flurry?
Yeah, it's a really interesting idea. The Flurry ability will ignore the armor at least, so I guess letting them gain armor isn't the end of the world, but definitely taking those locks as well I think makes a lot of sense. And I think Chase, I like this. He's just developing his engines as soon as he can, and Wang ID is going to have to make a decision over when he wants to start committing leader charges, how he's going to answer these engines, because he certainly would probably just like to clean them up as soon as he can, really.
Yeah, he just has to decide when to play the locks, right? At the moment, one Fish Flapper probably not going to do too much. Although you do lose out on damage, right, if you let it develop armor. You also like locking the Fanatics, because if you can lock the Fanatics, it denies a decent amount of value from the Totem. And this is why Nilfgaard kind of becomes hard to pilot, even with this weird version that we're seeing here, this Angoulême conglomerate that we have from Chase. It's still hard to decide, you know, what is the best way to play these locks? What is the best way to utilize the Angoulême? What is the best way to play my leader here?
And of course, remember, Wang ID snuck his Nilfgaard through in that first game in the series, and that's certainly going to be feeling very good for him. And Chase is still, despite being up in the series, that is going to be playing on his mind. It is going to be tough for him if he can play it perfectly, though. He, who knows? Like, he has built these decks. He's tested them. He'll know the lines. As awkward as his hand looks to me, I'm sure he has belief in the deck. Otherwise, he would not have brought it. But Jag, remember, you submit it on Monday, and you have a whole week to test and do all these things, and then you have the decks revealed to you like a day before, where you can do scrim. So maybe Chase, there's possible that you might be scrimming a deck and you realize, this kind of sucks, So Chase might have come to that conclusion. He might not. It might be an amazing deck. I might just be being rude for no reason, and he might be about to prove me wrong. I hope he does.
At Kayla's interview where he said, I thought these were going to be good matchups, and then I found out my matchups versus Cam, played them a little bit, and they weren't that good, but he drew a bit unlucky, he misplayed, and I got through. I want us to count the damage that is blocked. So far, the Bear Witcher Adept has blocked 2 damage from the Mage Assassin. So we've got -2 so far in annoying damage blocking units. We have 2 more Fanatics on the board. We have 2 locks in pocket for Chase. How much damage do you predict we're going to dodge?
Well, there's also the shield from Quen as well that could come into it a little bit later on. I'm going to say 8 points. I feel like I've oversold it. I'm going to go for 5 points.
No, you said 8. You can't change
Okay, I'll
your
stick
mind.
with 8. I'll stick with 8. Yeah.
I'm going to go for 5 points.
Chat, what do you think? How many points? We can't see you, but chat, how many points? No, I've said numbers. That was a terrible idea. I can only apologize. Can only apologize to the mods. I'm going to get told off. I'm not going to get invited back now. The mods are going to blacklist me. Oh, no.
It's okay, I'd invite you back. So both Fanatics have been locked. One with an Albard Armored Cavalry, one with a Leader Charge. But you can create more units that block damage if you have a Megascope. Using that there. I'd imagine on a Bear Witch Adept. I'm not saying it anymore.
Yeah, the Megascope coming in the front row just means that Chase cannot fill that back row up with spies or anything like that. Wang ID is just going to make sure that he is spawning the Bear Witcher Adept, and back to Chase. 6-point game at the moment.
Am I losing my marbles? Potentially, but let me explain why. Didn't Wang ID have 2 premium fish flappers the last time we saw him pull them?
Think the fish flapper...
we were having a big conversation.
I think it's a visual glitch. Yeah.
Oh, your theory has been destroyed!
Yeah.
I was like, this doesn't look right. Oh no, Spessy, I'm sorry.
So honestly, I kind of realized halfway through, but we were so deep down the rabbit hole, I couldn't say it. I was hoping.
Oh.
I was
you
just
hoping
like,
it wouldn't happen.
Never mind. I was too deep into the rabbit hole.
You just got to commit. As long as you sound convincing and like you know
exactly right.
I feel like 98% of people will be like, yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm like, you convinced me. And then I was like, wait a second. But here we go, Avalak. So Avalak doing Avalak things, playing some torrential rain. So trying to avoid the fish flap. There's another point. That was definitely armor.
Yeah, it was.
So we're on 3. 5 was too low. I don't know why I went 5. You tricked me.
Yeah, rain's an interesting choice. Definitely not something you see every day, apart from in the Skellige decks, of course, that are playing rain. But Chase deciding that he doesn't want to just waste points on the Hjalmar. I'm kind of surprised he just didn't take the 3 damage from the Hjalmar. Yeah, the fog would have cleaned up the Avalak Sage as well, wouldn't it? So a little bit surprised on that one, but I'm sure he has his reasons. And yeah, back to Wang ID, who is 1 point down, but remember, with a couple Megascopes now on the board, they're just a little bit delayed like the second turn of Portal. And who doesn't love more fish flappers? This is brilliant. I love it.
And he fogged up by not fogging up, to be honest. Oh, another point from the rain. Oh,
yep.
So that 4?
Yeah, we're all 4.
Can I count? Chat, you can count. Help me here. But the Assimilate Engine on the board there for Chase, and looks like for the time being it's going to stick. But when it's 3 points of damage and you have a Bear Witcher,
yeah,
I don't know how long he's gonna live.
Wang ID, very skillful with his leader. This is exactly what he was looking to do, I do think. Just line this Slave Hunter up to 3 points, and it is now just going to be taken out, I'm sure, by a Bear Witcher. There's a decision if he wants to take the Kadooch first. That might just be what he is thinking about, but just decides to slam the Bear Witcher from hand instead.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Perfect amount of points. Oh, I'm so excited for Angoulême though. And look at all these Bear Witcher adepts.
It's like a fish
You know
flapper
what?
factory.
I can't not want to call it Fish Flapper. You've basically cursed the entire Gwent community to call this card Fish Flapper for the rest of its
I
existence.
know. There's so many
Be
of
proud
them
of
as well.
yourself.
It's ridiculous.
Wait, go on. Oh, I was really hoping he'd copy the Fish Flapper, you know, just to stay on theme. I can't even call it a Bear Witcher Adept at this point. That Witcher there, though, down to 2 points, and no really good way of healing it. You have a couple points healed from the Caddock, but that's not exactly what you want. Coup de Grace plus a lock does mean you can copy any 6 strength unit that you want, which could be a problem with Janod, right? Because the Bear Witcher from the Church, from the Caddock, is going to go to 7. It's not going to be at full health, and it's a damage unit, so that's a potential line of play for Chase.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, something Wang ID is going to be aware of as well. Keeping, in fact, the Junod in hand is just quite risky for that exact reason. It is the Payable special, that leader charge and coup. I do personally think that's a big reason why Imprisonment is the most popular Nilfgaard leader ability by such a distance. We saw Imposter buffed, but I think just the synergy Imprisonment has with coup is really what sets it apart. And we've still got the Angoulême potentially coming. We could see the Angoulême into portal. I can tell you, it is going to hit double fang, so it would be an 8-point portal. Big moment, Jagras. What's it going to hit? Oh, it happened.
So it did. You called it. We talked about it, and here it comes. I mean, it plays for 11. For a 10, that's really not good value. I don't know. It's not hot. It's not hot, but
Great, is it?
no. I mean, Chase doesn't look happy.
No.
So
At least it didn't hit the emissaries or the mage assassins, so that would have been a lot more sad. So Chase has managed to manipulate his deck to actually find the value off the portal. Totem, of course, would have been more points as well, as likely the Kadooch would have been as well. There's no assimilate cards on the board though, but yeah, you can't really complain. 8 points from the Angoulême. It could have been a lot worse if Chase didn't manage to manipulate his deck in this manner.
yeah, and Megascope even then would have been alright because you could at least have gotten a Bear Witcher, right? So Megascope and Portal probably the worst targets, but equate to more or less the same number of points. So Wang ID, I believe his Bear Witcher's now on curve, right? With the Adrenaline, yep. So you've got the Adrenaline on the Quen, so you can opt to do that, and that is exactly what you're doing. And it gets those shields on the board as well, which may eat flurry damage, dealing a little bit of damage of itself. It does remove its own shield, so you only get the shield from the Quen. But you've got one Quen shield, and then you've got Fish Flappers that can potentially heal. Although I suppose if Chase goes for the Flurry in the last turn, the healing gets negated, right?
Yeah, and Chase is so close. If he wins this, remember, he's going to be knocking Wang ID out, and he's going to be in the semi-finals of Gwent Open number 2. Wang ID, he has to win this to keep his tournament dreams alive, and 2 cards left, Jag. 9 points in it, but let's not forget, this Fangs is going to be spawned or summoned from the portal, so a little bit closer than it does appear. Kadooch and Junod remain for Wang ID.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, Wang ID, he has 2 leader charges. Chase has 1. So Chase has 3 points on his leader, plus another 9 from Anna Henrietta. If you cancel out 1 leader charge kind of thing, which pretty much closes up the gap, just those leader charges. Caddock is nice, but oh, I like this choice. Not going for the Bear Witcher, you know, not playing into the Janod. I love it.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. The Mentor still getting the healing value as well. We talked about the Mentor before. Often you might have to last say it because of the threat of a Tool Punish. No Tool Punish remaining here for Chase. Here comes the coup. There's a few options on the Hjalmar is the one that's taken instead of the Bear Witcher. Only going to be banishing a 5 strength morale, though. Morale, you know, he's a 10 provision card, but he's got more uses than one. He can be used for Hjalmar. Not sure there's been many morales been sacrificed to Hjalmar in the past. That could be a first, I think.
Yeah, really a very substandard coup de grace in this matchup. Because you're not playing the nice spy targets, you're kind of left with what you can reach. Bear Witches, Hjalmars. Again, it's not massive. 54 points to 27. Anna Henrietta is left on the board, and Chase says, it is not enough. We have a series as Wang ID takes the fourth game, bringing it to 2 points apiece. We're left with Northern Realms versus Angoulême. There is no more deck choice. This is what's happening. What do you think about that outcome, Specimen?
Let's have it, Jag. I think over here, this way, I've got Nilfgaard, and I'm going to be representing the Northern Realms. I've got the tie. I'm ready for it. I mean, good luck to both players, but purely on a faction basis, I'm going to have to stick with NR, and I'm so glad we have got a Game 5 to finish the first day of Gwent Open 2. I've loved the games. This series has been very exciting, and Nilfgaard normally does well against NR, but will this particular Nilfgaard deck do well against NR, Jag?
Yes, it will. And the reason I feel like it will is because the Angoulême gives you the siege. You have options to copy the siege. One thing that I guess is a little bit awkward is the Anna Henrietta. But on the other hand, you have your coup de grace. So if you can potentially... Actually, yeah, if you can potentially use the coup de grace and get some order units after you've played the Anna Henrietta, so get that order ability down, then there are ways to find value from the Inspired Zeal, right? Because if you then have that and you start copying ballistas, if you start coup de gracing Selkirks, for example, you then do actually have the targets to make that pay out. And we did have a question mark over Anna, but potentially if you play this matchup correctly, I feel like there is value to be had out of that card. And we're no longer going to have like Angoulême nonsense with portals and locations and all that. There is one target. She is a guaranteed siege engine.
I said earlier on in the cast, I wanted to see Angoulême into Portal at some point. We saw it. I'm disappointed it wasn't the double emissary, I have to confess. But Chase knew, just knew exactly what he was doing and managed to manipulate his deck. It wasn't enough. And this is the problem with this deck. If you're investing these provisions into cards like Anna, Morale, and Neuromancy, you don't have that much juice. You need source, you need points. Like, there's so many incredible cards in this meta. You've got Blight Makers at 5 provisions. So, okay, you've got these great bronze cards, but they're almost like better than your golds at that point. So it's difficult to see why you would take this route and not Masquerade Ball unless you're really trying to hard target Nilfgaard. And Wang ID snuck his Nilfgaard through right at the start against NR, and I think this NR deck just gave that Nilfgaard deck a win, and in Conquest, that's all you need.
I'll have to see. You know what I'm interested. That was a weird way of saying that. You know what I'm interested about is we saw in the mirror the person who played their siege first won in the 2-0. But here's the thing: Chase can play a siege, right? He's got access potentially to a siege from Angoulême. So in that situation, do you then try and win round 1 in order to Angoulême siege in round 2 and look for a kind of 2-0 opportunity where you play your opponent's deck? On the flip side, you want to set up your slave hunters before you play the siege to get the assimilate value, which would suggest it's better to play siege later. But we've seen in the mirror, it is not better to play siege later. So what do? You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well, like, the one thing that this non-devotion deck does get, which is a massive advantage compared to devotion Nilfgaard decks, is a heatwave. So Chase is going to be able to heatwave the siege. A lot of the time, scenarios aren't really worth heatwaving. Masquerade Ball definitely is an example of one you usually want to heatwave, but other cards like Feign Death, you often are just better off leaving and answering the engine. But siege, I think we're going to see a heatwave on siege most likely. And here we go. It all comes down to this. The final quarterfinal of Gwent Open number 1. Of Gwent Open number 2, we've got Chase versus Wang ID. Nilfgaard versus Northern Realms. Nilfgaard is on the blue coin.
And there is a heat wave, but no Angoulême as... You know what, I'm just going to shut up. No Angoulême as of... I was going to say no Neuromancy either, but it's happened. We have the amazing hand, but Wang ID... No siege, and I believe Wang ID's version. You know what? I'm just blessing these draws right now.
It's pretty impressive stuff.
There's a Neuromancy as well. Like all of the cards I just mentioned, getting mulliganed into. You are welcome, Wang ID and Chase.
Yeah, Wang ID's Northern Realms deck has a lot more points than a Pincer deck would because it's using a better leader ability. It's got the dual cards that it's really getting that extra value from. but it's a high roll deck. You have to draw the cards. You can't tutor them, and Wang ID has drawn the Siege. That's a great start for sure. Chase doesn't exactly have an abundance of proactivity in his hand, but does have a Neuromancy to maybe search for a more reasonable proactive option. Or could go like an Emissary off Brathens, but certainly not ideal.
Yeah, and you don't really want to go. The thing is, if he does that, he's skipping out on his Blightmakers. You know, if your Neuromancies for a proactive option, you're kind of saying, I don't want to play a Blightmaker in this round. You could go Braffin's Emissary. I don't hate it. It puts an Assimilate Engine on the board. Oh, I like this, though. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's an option, but you really don't want to be using Attorney Joust on your own card. You want to be, against Northern Realms, using those damage cards on things like Merlin, on Ballistas. So far from ideal from Chase here. Does find a way to solve his problem, but it's not a great start for the Nilfgaardian deck.
No, not ideal, but not terrible. You know, not terrible, but not impressive. Like, it's all right. And it's given him an out. Now Wang ID playing the Radovid's Royal Guard into the back row. And this allows Chase, should he wish, to go for the Neuromancy, go for the Blightmaker, do the 2 damage onto a guaranteed target and deny the Inspired tag, which is not a bad option from this deck, because you do want to thin it a little bit. That's a good way to do it. With that said, if you play a Neuromancy for that, you can't play a Neuromancy for anything else this round. So if there's anything else he kind of fancies, not an option. And this looks like a Neuromancy. Oh, look, Blightmaker.
Yeah. And there is the first Blightmaker. Get ready to spot that rubber ducky on the board. The Mage Assassin enters the board. It's going to damage the Royal Guard down to 2 strength, which of course means it loses its inspired ability. Oh, you saw it again! I didn't see it this time.
It's quite common. I feel like this is one of those Easter eggs that they've actually, put a little bit more commonly than like the paper on Bernabrand's face, or the penguin in the pirates, or the green troll leg in reinforcements, or what's the other one? I can't think. There's more than that. But yeah, very swift lock there on the Bernard, on Merlin. Not really surprising.
Free Merlin. Merlin has been put behind bars. Kudak could be here to save the day and free Merlin, but I would imagine that Wang ID might want to save this Kudak for a better card later on. Chase also is playing, I do believe, just one. He is playing 1 Experimental Remedy, so does have the option of stealing some cards from the graveyard of Wang ID. Just takes the pass. He's happy enough. Took the Lock, the Blightmaker, and the Tourney Joust, and it's quite a big gap Wang ID needs to make up here.
It's also not really a great round 1 hand for Chase. You know, he didn't have his Blightmakers, which you like to see in round 1 in order to kind of get that value out and thin your deck. You kind of are in an awkward position because there's nothing you really want to target on your opponent's side of the board. You'd rather save some of your damage for later. One thing to point out, though, the Tourney Joust shield, it did equate to 1 point of damage, but we do see Amphibious Assault into Sentry and Envoy, which looks at 3 random units from your deck at the moment. That is the kind of situation with the bug, and you can pick one, and I feel like those random units are pretty decent.
Yeah, Varaxus or Selkirk going to be a nice option for sure. This card, I love it. The feeling of this card, definitely one of my favorite. Again, as I say, redesigned Northern Realms cards. Previously, it was giving charges, and I definitely think we can expect to see Sentry and Envoy being in a lot of Devotion decks as a one-off, and Bombardment, just Wang ID, happy to take the long round. But this is the problem, the shake of the head from Wang ID. No gold cards, so not only does he not find the gold, he's also making his top decks worse because he has to put a bronze card on top.
Yeah, and going down to 4 cards in order to get ahead means a long round for Northern Realms, a long round for Nilfgaard, but you are giving up your first say, because there's no way you play into this round when you've gone down to 4 cards. Not a chance, not a Scooby. It's never going to happen.
I love this tempo pass from Chase. Wang ID might not have seen it coming. The tempo pass in Gwent is where you put out lots of points very quickly, and you basically force a long round because your opponent cannot do it in 1 card. We saw Wang ID just didn't have the points to do it in 1, so played multiple cards to take the round. You can't bleed in Gwent when you're down so many cards, and the long round is here, though. That is a perfect tempo pass from Chase, and he's going to like his position in this game, I think, because he lost round 1, which means he has first say in round 3 with his Angler-Minter Siege.
And that Tourney Joust, it blocked 1 point of damage, right? That 1 point of damage meant that Wang ID did have to go down to 4 cards, had to commit 1 more card, played the Envoy and negatively impacted the draws, shall we say, once more. And this list is not consistent, right? This is the risk with this Northern Realms variant. You've not really got those consistency cards that you like to see. So you're going to have to try and draw your stuff. I mean, he's got the Shani, he's got the Varaxis, but no Gerhardt.
Yeah, and this is the problem. When you're not playing Pinsir, you have to draw the cards. You have a better leader, but if you don't draw the cards, of course, you're going to lose out on a lot of points, because instead of having a gold, they have a bronze in hand, and Wang ID settles for that. No Selkirk, no Gerhardt.
But look at that mage. The mage assassin has come to cause disaster in Chase's otherwise perfectly golden hand. Not exactly what you want to see. We talked about this, whether you go for the siege or whether you want to set up your assimilate engines. Actually, is Ramon bricked?
Ramon is bricked, and there is a wolf pack in the hand of Chase. That's right, this may look like a mage assassin, Jagras, but I can assure you that is a wolf pack in his hand. Because it is just doing 2 damage and it is 2 points.
Yeah, that's actually disastrous. So he's opted to try and, I guess, because he doesn't really have assimilate options other than maybe Brathens, opting to get the siege down early and try and out-siege his opponent by, trying to play their cards. But with that said, he can't play siege engines, or he can't copy siege engines until they're played onto the board. And I don't think there's any siege engines in the graveyard, should he have access to the experimental remedy with the Neuromancy. Is there any siege engines in the graveyard?
In the graveyard, there is a ballista in the graveyard, yeah. So Wang ID actually playing that ballista earlier on in the game could prove to be a mistake. The Shani, of course, cannot resurrect siege engines. She's a medic. She just deals with humans. Merlin has been freed. Free Merlin. Love to see it. He's done his time and he is now doomed. But still. But yeah, Chase, this is the problem with Ramon, right? You're only playing 4 soldiers in your deck. He played 1 in round 1 to lock, I think, the Royal Guard. Or so he used a lock in round 1. And he just took that last risky mulligan, hoping to find one of his slave hunters or that other lock. Didn't happen, and hit the worst card of all in the Mage Assassin.
And there was a lot of other stuff in the deck, right? You had to I feel like you had to take the risky mulligan there to try and unbrick the Ramon. You had to take it, but that is just painful. As we do see, Shani is getting locked, and Chase is raining on Northern Realms Parade here, trying to whittle away some of those cards, dealing damage to Shani, and kind of denying the value. Kud Kadak, he can purify and unlock her, but then it is a high roll. I think it's like a 66% chance she gets rained on and dies. Is there a way you can, I guess, boost this and then unlock it later on down the line?
Yeah, it could be an approach. We've seen a few players like Big Cuckoo Rosina using Winch in his decks to try and get more value off this Shani and reduce the cooldown, but Wang ID doesn't have that. And against Nilfgaard, I think it's going to be really difficult, even if you unlock her, to ever get the cooldown value. And yeah, it looks like Wang ID is accepting Shani is doomed. She's gone because this rain is going to clean her up, and it's just Merlin left to the front row with no patience remaining on Merlin either.
The wash in the rain, I guess, is what's going on there. So Heatwave being very swiftly utilized to deny the siege value. Rain on Shani brings her down and puts her in the graveyard. And Wang ID started off relatively strong with the hand, but suddenly things are starting to turn a little bit towards Nilfgaard's favor.
And it's a 5-point game. Both players having played the siege, of course, but only 1 siege remaining on the board, and that is the beautiful thing about non-devotion decks. You get some artifact removal. And yeah, I mean, Chase, looking at his hand, he has 2 very bad cards, and the rest are quite decent. He has Morale, which he can also follow up that poison if it's removed with the Cupbearer. I mean, the Anna's not great, is it? So yeah, I mean, the deck for Chase just kind of falling apart a little bit here. The situation he's in is great, but the deck not really serving him too well. And of course, there's a lot of unfortunate, a lot of bad luck involved in that. But it is what it is. And it's Wang ID is probably going to be feeling terrible as it stands, but he can't see what Chase's hand looks like.
I mean, Wang ID's hand isn't amazing, though.
It's not,
he's got the siege engines, but they're not that spicy without the siege, right? You've got the engines, but you need the siege to really synergize with them, have that bombardment potential. And against Nilfgaard, those engines, they're going to get removed, they're going to get poisoned, they're going to get locked. And there's not really a whole lot you can do to stop that from happening. So, yes, Chase has a couple questionable cards in his hand, but so does Wang ID. And bear in mind, Wang ID, he has Kudak, so he has 1 Purify, but Chase has 3 poisons overall. He's got the 2 on Morale, and he's got 1 on Cupbearer. So even if you do Purify one of those poisons, it's likely that another one will go through.
Here comes the Boiling Oil, which is going to clean up the battering ram here, leaving the Ballista on the board, which the order is then clicked for Chase, who's now 9 points ahead. Plays this 4-point roll. Let's look at the reaction for Wang ID. Ice in the veins. He's blows a little sigh of relief, and suddenly he thinks fortune may be favoring him, because he knows Chase will have been searching for that soldier in his hand, but he has not yet seen the Mage Assassin, the Wolf Pack in the hand of Chase.
Oh dear. I like he's got Team Shawnee and he played Shawnee. I don't know. These things make me happy. But he's not running, I guess he's not running full test, so he's allowed to use a different leader. Yeah, the Ramon, not so good. The Mage Assassin is a Wolf Pack with a Rubber Duck at this point in time. Not so good either.
It's a 13-point game as it stands, but there is a scenario chapter remaining. That's going to be a bombardment. 1 leader charge available for Chase, 3 leader charges available for Wang ID, but not exactly the best targets. Here comes a Carrack Marine, going to boost Merlin up to 5 points. He is still doomed. I still have dreams of this Kudak making him undoomed. That will make me feel very happy. It's not going to have any impact on the gameplay at all. It's just something I've been wanting to happen ever since I saw Merlin was doomed. And there's the Wolf Pack, Wang ID. Let's look at the reaction, Jag. What do you think?
You keep saying, let's look at the reaction, and there's no reaction. Like, man is just focused on the game at this point. You know, maybe having a wee look there, slightly confused at this point, but some players really do react to plays, others not so much. And you wouldn't think, right, that 5 odd cards have been played at this stage in the game when it's 6 points to 16.
Yeah. That is for sure. And Wang ID, despite, Chase, despite these 2-4 tempo plays, which is quite unbelievable when you really think about it, in a round 3, in a long round 3, to have 2 cards playing for 4 points each, he's still 10 up as it stands, okay? Wang ID is about to level up on cards, and here comes John Natalis, John Boy, into Amphibious Assault.
And what do you go for with your AA? Where are you going? What's the call? Not Hubert. Oh, we forgot about Hubert again. He's on 4. I mean, we definitely didn't forget about Hubert, right? We knew he was on 4 this entire time. That's why we hadn't mentioned him.
Absolutely. Yeah, this has been the season of me forgetting about Hubert. The amount of times I've clicked things and then Hubert's come out and surprised me, it's been quite unbelievable. I'm sure as we play more with Hubert, we'll get used to him as we watch him. And the City Guard is the option chosen from Amphibious Assault, and this is one thing that the City Guard does also give the deck. Mainly it's there to move defenders like we saw, but also it gives Wang ID a card from Amphibious Assault that cannot be poisoned. He's going toward this card, but the Veil on the City Guard means it can't be poisoned. So making use of the City Guard, working as a bit of an engineer. And Chase still searching, of course, for that final siege engine to trigger the final chapter, because he cannot trigger this final chapter without the Ballista. So Wang ID might just get that read and might just be holding this Ballista for as long as possible, and that would be a big deal because that's a bombardment less for Chase.
Wang ID has last say, so he can last play the Ballista and deny the bombardment. I don't know if that is the right thing to do, but that is.
Yeah, it most likely is. I think Wang ID's probably got the exact same idea. Now, he does have a Ballista in his graveyard, and Chase does have a Remedy in his deck, but he doesn't have access to the Remedy. So Wang ID, having seen the Mage Assassin, having seen the Ramon, might just have an idea the hand from Chase is far from ideal, and might just be banking on Chase not having a... And there we have it. It's kind of giving up, playing a Merlin of his own. Brathens comes in.
Oh, and you can see Chase just getting frustrated because these poisons are garbage in this situation because of the Veil. The Varaxis's Veil, the Carrack City card on Veil, you can't unveil them, right? You purify them, and then at that point you apply the poison with morale, but then Kud Cadet comes and removes it. So there's not really anything you can do with these poisons at the moment other than removing what, like a 3? It's not good. And 29 points to 22, that gap's not big enough, and you've got 3 leader charges that really don't play into your strategy.
Absolutely. Remember, morale is not a Northern Realms unit, and Inspired Zeal is limited to Northern Realms units. So that's not going to be helping much. Wang ID does have a Northern Realms unit. He can use Inspired Zeal on it. It's going to be Einsace in the back row, getting that extra point, cleaning up the Brathans. And we also might see Varaxus being used on Einsace yet again to answer the Bannard student here as well. Could be an option here.
And did Chase see most of his gold cards in this game? I feel like he has.
Yeah, he's found all his golds. There's Hubert as well.
We talked about him like 30 seconds ago, but and then I promptly forgot about his existence. And there's the poison. You have to take the poison onto the Unsays. You know, it's the biggest available target, but Kud Cadet available there to clean it up. Although, actually, with that said,
the City Guard movement as well. The City Guard for Wang ID stops the morale because he is row-locked, and this Cupbearer is just a 5-point card. Wang ID takes it 3-2. Chase has been knocked out. This Nilfgaard deck, Jag, did not perform.
Absolutely not. And you know what? That is probably the most we've seen Wang ID react. A big inhale in, a big breath out. He thought he was down in that situation. But the Ramon, the Mage Assassin, really spelling disaster there for Chase. He found all of his gold cards, but one of them was bricked. He missed out on a Blightmaker tempo play. And I just think that matchup in general, maybe not the best for this Angoulême deck. It really seems catered towards Nilfgaard mirrors. I thought, it might be all right against Northern Realms, but without the siege engines, the way that Wang ID played, without the siege engines available to trigger that, it just really didn't shine.
Wang ID cued the right matchup. He snuck his Nilfgaard through against Northern Realms. We identified the NR deck maybe as a weakness of his targeting strategy. And if you let that Nilfgaard through and you're really trying to target it with one of your other decks, it can be a very sticky situation. I think Chase played really well. He's going to be upset. I have a lot of respect for him bringing in this exciting lineup. It's unfortunate it didn't quite work out for him, but well played to Wang ID, who is in the semi-finals. And I do believe, Jagras, we have got an interview with the man himself, Wang ID.
All right, I am here with Wang ID, the winner of the last quarterfinal, and Hester is also standing by, my little helper, as I would like to say. First of all, Wangid, congratulations. How late is it in the place that you are? Aren't you sleepy?
王爱弟，恭喜恭喜你，新人看好啊！现在可能真的很累了。现在在中国已经是清晨是吧？现在几点呢？
马上6点了。
哦，
早上6点。
It's almost 6 o'clock actually, so it's really early or late.
Early morning, early start, and a beautiful start because a win in the last quarterfinal of today. How do you feel going against Big Kukuruzina tomorrow, aka Big Corn?
明天你是讲对阵卢卡，你觉得他的卡组怎么样？
我好像已经忘了他什么卡组了，我现在人有点晕，很困，晚上本来想睡一会儿，结果睡不着，就一直等到现在，已经有点晕了。
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be... I talked about his decks before during the interview, and I think this is going to be a hard matchup, and I'm really tired as well because I haven't slept yet, so I will have to get some rest before those matches for sure.
Exactly. All right, I will let you do that. Congratulations once again. Get some sleep, get some rest. Thank you for the interview. Before we go, there are no leaks for you, chat, because you are behaving bad on Twitch, so no leaks. Also, no Banana Tiger. Yeah, quote me on that for sure. Back to the casters.
I feel old. I don't know what a Banana Tiger is. I don't know why Big Kukuruzina is called Big Corn. You know, when you start to get older, like I just turned 30, I'm like, am I old? Because I don't understand these things. I feel like that may be the case. Do you understand any of those things, Specimen? You're younger than
I
me.
don't. Honestly, you dropped like a reference at the start of the show, and it was so over my head. But Flake and Shinmiri loved it. I didn't understand it. It was completely wasted on me, but it went down well with them. And Jag, this semi-final tomorrow, the second semi-final, Big Cuckoo Rizina against Wang ID. That is a battle of the heavyweights. Before that, we have Sif Great Wolf versus Akela. So some very exciting semi-finals. Sif Great Wolf versus Akela, newcomers, and then Big Cuckoo Rizina and Wang ID. I think just constantly near the top of the ladder. I'm really excited for tomorrow.
It looks like regardless of the outcome, we will have a newcomer facing off against a veteran player in the finals, as both veterans on the bottom of the bracket, both newcomers on the top of the bracket, but there is still plenty of action still to come. Speaking of action, we can see the results of today's action in regards to the prize pool, as the scoreline depended on how well you did, and absolutely nobody got 3-0'd. Everyone, newcomers, veterans alike, they showed up at least in one game.
Yeah, and this final one, a 3-2 to Wang ID, meaning that he's going to take home the majority of the match stake, but Chase getting those 2 games does get that nice little bit extra, which is very good to see for him. And yeah, all these players, of course, the 4 of them that are remaining are going to be hoping to get some 3-0s under their belt tomorrow to just get that extra little bit of share of the cash.
Absolutely. And the last thing we have to do today is to wrap things up. And I do want to say a big congratulations to Specimen on his Gwent Open casting debut. I feel like you've done magnificent. And I hope that wherever you are on social media and Twitch chat, whatever, if you show him a lot of love, because I've been there and it is scary the first time around. You got that fear. So big shout outs to Speci for joining me here on the casting desk, to production behind the scenes.
No, I had a great time.
And anything you want to say?
Yeah, I had a great time. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I was doing so well. Yeah, obviously I had my mic muted when I started, which wasn't ideal, but apart from that, it was a lot of fun, and like it's always good to watch some competitive Gwent. Certainly looking forward to tomorrow. Big shout out to all the people behind the scenes. We've got Berzo and Hessa as well with the interviews. Big shout out to everyone. Much love to the Gwent community. I see you Twitch chat as well. I don't right now, but I do see you. So nice one, everyone. And yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
Perfect. That's it from us for today. And we're going to hand you back over to Berja. See you guys tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jaggeris and Specimen. Congratulations. It was the first live tournament that you were doing with us since a long time. For Specimen, it was actually the first one. So congratulations on doing an awesome job. What an incredible day one. I mean, we had some new faces, we had some old faces, we had some changed nicknames to Korn, and we had Wangit in the end come out and actually with the player who actually used to play Gwent and back in previous seasons still played and, you know, proceeded. Coms didn't. I feel bad for him because I did an interview with him. But anyway, we leaked some stuff. We played some Gwent. It was an incredible day. We shall see you tomorrow. Don't forget, same time, same place, 4 p.m. CST. You probably won't see any leaks from me tomorrow, but you will see a cool pre-final segment with Malijan and Ryan. So that will be incredible. And yeah, I shall sign off with that, and I shall catch you all tomorrow. Bye.